the second O2H Collaborative Innovation Conference. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me at the back? Great. So welcome to the 7th Collaborative Innovation Conference. In O2H, we love seeding new ideas. It can impact human health, it impacts planet health. The process of innovation is intellectually stimulating, but it's not something you can do alone. The real magic of innovation happens when people from different backgrounds, different perspectives, different neurologies, different places of thinking come together, and there's convergence, divergence, polishing, thinking, reshaping. That is the magic of innovation. But we don't advocate a model of innovation that is locked inside our brain or behind the walls of an academic institute or behind the brands of a company. We seek to operate in a world of innovation, a model of innovation that is shared, collaborative, bringing different people together. And in India, you have people from a lot of different backgrounds, a very eclectic mix of change makers, social entrepreneurs, investors, people who are doing very, very different things. And it's this spirit of innovation and creativity which we seek to harness in our conversation today. You may not know this, but ancient India, well, probably most of you will in this audience, was a real hotbed of innovation and creativity. And in the words of William Dalrymple, it was India, ancient India, which transformed the world. Ideas of mathematics, zero, algebra, calculus, astrology, many aspects of science were all invented in India. And these ideas spread from India, ancient India, into the Western world. Ideas of spirituality, Buddhism, spread and started from India and moved all through the Eastern world. And if you can believe this, India had the world's first university in Nalanda. And there's a book coming out on this shortly. And they're going to proof each and every element of this university in India called Nalanda. And in there, scholars from around the world, including China and all in the surrounding areas of India, would all come to Nalanda, and they would share, they would read, they would collaborate, they would discuss. It would be a dialogue. And it's this channel, we're going to channel that spirit of collaboration and dialogue of ancient India today in our innovation conference. Because the idea of innovation is actually very simple. It's the process of creation. And we'll be looking at 3 dimensions of innovation: the business, the investment side of things, the markets. The second dimension will be science, and then technology. And the third dimension of innovation is societal and cultural. And we'll be heading head first into all of these themes later today. But I can't go on and speak about collaborative innovation without just looking back for a moment. Yesterday, we celebrated 20 years of doing discovery work, research work, innovation work, seeding new ideas in India, and it's something that we're incredibly proud of, and to be part of this ecosystem. We're still buzzing with energy, excitement, and endeavour in O2H, and we still see lots of possibilities. So we're looking forward to the next 20 years. Thank you to all of your contributions, all of you here today, and all the people from the past have contributed so much to this amazing adventure of O2H, but we're not done yet. Now, I am now going to invite Sunil to also share a few words of welcome, if you'd like to, and then we'll hand over to Renu, who will give the keynote speech. Sunil, I'd like to welcome you to the stage, my brother and co-founder. Why not?
It's okay. If you can hear me, it's fine. Look. Can you put your hand up if you can hear me at the back?
I'll give you this.
Alright, good.
Hey, Sunil.
Oh, we have a mic. Okay, look. When we had a team day yesterday, it reminded me of the story. Turn the music off, please. Oh, thank you. It reminded me of the story of when we actually started O2H. And I was then thinking around, obviously, the theme of innovation and where India was in the innovation life cycle 20 years ago, about 22 years ago, and where we are today. So when we started, we had this idea of doing chemistry in India. There was one big collaboration which was on the map, which had just got announced, which is the GVK YF 72 FTs, I think it was, something like that. Everyone was talking about it. And there was one guy in Baroda who started some FT work with one of the mid-sized or large to mid-sized pharma with 20 or 30 FTs. So everyone's like, okay, you need to go and see this guy. And we went to see this guy in Baroda, and Prashant did mention yesterday that we went there and he was kind of laughing at us because we knew nothing about running a chemistry business or doing business in India. But one thing I did remember from that meeting is that how, we looked into his lab, and it literally, I've been in many labs in the UK, earlier, university and further. But this lab looked like Dracula. So it was 2003 or 4 when we went to visit. And this lab looked like it was literally something out Frankenstein or Dracula's lab. The guy had made his own fume cupboards with wooden plinths. And the ducting wasn't really going out anywhere. It's sort of recycling itself. And I just thought that, this is where India was in discovery innovation at that time. And if I look back as to where we are today in terms of our facility, our labs, and other facilities in India in that 20 years has come along massively. And I was then thinking, where is India going to go to next, and what would be interesting to sort of learn about? Well, I think India's built great enabling technologies. We've got that in discovery now. We've seen the amount of discovery work that India does and China. We've seen that with the clinical trials infrastructure. I think back then there was something like 72 FDA approved plants. Now there's many more. So a lot of the world's drugs development discovery is actually done in two countries, India and China. Maybe more in China, less in India. That may rebalance in the future. But where does a country go on from next in terms of this innovation life cycle? And the government has very sort of good appetite, I think, to take it further. They're investing massively in the clinical trials infrastructure, where they've got these kind of 5 centers of excellence that they've been investing into. I think the enabling technologies is at a whole new different level today where it was in 2003, 4, 5 with these kind of wooden fume hoods. Most of you are probably less than 25 here, so you probably remember that far back. But that's pretty much what it's like in our lifetime. And moving forward, I think the whole world or India will be thinking about asset development. I think it's going to be thinking about how to develop intellectual property. A lot of learning is going on around that. A lot of conversations. We had this, Prashant organised the academic liaison lunch day before yesterday at O2H. And you can see the universities, even in Gujarat, and I think that maybe a little bit further ahead in the south, but even in Gujarat, where they're thinking about technology transfer around developing their own ideas, and there's probably some development work that can be done there. But as you build that university early stage infrastructure, coupled with government investment into projects and incubators, I think they've done a great job in the tech space, and I know there's a lot of tech people here as well. But I think that's quite mature in India now, and that's on a scale. But I think in the therapeutics or discovery space, a space that a significant number of people here work in, I think we're just at the beginning of that cycle now, and people are just starting to understand what biotech therapeutics really is. And I think as we move forward next 5 years, 10 years, there'll be a huge amount of value in India innovating, doing genuine innovation in drug discovery. On that note, on the innovation theme, I'll hand back to Prashant, who will take you onto the next panel. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Sunil. I'd like to invite to the stage Renu Pokana.
Thank you to all the sponsors.
You're going to do that? Yeah. You're doing that after this. I'd like to welcome to the stage, oh, she's here already. Welcome. Need no introduction. Renu Pokana I've known for how many years? About 15 years? At least 15 years. We know their family as well. But she's a remarkable human being. I don't want to label her and pigeonhole her as an entrepreneur or social entrepreneur or change. She's just a remarkable individual that contributes so much to the community. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to Renu. Please give a warm welcome to Renu. Please, come on.
Thank you so much, Prashant. This is so interesting. I came to the O2H conference a couple of years ago as a speaker, and then I came as a moderator, and the third time I'm coming as a keynote speaker. So I see promotions happening, and my hope is that next year, Prashant, would probably just make me the CEO of the company. And maybe that way I could actually also allocate all your CSR budget to our company. I run India Recycles by way of introduction, which is funded by O2H. In today's session, I'm going to actually spend the first few minutes, because this is a conference on innovation, to talk about innovation. And in the last few minutes, I'll tell you a little bit about the project that is funded by O2H and what this amazing innovation that has been made possible thanks to Prashant and Sunil and the entire O2H team. My take on innovation, though, pardon me, Prashant, but it's a little different from what I think maybe is happening in the pharma world. I want to start by talking about three things. The first is innovation versus what in India we call as jugaad. Does anybody think jugaad is innovation? Yes or no? Is it innovation? Is it good innovation? Or do we need more innovation than jugaad? Okay, let me put a different question to you. What is the problem? Let me see. What is the top 2-3 problems that you think you face every day in the city, in Ahmedabad city, assuming most of you are working in Ahmedabad? I hear traffic. So to solve traffic, do you think we need jugaad or do we need innovation? Because the answer will tell you the difference between jugaad and innovation. So what happens is, jugaad is something that typically happens in a scenario where you don't really have many options. So, you're stuck somewhere and, you don't have a way out, so you innovate, so to say, you jugaad, you find a way around it. And a lot of times in India, we typically try to romanticize it, we try to make a very big deal out of it, that we're a great country because we jugaad a lot. But what I want to talk about more is how do we innovate more than just to jugaad? Because in a situation, in a city where you face traffic problems every day, you can't jugaad out of it, right? What you need to do is find solutions that are more long-term, that actually lead to structural changes, that actually ensure that there is some kind of an ecosystem in place where all of us who end up driving on the wrong side at some point or another drive on the right side of the road, so to say. In fact, it's I joke about this all the time, that in Ahmedabad, it is so common to find people driving on the wrong side. It makes you think whether, all the Ahmedabadis and Gujaratis are actually preparing for a driving license in the US by already driving on the way the Americans drive, right? Because Americans drive the way we drive here on the roads, on the wrong side, so to say. So I always think that maybe the Gujaratis here are preparing कि भाई US जाएंगे तो license मिल जाएगा. So abhi se let's drive like them. And that's again jugaad, where you're trying to find a solution to something which is, sort of just a quick fix. The second thing I want to talk about is innovation that happens for rich versus innovation that happens for poor. And I speak about this particularly because we also run an organization called Mazdoor.co that works with informal laborers. So essentially, what you call as chutak mazdoor, right? आपके घर में जो कपड़े धोने आते हैं या बर्तन साफ करने आते हैं, सड़क पे जो चीज़ें बेचते हैं, street vendors, auto rickshaw drivers, gig workers like Swiggy, Zomato drivers. A lot of these people also face a lot of problems every day. But what ends up happening is because of financial constraints, a lot more money goes into innovating, all sorts of random things that might actually be useful for somebody who can't afford. I'll give you a simple example. How many of you here use Instagram? I see no hands. How old are you? I'm guessing almost everyone, right? So most of us who use Instagram know that every week Instagram comes up with some kind of a new button or new feature or a new filter, something they innovate, right? So sometimes you can have this new innovation that will let you look like a rock star from the 70s, or you might have some kind of a new feature where you can make a reel which is longer than 30 seconds or 1 minute. Now, are these innovations life-changing, life-saving? Not really. Maybe if you made a reel which is 2 minutes, you will feel happier than you made something with 30 seconds. But I'll give you another example where we need innovation and it's not happening. Does anybody know where sugar comes from? The sugar that we consume, the sugar that you have in coffee, the sugar that is sort of the essence of Gujarat, we even put it in our dal. Sugarcane, right? Now, sugarcane workers, the workers that we work with in South Gujarat, sugarcane workers have been cutting sugarcane in the same way for the last almost 100 years. And do you know how much they get paid for cutting sugarcane? So to make sugar, you first have to cut sugarcane plants. And generally, you cut almost a ton of sugarcane. A ton is how many kilos? 100? 1,000, right? 1,000 kilos of sugarcane. You cut by hand. Can anybody guess the wage that they get? If I asked you to cut 1,000 kgs of sugar cane, how much money would you expect me to pay you? 500 rupees, 1,000, 10,000, 5,000? Something around that, right? 1,000 is a big number. Even to this day, a sugarcane worker in Bardoli in South Gujarat gets paid 375 rupees for cutting 1,000 kgs of sugarcane manually. So no innovation has been done there. No innovation has been done to mechanize it, to make it better, to adapt it. Same issue happens with brick workers, the workers who make bricks from which we make homes. So even today, if you make 1,000 bricks, you get paid 700-800 rupees. And the process of making bricks is still the same that was done 100-200 years ago. So not much has been done in that. There's no innovation that has happened. And even if there's innovation that has happened, we haven't really adapted it. We haven't really taken it. So what we also need is to create conditions where we actually get entrepreneurs, funders, company owners to actually pick up practices which are good for people at large. So not just an Instagram button, but also a really nice way to cut sugarcane so that somebody doesn't have to do it in the sun all day. That's the second thing I wanted to talk about. And the third thing, which is sort of connected to the first two things I spoke about, is, and I think it's all the more relevant, particularly because in this political climate, we have the world's most innovative guy, so to say, sitting at the helm of affairs in the world's biggest democracy. And what is he doing? Is he doing a good job? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? The world's most innovative guy sitting on top of the world's biggest democracy. Who are we? Who am I talking about? Elon Musk, right? The guy who founded SpaceX, the guy who founded the biggest electric car company, Tesla. And now he's sitting making policies deciding that America shouldn't be supplying malaria pills to Africa, or all the people of a certain skin color should be deported back to their countries. So even if there is innovation, what I want to emphasize is how do you have innovation of ideas? Because innovation of products is easy. You could make a really nice solar car. Innovation of services is easy. You could have a service that picks up food from your house and delivers it somewhere, or rents your house somewhere like Airbnb. But how do you innovate to ensure that somebody like Elon Musk is nicer, is a kinder human being, makes decisions which are better for environment, better for humanity? So how do we as a society sort of innovate in that sense, where we create people who, I won't say are better, but better versions of themselves? And I say the same about all of us, because I can challenge at one point, all of us here, at least the ones who are from Ahmedabad, would have driven on the wrong side. So how do you innovate to ensure that next time you think shortcut lena hai, wrong side chale jata hu thodi si, that you don't do that? How do you sort of innovate to change that mindset? And that's the thought I'm going to leave you with. I'll just spend quick 5 minutes talking a little bit about the innovation or the company that O2H has helped fund. So I run a small company called India Recycles. And what we essentially do is we sell second-hand items to the poorest. So when I say that, what I mean is, again, the people who serve us every day. So construction workers, street vendors, domestic workers, safai karamcharis, security guards. Do you know what do most of these people have in common? Do these people get weekends off? Does a construction worker does Netflix and chill on Sundays? No, right? Does the lady or man who comes to clean your house, do your dishes, does she take the weekend off, go to Palladium, does some shopping? Can she afford to go to Palladium? She can't even afford the auto fare to go to Palladium. Forget about shopping in Palladium, but even the auto fare, the taxi fare to go to Palladium would be very hard for her. So where do these people shop? Let's say the security guard, and you can ask this to the security guards even in your O2H factory or your apartments. Most security guards work 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, without any weekly off. Where do you think these people shop if they want to buy something for their children, like toys, or if they want to buy new clothes, or just utensils for their household, or bed sheets, anything of need? Where do you think they shop from? Amazon? Myntra? Very unlikely, right? We had the same question. When we started India Recycles, we also had the same thought that most of these people don't have time. Even if they want to go to Gurjari Bazaar. Have you heard of Gurjari Bazaar, Sunday market? Right? Ahmedabad mein bridge ke niche lagta hai, purana saman bechte hain. Even to go there, you need to find time. And if you're working 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, you don't have time to actually go and get something from there. Because that's a huge opportunity cost of losing your half day's wages. So we had this idea that why not take the market to them? And to create the market, we also realized that all of us shop a lot, right? Like, if I ask you, how many of you shopped something in the last week? Just the last week. I only see one brave lady raising her hand, though I'm pretty sure half of us must have clicked something. Even if it could be on Zomato, it could be ordering something on Blinkit, it could be something on Swiggy, but you probably would have done something last week, right? If you go back to your homes would also be sort of warehouses of a lot of things that you shop for, you bought, and you never used. Things that you haven't worn in 5 years, 10 years, things you bought, you thought you might use, you didn't use, things your children have outgrown. So what do you do with all these things? We had this idea that why couldn't we match this supply of products with the demand that the workers had? So we started collecting these through large collection drives, through partnerships with corporate organizations, through partnerships with schools, with buildings. We would place big boxes where we would tell people that anything that you don't use. And we went by this very simple Marie Kondo rule, that if there's something in your house that you haven't used in 3 years, you're probably never going to use it. So through those donations that came in, we started setting up markets wherever the urban poor lived. So it could be Ahmedabad, it could be a slum, it could be a construction site, it could be a one-room apartment. And I'll see if I can show you a quick video of one of the sales to give you an idea of the scale of operations that we have.
अब तुम्हारे आस पास आ रही बारात करना इनकार बार बार देना साथ अब तुम्हारे आस पास आ रही बारात कर
So a market like that moves almost 400 pieces of inventory in one market, and we do such 3 markets every week. From Narol, Naroda, where you have a lot of labor staying in, to Sarkhej, again a big labor cluster, to even areas like Sindhu Bhavan Road, where you have one-room apartments. So what we do is we take market to those who need to shop. And the interesting thing with them is that, you know, when you shop, let's say when Sunil bought something, he didn't ask his mother that, Mom, can I buy this shirt? He probably just went online and bought it, right? Because he could afford to. He had enough disposable income, not because he needed his mom's approval on the fashion sense. But with poor families, the disposable income is very less. If you look at the new Bloom report, which has just come out, the disposable income in India for the bottom, almost 70% people is very, very less. So even to make a decision whether this month we should buy a shirt, a pant, or curtains for the house, you need the whole family to be together. And because we take the markets to them, we sort of facilitate that. The second thing we do, and I can see Prashant sitting in the front, which is a warning to me. I'll finish in 2 minutes. The second thing that we do with this is that when we started collecting, what we didn't realize was that a lot of us wear clothes that we probably can't sell to the urban poor. So for example, if somebody here is wearing a pantsuit, or you know, at home if you wear a crop top, or you go to a party, wear a really pretty short dress, or you wear a pair of high-heeled shoes, none of this is something that we can sell in the urban poor market because they're not going to wear a short-sleeve dress and go around in a slum. It doesn't happen. So we had a lot of inventory and we didn't know what to do with it. So we started also a thrift market along with this, where we encourage people to buy second-hand. Why second-hand? Because it's a lot more sustainable. So every time you buy something new, whether it is from H&M, from Zara, from Shine, by the way, all of them are very big polluters because they're fast fashion companies. So every time you buy something first-hand, you're also contributing to the carbon footprint. But when you buy second-hand, and I know this took us a while to get people to adapt to it in India because we have this very strange mentality where we think second-hand pehna hai to, kharab hai ya pata nahi, usko hum nichi nazar se dekhte hain. We don't respect that. So we wanted to change that. And I'll ask Pranav to quickly show you a video of our thrift market. So we are also, by the way, India's largest thrift brand. Thank you. So this, just about to be done, yeah. I'm going to make a last pitch here that you can also buy from us second-hand. In fact, we have a huge sale happening on 8th and 9th of March, just this weekend. And for those who like high-end fashion, if you like Gucci, if you like Valentino, if you like Calvin Klein, you can actually buy from us at a lot cheaper rate than you would buy it first-hand. And not just that, we have books, we have toys, we have a lot of stuff. The last thing, and I'll stop here, is what we do as part of this is we also get a lot of fabrics, a lot of textiles, a lot of clothing, which is not in good condition. So people donate, kurtas which have stains on them, or shirts where collars are completely worn out. So what do you do with that? You can't even sell it. So we actually make new products from them because we're completely zero waste. Nothing goes to the landfill. So during the chai break, when you step out, you can actually see a stall of our products. All of the products have been made from second-hand garments. So it's completely zero waste, and it also gives employment to women who actually make these products. So I'm very, very thankful to O2H because thanks to their initiative, this India Recycles company could take off and come this far. We are currently in Gujarat, looking to expand to other states. I'm going to quickly end by saying happy birthday, O2H. Here, it's your 20th birthday. So big, big wishes to you. The last I went to the company, we only had, I remember it was 200 people. So I was amazed to hear that there are 800 people today. So many, many congratulations. And to all of you who are thinking about innovation, I'll just give you one quick idea. Today, just for today, try this. When you go out, drive your vehicle, whatever vehicle it is, try not to honk. Just see how good that feels. Okay, thank you.
Just stay here for a moment, Arenu. I think what we have here is a remarkable local Gujarati Ahmedabadi entrepreneur trying to make the lives of people in her city better. We should applaud people like Renu with a huge, huge round of applause. Come on, you can do better than that. What an utterly remarkable woman. Thank you, Renu, for all that you do in Ahmedabad and in Gujarat and across India. You have a remarkable story. Before we head into the first panel, I'd just like to invite Ajit to the stage, who's going to run through how very generous sponsors for this event, without which it would not be possible to put this event on. Ajit?
Hello. Is it working fine? Thanks, Prashant. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are enjoying the pleasant weather of Ahmedabad these days. It gets chilly in the morning and then a little bit more towards the end of the day, and hope it continues like this until the end of May. Oh. So I would quickly like to take this moment to thank all our sponsors for their kind support for this event, as well as being very reliable partners of O2H since some of them have been with us since last 20 years. So I'll begin with thanking our title sponsor, BLD Farm, co-sponsor ChemScene. The event is powered by Engine International, followed by our gold sponsors, GD Waldner, FM57, Biotage, Satyamev Infotech, Agility, and last but not least, silver sponsors, TCI Chemicals, TerraCore, GLR Innovations, Optra Power Systems, and Deep Electricals. A huge round of applause for all of them, please. And I would like to bring upon on stage someone from BLD Farm to say a few words about this event and about their work. Please, a huge round of applause again for Pranima from BLD. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and we are very proud to be the title sponsor of this O2H meeting for 3 consecutive years for now. And today I'd like to spend a minute talking to you about the BLD farm. Imagine a world where the life-saving drugs could not be developed because the key essential parts, the Lego parts of the drug are missing. Yes, I'm talking about the pharmaceutical building blocks and the intermediates, which are very essential to make a drug. So BLD Farm has been in this industry for a decade, and of course our parent company is there for almost 2 decades. So we are a very well-known manufacturer and supplier of the pharmaceutical building blocks and intermediates, as well as the life science products and other material science products. So we have been supporting our customers, our end users in pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies, research institutes, CROs and CDMOs, etc., in their drug discovery and process development, as well as some, innovative projects. So we do have our R&D center. We are very proud to say that we have 2 R&D centers in Shanghai, and we own our own quality control, delivering the very quality product to our customers. So we do offer this custom synthesis service as well as a catalog service to our customers. So we have about 1.3 million catalog compound in our catalog, and 120,000 products in the stock. So going global, we have established a number of centers and warehouses around the world, in the US, in Europe, and of course in India. We have 2 warehouses in Hyderabad and New Delhi. So today I'd like to thank you, all of the customers and our to-be customers, for supporting us and being with us and helping us, encouraging us to do better in what we do, delivering the good products for their drug development. And also in the end, I'd like to thank you, O2H, for organizing this awesome program, conference, bringing all those incredible people together to share their ideas. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your sponsorship, and we'd just like to motivate you, encourage you to also add 1 center to Ahmedabad, if you could do that in the future. Thank you. We now got the first panel of the day. We're inviting Sunil back to the stage, and we're going to be talking about Trump, India, tariffs, and investment, a highly topical speech. Now, I know you're all a little bit sleepy and tired after yesterday's team day, but please put your hands together in a burst of energy and welcome Sunil and the panelists onto our stage. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody.
Can you mic him up?
So we have an additional panelist. You might know some of her, Ridhi, because we have one presentation. Ridhi, will you like to come on the stage as well? She has no clue that she's coming on the stage, by the way. But she writes half my questions, and I thought she might know some answers as well. So, yeah, please come. So this session is going to be around the impact of what's going on in the USA, the impact on India, looking at the stock market. So 4 themes it will cover, essentially. So I'm going to be looking for questions on these 4 themes. So I'll let you know what they are now, so you can be thinking about questions. And I don't mind questions as they come along. So theme number 1 is going to be around impact of Trump's policies or not on the Indian stock market and what's going on over here. The second theme is going to be around tariffs between India, US, and other countries, and impact. And we'll be looking at biotech, pharma, and other sectors as well. Third theme is going to be around economics versus sustainability. We all know what Trump is doing. Might be good for economics, might not be. What other impact is that going to have? And fourthly, it's going to be around the geopoliticals, just to see, because this is having an impact on other areas, other countries, and it could have an impact on India, China, etc. as well. Everyone's rearming. So they're the 4 themes. Think about questions. Theme number 1, stock market. Theme number 2, trade and tariffs. Theme number 3, sustainability. And theme number 4 is around geopolitics and all the wars that are going on in the world and their impact. So think about some questions. And you guys, that's probably completely different to what I actually...
President, you are meeting Prime Minister Modi of India this afternoon. What kind of trade and tariff relationship would you like to have with India, and what's the vision for India-US?
Yeah, India traditionally is the highest, just about the highest tariffed country. They charge more tariffs than any other country. And, I mean, we'll be talking about that, but again, whatever they charge us, we're charging them, so it works out very well. It's a beautiful, simple system. And we don't have to worry about, gee, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more. But India is they charge tremendous tariffs.
Obesity is one of the...
I'm trying to say I'm a bit obese. Is that like a subtle message? No. So, first question for you guys. Who actually monitors what's going on in the Indian stock market? Who has like their funds, what's going on, who's looking at what's going on in the world in the stock market, and how does it think it affects you? Hands up if you know about the stock market and what's going on, and how it's affecting your mutual funds. Not so many. But okay, look, it's having an impact in your retirement, in your pension. It's going to have an impact on many things that you do. And a lot of the policies which Trump are putting in place is having an impact. So that's going to be with the first question. So I'm going to ask the panelists firstly introduce themselves, and secondly give their opinion on what's going on in the market and the impact of Trump. So just like just generally what their thought is on that sort of area first. So Kavita, maybe introduce yourself first, and then just come with that question. So I'd like to get into the questions as quick as possible.
Hello everyone, can you hear me well? Great to be in this crowd of 25-year-olds, great energy. And I've had a warning given to Sunil that I've had an allergy bout this morning, so let's pray that I don't sneeze into the mic.
I told you, as soon as she's about to sneeze, I'll ask her a question.
So I'm Kavita Jadeja. I'm part of iRoller Capital, which is a family office, and it started out as an angel investing unit that my cousin Milap leads, and I've joined him recently. I'm a career sustainability professional, which is why I think Sunil has brought in the sustainability theme into it. And I think if I were to look at the market recalibration from a sustainability perspective, what has also happened besides the stock market sort of getting a correction is that the idea of sustainability is getting recalibrated as we move along. This has been happening since probably, or in the making since 2021, which is post-COVID. I would not want to pin it only on Trump, for that matter, which is a combination of economics at core. I think what has happened since post-2021 is that we've had several variables coming into the market, geopolitical tensions, stress on the healthcare economy. And I think at the core of it is an economic question, which is how do you allocate limited resources to unlimited human wants. And I think that has prompted everyone, including Trump, to re-look at how ESG or sustainability has been used over the last decade, which has been more of a virtue signaling. So I do take a look at this, this phenomena as an opportunity to probably for the market to do better than looking at sustainability as virtue signaling, and probably moving to real life solutions and contribution to the economy.
Thanks. Kavita has a very unique background that she's been in private equity and investment, as well as having great knowledge around sustainability. So she can come in at sort of both perspectives, which can be quite important. So Anna?
Hi everyone. I'm Anna Thakurshi, chartered accountant by education, and slowly shifted to entrepreneurship, and love reading about economics and things developing. And yes, I do invest in the stock market. Lost quite a bit in the few months. So we'll talk of the current topic. Yesterday I was listening to Trump's address to the Congress, which was a good 2 hour. And he is a king setting the goals of a true leader, leading from the front. He is obviously thinking only about his country. US is in a debt situation. Income is less than expenses. They pay 18% interest on the borrowings. So his only job in the next few years is going to be how to increase the surplus. And that is why one of the reasons he has introduced the tariff, how to bring back more to the country. And that has led to the fall in the stock exchange. Like India has lost almost 15 to 20% of the market starting from September till date. But domestic front is good. So I think everybody here should invest in stock market. It's a good point to get in.
Yeah, I mean,
let Sunil take it forward now, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Arjit. I lead something called Mars Short Ventures. This is an investment vehicle set up by the founders of Razorpay as a means to give back to the ecosystem. So Razorpay is one of India's leading fintech companies. Been there for around 10 years. And what we like to do is work with early stage entrepreneurs and help them with all the learnings that our founders have had over the last 10 years so that their journey to success is a lot more optimal to build the next wave of startups. Commenting on what's happening in the Indian stock market, I think there are two factors. Of course, whenever there is US election and new president being elected, markets start getting choppy. But also there's a double whammy because we have a little bit decline on consumption on the domestic front. We have some FIIs also withdrawing their capital. Market was on its potential peak at a couple of months back. So it's a cycle, it goes up, it comes down. And like my co-panelists were saying that, you're always trying to find the bottom and, buy the dip. So maybe we're somewhere there, market only recovers from here. So, listen to experts who understand the market better. I'm not the expert, though I do a lot of investing personally, but I can't give it to you as, personal advice to invest in the public markets. Private markets, I can answer any questions that you have. But yeah, I think if you don't know how to go about it, and if you feel that you're losing money, switch to things like mutual funds and financial advisors. Yeah.
Thanks, Umesh.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think this is the burning topic, most burning topic. All whosoever is associated with the financial market, even I think general public is also very much involved. What Trump is saying in the morning, he's saying something, evening he's saying something. So he's very unpredictable. So I think you've chosen the very right topic, even though we are not the experts into
we'll be experts by the end of this. Yeah. We'll all be experts. No. We're learning together. Who knows what Trump's going to do? Yeah. We wake up in the morning thinking, what's the headline? Because
now every day there's a debate, a lot of debate on all channels about the Trump only. So I think all of us have become expert of what Trump is going to do or what is the effect on the stock markets. But specifically to the topic of stock market, I think it is related to Trump as well as certain other factors. So it was, I think, still last year itself, stock market, I think, were going down since October. There are a lot of factors like interest rate. It's all related to the global factors. I think it's related to the Dow Jones and the interest rate scenario in the US. Since we were expecting that interest rate would go down, and the money will again keep chasing US because a lot of money is now going out of countries like India, emerging markets. It's chasing US because the rate of interest is quite high. So I think it's one factor is the rate of interest. Second is the US economy, how the US economy is going to perform. And that because of the Trump, that scenario itself will change. So it's very lot of uncertainty is there, how the dollar is going to behave, how the economy, US economy is going to behave. And similarly, it will have impact on the Indian market. So Indian market is having the double impact of the uncertainty around the trading, around the tariffs, and the performance of Indian companies, Indian economy. Indian economy right now, it's not doing too well. So we cannot blame it totally on the Trump. It is, I think, our internal factors, high rate of interest, our internal, I think, macro factors. They are also to be blamed for the downtrend in the Indian market. And Trump factor also is, I think, is added to the uncertainty. So it is.
Good answer, Mara. I'm going to come back to you in a few of those in a bit.
Sure. Yeah.
So Riddhi, probably she doesn't need that much introduction, but Riddhi, she obviously manages the operations for 7th o2h Ventures. Riddhi?
Hi everyone, I think most of you might already know me, but for those who don't, I have been with 7th o2h Ventures since almost its inception, and I'm not as experienced as much as my fellow panelists, but I would like to put a very fresh perspective on the table from someone who's learning constantly about economics, market dynamics, and how it's going to play out. When Indian government, the recent central government was re-elected, everybody in India thought stock market's gonna shoot up because we have been the fastest growing economy, right? But that didn't happen suddenly because a lot of external things affected, like Trump getting elected in the US and FI withdrawing their investments. You need to think about why it's happening. The reason is, it could be because Trump government is anti-China maybe, and it's supporting India, but it doesn't want to completely support India and make the same mistake they did with China. And that could be one of the reasons that have kind of got us to the correction. Also, if you look at the stock market patterns that we are talking about recently, it's currently like a huge talk of the town that India has been experiencing a lot of flushes in its investment, a lot of washouts and wipeouts for investors. The reason for that could be overvalued points, because we were definitely overvalued from the point where GDP growth is going and where inflation is going right now. So that could be one of the reasons I think that might affect.
Good answer. And look, in the morning, I just thought, when I came to India 4 or 5 days ago, I didn't even know that everyone was worried about stock market, apart from what Riddhi tells me in the morning. She's like, do you know this happened? Then this morning, I looked at actually what are the actual numbers? And the actual numbers are, I mean, so some of the smaller caps are down around 20%. So that's kind of not dissimilar to what's going on in UK, US, that kind of thing, up and down, that kind, especially the smaller caps, they fluctuate quite a lot. The mid cap is around 18%. So again, it's quite similar to the small caps, but those smaller companies do fluctuate if they're below a certain market cap. But the Bombay Stock Exchange, the main market, is only down 12%. I mean, I say only, but it's not like a 40% decline or a 30% decline or what we saw in China the last number of years. I wouldn't even flinch in the UK if the market was down 10% over 5 or 6 months. That kind of just sort of happens. We were in a bull run, and now we're in a bear run. And so I don't think it's actually that big a deal, to be honest. And I invest quite a lot, and that's my personal opinion. And I would just say to the younger generation who haven't seen a correction, do not hit the panic button is the first thing. So if you're thinking, you're looking at your stocks, and a lot of the people I know in O2H do invest, don't hit the panic button. That's like the biggest mistake you can make. And this is going to go up and down. India hasn't really been through a bear run for a number of years, so most of you have probably never seen this, but this kind of fluctuations happen. I think Indian economy is in a really good position. And it may go down further, but if you have to look at, we're not professional investors. We're looking over it. You have to look long term, over a 5-year, 10-year period. And over that period of time, it's a very, very, very likely chance we're going to be a lot higher than we are today. So just switch your screens off and don't panic. And if you think it's going to go down further, maybe sell a bit. So that's the kind of thinking you should be telling yourself. But don't hit the panic buttons and just go red, because probably next week you never know, the whole thing shoots up and you missed it all. So you've got to sort of balance it out a little bit. So that's one of the sort of advice I want to give. And I don't think, I'm going to question here, I don't think it's actually not that much to do with Trump, the stock market. I think we're quite protected from Trump's policies, actually, in India. The more I look at India, Modi's actually, I think, done sort of quite a good middle road. He's been friends with Trump, he's been there, it's well received. We'll talk about the trade deficit in the next question. But I mean, my question to the panelists is really, how much of this is actually to do with Trump and just normal market stuff that happens generally because the valuations are actually quite high? The multiples, Prashant has quoted me that the multiples of SIA through the roof, but the Indian market is very, very high. It's very high right now, multiple-wise. Is it just a little bit of a correction that people are taking a bit off the table? Is that all it is, or is it something more sinister at work? So maybe we can go to Kamal first, because you were sort of alluding to sort of coming to that point, and yeah, so what are your thoughts on, is this to do with Trump or not? Or really has a...
I think you mentioned it correctly. It's more of a correction as of now, because considering this a bold statement, I would say we are kind of a threat to a lot of developed economies already in terms of what India has been doing with its government by its side. And I think, of course, it's a cyclic correction and it's going to go up from here. But I don't think that's going to come like in the short term, in the near term. It's going to take a little bit of time before we build up again and justify why we should be valued at that point, yeah.
Come on.
I think there's no simplified answers. There are many factors behind the crash of Indian market. Maybe overvaluation is one.
Would you call it a crash? I mean,
Yeah, it's a kind of mini crash.
It's a correction,
it's
a
a
crash.
kind of mini crash.
Mini
because-
crash, okay.
Yeah, it's a mini crash, I think. It's not close to recession, but it's quite close to a bear market. Because
Bear
the
market,
kind of
yeah,
correction, 15-20% is, and if you
But
see
Indian market's gone up, it's just like accelerated the last
if you
number
see
of
individual
years.
stocks, they might be down around 40-50%. So they are close to their COVID level, pre-COVID level. So that way, I think market correction is quite high, even though index doesn't show that much correction. But as I mentioned, there are multiple factors. FI is pulling money is one factor because US market has become more attractive, or they see overvaluation. And then there is a competition among China. So 1 year back, even China was not attractive. Now a lot of money is being pulled from India and being put into China.
Yeah.
So there are these factors. Secondly, Indian economy itself is doing not well. So growth has deaccelerated. Performance of the companies, we were expecting very high growth rate to continue, but it is not up to the mark.
Expectations are higher than the actual
expectations are quite
stocks
high.
catching up.
And then retail money, as some of our panelists mentioned, after COVID, so a lot of young people, your young generation has just put in money without looking at the fundamentals. Stocks were running at the PE of 200, 100 plus was the normal PE. So nobody was looking at the valuation. It was just you can say it's a question of sentiment also. Market is also driven by sentiment. Now there is
A lot of retail
there are two
investors.
factors, fear and greed. So earlier the greed was the prominent factor, now the fear is the prominent factor.
There's one of my good friends who's a trader tells me when the taxi driver is telling you to buy a stock, it's time to sell the market, which is what was happening in India over the last few years. But yeah.
These are cycles, I think. These are cycles where every market moves in the beer and
How much of it do you think, I mean, I've read that there's some structural changes in India around capital gains tax, and a lot of the money's flowing out of India because people are worried about two factors. Obviously, there's performance and higher valuations. I think that's one factor. Second is, I think they're charging capital gains tax around 20% for foreign investments. So when foreign investors come in, they're having to pay a local tax, and they're not having to do that in any other market. And the third is around rupee depreciation. So when you sort of invest in India, the rupee depreciates over a number of years and has done continually compared to dollar, pound, euro, etc. And so they're thinking, okay, I mean, do you think those structural issues are a problem? And do you think India should rein back on some of those? And it's open to panel, but that's...
So I think...
So, hi, can you hear me? Yeah. So first of all, I think I was just seeing my phone because I got a message from my nanny's son talking about it. Hey, I had invested so much capital, right? And then just when you're saying that when taxi drivers are telling you which stock to invest in, that's the best time to exit. So I think India retail investors is now becoming a larger pool, right? And we have a portfolio company that is called Dhan in the investment brokerage business. It's a competitor of Zerodha or Grow. And when we are looking at some numbers around, how many accounts are opening every month, not going to talk about exact numbers, but of course, when the stock market is rallying up, you have a lot more growth. But that growth hasn't slowed down, right? It's not gone into negative yet, that people are not getting onboarded. So there are retail investors today, fresh retail investors who are still opening accounts with brokerages. And I mean, maybe the data gets posted for this particular quarter a little while later, but that's still heartening to see that there are people who are believers in the Indian ecosystem from a stock market standpoint, while there is massive correction that happens every now and then in cycles up and down. But having that faith, having that ability to understand it a little bit better, not just going on hearsay. So you'll have smart investors, you'll have people who will depend on, as I mentioned earlier as well, financial advisors, etc. So I think that's important for India as such. While, as my co-panelists have mentioned, we have been under pressure because of certain drop in consumption, our ability to, not being justifying valuations, which I see a lot in the private markets, that companies are overvalued than what they're performing. But I think from here on, folks will be able to figure out what is the best time to sort of go in. What is the best time to exit markets as well. So it's not only about investing, it's also about profit booking and also loss booking, right? Many people don't even talk about loss booking. And if you speak to like real experts in the field, they'll actually talk about how do you book your losses at the right time, which is, a strategy that not every retail investor understands of sorts.
That's like some fantastic advice there, some obviously experienced investors. I'm just going to bridge it somewhat now to sort of the tariffs. And again, I was looking at the numbers, and the trade deficits, Trump is going to go after those countries which have a very large trade deficit. The largest trade deficit that US has is with China. It's 300 billion. And that's why his eyes are really set on China. Canada and Mexico are right up there as well. Hence, you can see those 2-3 in the news. UK's trade deficit is zero, pretty much. So, UK have quite a nice, fine balancing line, not to annoy Trump, because, you've got to be nice to him. But at the same time, they're kind of a little bit sheltered in that they, have a very balanced trade situation with the US. India has a trade deficit of around 50 billion. So it's quite significant. But not as significant as China. So I think it's on his mind, but it's not maybe going to go completely after India. And I think, Anna, when we were discussing this morning, the Capitol Hill, when Trump did his speech yesterday, 100 minutes, unscripted, by the way, for a 79-year-old person, which was quite amazing at the end of the day. But, he actually cited India in one of his points around there's a car tariff, there's 100% India car tariff, he's not happy with that. So I think he's definitely going to do something and come after India. But my personal opinion is not, India is actually in a quite sheltered place. So, Anna, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so this is Trump's second term, right?
Yeah.
So even in the first term, he had brought in some changes on the tariff rates. And this second term, his agenda was also the same. So when he was elected, he has started rolling it out, right? And so when he was elected, the markets fell. There is a trade deficit from the US side, though most of it is contributed by China, Mexico, and Canada. That is the reason why he has started off with tariffs on these three countries immediately. And I guess India is next in the line. They have announced a few things with reference to India. Just a few papers have been issued. But I think the most we would know in the second week of April when they're going to roll out for India. As a precaution basis, the government has already started working on it, pulled down some tariff on the whiskey, the bourbon, as well as the bikes and the cars. Secondly, on the domestic front, they have reduced the repo rate.
Just the mic, maybe.
Yeah, sorry. So, and trying to push the domestic investors more into the market to sustain the GDP growth. So
but Trump needs India. He needs us, because if he's going to go after China, who else is going to provide them with everything they need, services, goods, and everything else?
Would be benefiting from China, Mexico, and Canada reductions in the trade.
Okay, thank you for that, Mike.
Yeah.
Kavita?
So tariffs and sustainability, that's an interesting one. And it's great that I think Anar brought the first round of Trump tariff reduction back in 2019. And I think what happened back then to sustainability, which is what FICCI, which is an Indian Industry Association, what they surveyed is that after the 2019 tariff cuts, what happened is that 47% of Indian businesses that were involved in exports actually reduced their ESG budgets because they had to make up for the tariff costs somewhere. And I think we're going to probably see a repetition of that, which is because you're going to see an increase in cost somewhere else. Unfortunately, you will have to cut down your budget on sustainability. So everything that we're seeing in terms of textile, auto, chemicals, you will actually see that they'll have to cut down their budgets at a company level because they'll have to make up for that additional cost. I think what is
That's
another...
a really interesting point, actually. That is...
which is sad in its own way. But I think the other flip side of it is, while we're talking about US, what we also need to understand is that we're also a country that exports to Europe, we are a country that exports to ASEAN. And what's happening there is that their green tariffs per se, things like CBAM, which is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism tax on chemical sector, steel sector, what's happening there is that they actually do want greener products, which is putting a tax on us if our products are not green. So what's going to happen with India and its manufacturing base is that people will have to tread a fine line. So export houses would have to tread a fine line between what they give to the US market versus what they give to the Europe market, because the views on green and tariffs are completely contrarian. And we're seeing that with Europe and US also diverging on many aspects, from foreign policy now to even green sustainability. So I think the key here is that we will probably lose out on ESG budgets for companies, and at the same time, Indian businesses will have to adapt to contrarian demands from different set of customers in different continents.
That's interesting. You jumped to the sustainability part, which is fantastic, and I think that this is going to have a huge impact on sustainability projects globally for all the reasons that you mentioned. And and Trump is basically going after economics. He only cares about bringing money. He's got an America First policy. He came in on that agenda. America first, and the global world climate and everything third. And I think that's, this is going to be a massive talking point and issue.
I'm sure the ESG and the sustainability is definitely not on his agenda.
It's definitely the way down. He's fracking is up there, and everything else is down.
He's just wanting to pull in money for US, which is the right thing to do as a leader. Then we don't know how the benefits are going to flow. Because it's going to take time for even the American workers, manufacturers, everyone to settle down and start giving results. Hopefully that happens soon. Till then, it's going to be a burden on the average American staying there.
Yeah, he's doing, in a way, he's thinking he's doing the dirty work that all the other predecessors didn't do, and he needs to make America strong again.
Yes.
And then I think that maybe the next government will probably rebalance. But
I think, in my views, his policies are misdirected, because even by increasing the tariffs on imports, I don't know how it is going to help the American economy, because costs will go up, inflation will go up, and accordingly the economy will suffer. So I think it's a temporary phenomenon. He is more like a negotiator, more like businessman. Even now we are hearing that he is going to postpone the tariff raise. He is announcing some dates, and in India he is still not announced. So I think he is more on threat side. He wants to, I think, try to...
It's a really good point, actually.
Tie up some deals. So that is, I think, his main motive, because ultimately his economics, his advisor will also advise him how it is going to impact the US economy.
So what Amish is saying is basically it's all bluster. When you increase tariffs, it's a tax on goods coming into the US. Therefore, that's quite inflationary. If inflation's high, we all know you have to increase interest rates, and then that obviously can maybe send you into a recession. So Amish is saying, actually, everyone knows, all the best economists in the world knows if you put tariffs up and prices go up, and you have to pay more for stuff, then that's bad for the economy. So Umesh is saying it's just bluster. He's just saying that. He loves to put stuff into the mix, and then he'll even deny he said stuff. But that's just part of his negotiating with the world and trying to get stuff done. I imagine he's got all the best economists advising him around him. Not imagine, he has. And he's got obviously some amazing entrepreneurs. We may or may not like Elon Musk for what he's like as a human being or other, but he's an amazing entrepreneur, no one can deny that. He's got all of Wall Street behind him, and he's got all of the tech companies and all the CEOs of Facebook and everything else. So he's getting good advice. So he cannot be, and he's not a dumb guy, we know that, I think. He may be not a person that people like or don't like, but no one can accuse him of being dumb. So let's presume he knows what he's doing, and he knows these policies are inflationary. Well, Mish saying he knows this. He's just telling people, I'm going to do tariff here, tariff there, because then he can negotiate and hopefully do something good for his country. I think that's basically what he's saying.
I think another point is about China. How does India is placed vis-a-vis China? But that is still debatable, it's still not clear. I think it is quite uncertain whether he is going to increase the tariff on even China goods. Because China also has a huge weight. Even though he wants to balance China, he is trying to create friendship with Russia. Maybe he wants to control China, but still it's very uncertain.
No one knows, right? So
yeah, he is also giving a very confusing signal vis-a-vis China also.
Yeah, we'll come on to the geopolitical in the next bit, actually. This is in the last 5.
Yeah. In terms of tariff-wise also, but I think for Indian economy it's good. If say India has to reduce tariffs, so naturally it's good for Indian economy, I believe. Even though it may not be good for certain industries like auto, because right now we are charging very high tariff, 100% on some say imported vehicles. But because of Elon Musk and all that, I think, so Indian consumer will ultimately benefit. Maybe Indian economy may also get benefit indirectly. Right now we are more into protection mode, but in the long run, I think it should be good for the country.
So come on, what do you feel in terms of the private sector and the impact of tariffs may have on the companies that you support?
So it's every challenge, poses an opportunity as well, right? And we've seen that in some of our portfolio companies. And just to add some more perspective to why Trump is doing this, he's not the only one who's doing this. India has also done this in some shape and form. There's something called the BIS that has been imposed on certain goods. So for example, it's going to be hard for like shoe companies to import shoes into India. So everybody from a Nike to a Puma, etc., who doesn't have a manufacturing in India is worried, right? That's going to happen in the steel segment also, especially on the consumer steel. So everybody in their own sense is trying to protect their own domestic interest and promote sort of what's happening within their geography. But just to give you an idea about how are startups planning to do it, a lot of startups are generally, that we support are generally in tech. But even in tech, there are certain hardware startups. I'll give you a case study of this company called Ultrahuman. So Ultrahuman is this platform that is promoting fitness. You can measure all your biomarkers as well as your day-to-day levels. They make this ring, which is like a fitness ring. So far, they were manufacturing this ring just in Bangalore. But they sort of sense some sort of tension coming from the US policy side of things. They were a little bit ahead of the curve. And, you'll be really, really proud to know that Ultrahuman's also set up a factory in Dallas in the US as well. So if companies are going to find US market as their major consumers, which is what has happened in Ultrahuman's case as well, 90% of the revenue comes from non-India markets. They've gone and set up factories outside as well. So having that presence there helps them in a little bit of a diplomacy stance also towards the ecosystem, helps them pitch to their consumers that, hey, this is manufactured in the US. While I was myself very proud to say that Ultrahuman ring is not manufactured in China like some of the other wearables. It was manufactured in Bangalore. But also now when it goes to the US market, it has a significant marketing advantage as well. There would be some impact on cost, but it's still a lot more easier to squeeze in some margins in tech products that have a little bit of a higher perception of value than coming down to like commodities and
so
maybe even.
Are your portfolio companies thinking about having some kind of presence in the US now as well? Then, so when see what Umesh is saying is that his tech portfolio, everyone in biotech and tech, their big market is the US. It's your first market you need. If you're developing a product globally, the first market you look at is how can I enter the US market? Donald Trump knows that, and everybody's like obviously wants to enter that market. It's the most affluent market in the world. And if you haven't got a product for the US, you're always thinking, is it investable? So what he's saying is that to get around the tariffs, they'll set up some kind of operation in the US, somewhere in the US. It could be any state really, and to sort of then circumvent some of the tariffs, and you're seeing your portfolio actively doing that. So
also to like add one more example, right? Whenever this sort of happens, I think the biggest victim there is China. And there are very beautiful spillover effects that happen to companies in India. So in the last 1.5 years, even before all of this happened, right, even before Trump was president, there have been massive China plus one effects that have benefited Indian startups who are manufacturing from India for the world. And it doesn't only mean that you're manufacturing it for the US, right? The EU market, the Southeast Asia market, the MENA market itself is so large, especially when you're manufacturing small things which are, let's say, pebble crushers or conveyor belts, etc. Whereas most startups that are enabling Indian manufacturers to figure out what is the gold standard to export are really, really benefiting out of it, right? So initially, most of these manufacturers were selling to customers in India. Because of this China plus one happening in the last 1.5 years, they are now going and selling this to the EU markets and beyond the US as well.
Yeah, I mean, so it's going to force people to look outside of the US. So Anna, you have, Anna's not only, she's obviously runs her family office and she has experience in the construction and engineering industries, but also she's just taken on a hospital in Ahmedabad, and it's a charitable hospital, and she's just getting that going. But she's also the senior person in Thai, which helps and funds startup entrepreneurs and mentors and hopefully gets them going. So maybe you've got quite an interesting perspective on that.
Yeah, so as a business owner, any business owner has only one thing on mind, like how to increase my margins, right? So way back, if you look at a broader picture, maybe 40, 50 years back, because of this sole reason, all the manufacturing went to China. Right? The economies of large-scale production and services and everything. So that is when the capital outflow started, and China built up its entire surplus based on only this one reason. Like everything started happening in China, Vietnam, everything. And then suddenly US, which is one of the biggest trading partners of China and vice versa, they have started feeling the pinch in their surplus, right? So now it is all coming back, like going from globalization to nationalism again. So that is why everything now, the circle has reversed, like it's coming
India
back again
should we look at UK first, India first? Sorry.
Yeah, it's all coming back again to 0.0, and nationalism, how to start saving your own public. There's a lot of unemployment in US. The people are getting jobs back. Like one of the reasons why this ring started getting manufactured in US, right? The main reason is you're going to have a surplus there. You have market there, and you have bigger margins. So as an individual entrepreneur, everybody's going to think in this way.
Yeah, so it's going to force people to think more insular rather than more global. For the last 50 years, we're thinking of how to become more global. Yeah. Now, but India could benefit from it.
Absolutely.
We have the biggest market ultimately. China, India, US. We're up there. So
the labor costs in China is so low, as it's something like I think $3-4 per hour or something per day. Sorry. And,
per day. Wow.
And US pays 24, I think, right? So obviously everybody will go to China for the production.
Yeah.
But now we'll start reversing. But I think time will tell. A year hence, when we are sitting here again, we'll have a better picture.
Yeah, but India is up there. Obviously, we have a massive consumer base. UK has just 50 million people. We're in a difficult situation on that front. But we have friends with, we've kept a middle balance, friends with Europe, friends with the US, etc. India probably is a little bit more protected and can be more insular and probably will benefit massively from some of these policies. So moving on to a little bit around sustainability and a little bit more on that question. So look, Trump's policies are probably going to be good for the US. I can't imagine there'll be anything but good for the US because that's obviously his agenda. And let's presume he's got clever people advising him. But it looks like he doesn't give two hoots about, he doesn't believe that global warming is happening, for example. Sustainability is like, that's all sort of put to one side. So you must be like turning in what the hell is, you must be looking at the news in the morning going, oh my God, this is really bad.
Trump and sustainability in one sentence is always a riot. I think taking on from what Anar mentioned about globalization versus national priorities, I think what happens in this scenario where everybody is looking after themselves and their national interests, the question is, what do you do to address global challenges? Because if you look at something like climate, what we do here affects the ozone layer on top of Canada. Right? And what happens in some other part of the world affects us. So when you stop cooperating on global issues and only look after national interests, what happens to global challenges? And I think that's what probably we should be worried about. I think people were worried about this probably 30 years ago as well when they signed the Montreal Protocol, which was a treaty looking at reducing consumption of DDT. Because DDT being used in developing countries in Africa was actually burning a hole in the ozone layer over Canada. And that's where everybody signed the protocol. And of course, countries like India were exempt from it because we had our own malaria issues and things like that. But the fact is, you do need international cooperation to address global challenges. Now, what's happening in the Trump era, I think, and to a large extent, while of course, he's only perhaps looking at the economic side of it, which is great, as I mentioned earlier, because that does push us to real-life solutions compared to, let's say, virtue signaling. But the challenge is, let's say we make a green product which is good for the UK or the Europe market, and we could probably sell the same product in the US, and they're not going to stop us from selling it. The issue is, are they going to be paying for it, which is no. So the green premium that most of people in finance have been talking about is eroding. So you're not getting a green premium for making a greener product. And the issue is that also mentioned earlier, which is who's going to pay for the innovation. You're not going to have real-life solutions to global problems unless you invest in innovation. Thank you. So we are not going to be finding real life solutions to climate issues without spending on innovation, and who wants to pay for it? And that's the challenge, that nobody wants to pay for it. So I think we're in a difficult spot here where we do want real life solutions without paying for it, which generally doesn't happen in life, like you can't get things without paying for it. So I think that's where we are on Trump and sustainability, which is not a great spot to be in.
I just wondered, for the younger generation, Riddhi, you're the younger generation here. So the younger generation, would they pay the let's say the green tax for products? Because ultimately, if consumers pay, before they were getting a discount for green, like in the UK, if you get solar panels, you get cheaper electricity and whatnot. Do you think that there's enough awareness in the consumer younger population that people will not mind paying that green tax moving forward?
I think from my perspective, if we look at how we promoted green energy in India was through subsidies. Indian government gave subsidies for people who adapted to green energy, like installing solar powers over the industrial roofs and the residential roofs. Precisely, government had to give some subsidies to actually promote sustainability, green things. So I don't think that Indian audience or Indian consumers are still very much aware about how green energy and green future is going to impact their lives and how it's going to impact their generations. And I think it will need a lot more work on the ground level to actually make that awareness happen. And if that happens, I think the generation has changed really dynamically. They have become more responsible and responsible, but also to be, honestly accepting the fact that our generation has been less simpler, more complex than our forefathers because of our lifestyles and stuff. I think they won't be able to pay the green tax yet with a premium. So that might be a problem for us to actually adapt to green things responsibly. But I think that's like a 50-50. If you think from the responsibility perspective, we have to for generations forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Riddhi. Is there any questions? Put your hand up. If not, very quickly, I'm going to go for the last point in my agenda. And I'm going to ask a question and then wrap up at the same time because I'm out of time. I didn't even get to my fourth. Interesting point was geopolitics. Look, we know what's going on in the world. Everyone's rearming now. China's rearming. Europe's rearming. UK have increased their spending. I'm not sure what the Indian government will do. I can't imagine they'll be. If China rearming, I'm sure India will need to rearm as well to make sure that they're protected. God knows, Ukraine is going to get split up for its minerals and resources. It's going to be a bit here, a bit there. Taiwan, you never know if China rearming. Taiwan all these things is going to be a lot of shift in politics. A lot of money that could have been spent on innovation is going to be spent on defense, and that's obviously going to have an impact. So maybe if you have a comment on that and your sort of closing remarks. So we'll start with you.
Probably not picked the right spot to sit today.
Sorry about that.
No, in terms of geopolitics, I think we are going through probably the greatest, I would say, significant moment since probably World War II and Bretton Woods, which is the changing world order. And I think if I probably look at sustainability as well, which is probably following this wave of a changing world order. And I think I'll probably go back to the first comment that I made, is that it's probably pushing us in the direction to really look for solutions in the real world, beyond talking, beyond speaking, and I think beyond virtue signaling, which is very important. Do we have an answer to that at the moment in terms of how would we do it without the kind of economic support that we need in this Trump era, and the fact that a lot of our economic resources across Europe are actually being dedicated to geopolitical issues, wars, funding aid. How are we going to do that? How are we going to achieve that? I think probably I don't have an answer to that yet, and I probably don't think most of us have yet. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Kavita. Anna?
Yeah, I think everybody needs to take a break on the geopolitical scene. There's Ukraine, there's Israel and Palestine and We have very strong leaders right now in US, China, or Russia. We can't mention North Korea at all. And of course, India also. We're glad to have Mr. Modi on the scene. So yeah, everybody needs to take a stop, take a pause, and let things relax. Yeah, we need a breather.
We definitely need a breather. We could end up in World War III the way we're going.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I think we need to stop somewhere. There's no other solution except talking. War is definitely not a solution because it's a disruptor to everybody at any stage. Even the smallest man and even the highest man at any position would be affected. Yeah, so thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Anna.
So pretty much in line with what the panel's talking about. One, I think in a fully globalized sort of a time that we live in, the trade wars that we're talking about are just a little bit of a flex of a muscle and ego, if I have to talk about it. It's very it's going to be hard.
They're all men. It's just testosterone gone crazy. Everyone's got like, it's getting in there.
It's going to be hard to do this from a long-term perspective. But at the same time, wars are not the solution. There have been wars that have been going on for years now, which is like really sad. Talking about what should India do, I think India always has had like a diplomacy-first approach. So I'm sure they're figuring out how to make this a little bit easy at a policy level for the Indian businesses, Indian consumers, as well as Indian businesses that are going to sort of export significantly to the US and other parts of the world. At the same time, a lot of Indian businesses also depend on China import. So there's a very, very different sort of a diplomatic conversation that needs to happen on multi-folds. But yeah, as you said, right, you have to not get driven by what is the hottest news or what's happening, but just take a step back, look at the situation. Even if it is affecting your business, think about innovative ways, innovative markets to also be at, and sort of have that at the back of your head as a de-risking strategy all the time.
Thank you. Kamal?
I think regarding your point about the defense spending, I think we have been living with the bogey of World War III for last, I think, couple of years, since 22, when Russia, I think, invaded Ukraine. So those things are going on. I think with the Trump coming in the picture, he may be less willing to put his money on the other regions. Like Biden, he, I think, got involved in the Israel and Hamas. Then he got involved, he supported Ukraine. So that way, I think that at time America, he put money a lot of in these wars. But with Trump coming to the picture, I think his focus will be more on domestically making America strong. Yep. So maybe he may not fuel
He's a businessman, basically.
Even though he is not willing to put money to NATO also. So European maybe have to increase the defense spending. India, I don't know how India as such has been spending quite heavy. China is spending heavily. So all these things are, I think, are regular features. So everybody has to defend themselves, whether it is Japan, a couple of years back, even Japan was not spending anything. Now they have also increased their spending. As you mentioned, Taiwan is also under threat from China. So I think those geopolitical threats remains. So there's not going to be lasting peace. So we'll always be sort of in the uncertain world. So that uncertainty is going to continue, especially with the Trump. I don't know how he's going to behave. But I think some equilibrium will be reached sooner or later. So it's not that every time everybody wants to be on war. I think once the Ukraine issue settled, then maybe Middle East, maybe another. But I don't think there is any going to be in war with the China. China is such a player in terms of economy that nobody can afford to, I think, take on China. Yeah. That's my view. So overall, I think some equilibrium may be there in 6 months to 1 year down the line, and things may come to normal. I don't foresee anything, any foolish thing like nuclear attack by any Russia or any other country. So maybe 6 months to 1 year down the line, it should back to the normal.
That's very reassuring. Thank you. Riddhi?
Geopolitical, for me, it's from my naive perspective, I would say that if you look at the full cycle and connect the dots, Donald Trump getting re-elected in US, China being withdrawn from the US, India promoting Make in India, it's a huge potential for young entrepreneurs to scale there. There's a value inflection point for India that we should actually take opportunity of and just move really, really aggressively towards what we are doing. We are going in the right direction is how we have maintained our relationship with Russia. While Russia and Ukraine were in tensions, we had maintained our relationship with Ukraine. So India knows how to balance itself That's what I think. The Indian government knows how to represent itself, someone who can be not egoistic and be a peacemaker and at the pace of growth. And I think if, for me to pass on the message, to conclude this conversation, the food for thought for me would be, will we go into World War III because of trade wars, political wars, religion and stuff? Or will we focus on growth and the globalization timeline that we are living in and take full opportunity to get into 2.0 world and make a better place for next generations? Thank you.
Thanks, Sri. That's a great point. Look, it's a huge opportunity for India, and I think Modi's, balanced a very fine line of being sort of not taking any sides, very neutral, abstaining. At the time, we thought what is he doing? But now we're on the other side of it. We can see actually, India will be friends with hopefully everybody is the plan. Anyway, so on that note, I would love to thank my panelists. Can you, in the usual way, a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great points and great session. Thank you. seats here? Is everyone back in? We've got an empty, okay. So welcome to the next session. We're going to have a fireside chat with Mahir. So Mahir, would you like to join us on the stage? A few more people coming in. Perfect. Welcome. Thank you. So we've just got a couple of videos to share with you to kick this very interesting discussion off. I've been in the biotech industry for around 20 years, and we've seen this shift of innovation from the big pharma into the smaller biotech companies. And when we saw that shift happen over the last 10 years specifically, we saw an opportunity to invest in early stage biotech companies. They're now the hubs of innovation. As we all know, big pharma like GSK, AstraZeneca, Pfizer have all been closing down sites across the UK. And we've seen that. And most of these big pharma heads of R&D have said around 50% of their innovation will now happen externally. So our fund tries to capture and develop that hypothesis to invest in some of these biotech companies at an earlier stage. And the way you pulled that video out, that's quite old, that's good. I don't know that anymore. And we have one more video.
मैं मिहिर जोशी हूँ, मैं CEO GVFL लिमिटेड। GVFL लिमिटेड वेंचर कैपिटल फर्म है। मैं पर्सनली 20 साल से इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में देख रहा हूँ। हमने 500 करोड़ ऊपर इन्वेस्ट किया होगा स्टार्टअप में। साल की हम 1000 स्टार्टअप देख लेते हैं। वी एंड अप इन्वेस्टिंग इन अराउंड 10 स्टार्टअप ए ईयर। मैं स्टार्टअप फाउंडर को सिर्फ ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आप क्या कर रहे हो उस पर फोकस करो। आपके लिए आपका अगर आइडिया जिसमें आप बिलीव करते हो, आपको लगता है कि आप उसको वैल्यू क्रिएट करते हो, पॉसिबिलिटी है आपको 100 में से 90 लोग मिलेंगे कि ये नहीं चलेगा। बिलीव इन योर सेल्फ। जब तक आप बिलीव करोगे, बिलीव मी कि देयर वुड बी सम पीपल हु विल कम एंड बिलीव एंड अल्टीमेटली यू विल क्रिएट अ वैल्यू आउट ऑफ इट। कल के करोड़पति क्योंकि ये गुजरात के एंटरप्रेन्योर को एक मौका दे रहा है कि वो आके पिच करे टू द इन्वेस्टर्स। ये शो क्या एक्सेस देता है? एक एंटरप्रेन्योर जो शो में आके पिच कर रहा है, ठीक है, वो 4 इन्वेस्टर के पास पिच कर रहा है, लेकिन आप ये सोचिए वो इन्वेस्टर पिच कर रहा है वो उन सारे लोगों को जो ये शो देख रहे हैं। वो शो देखने वाले कोई एस्पायरिंग एम्प्लॉय भी हो सकते हैं, कोई आपके स्टेक होल्डर हो सकते हैं, कोई आपके कस्टमर हो सकते हैं, कोई आपके पोटेंशियल फ्यूचर इन्वेस्टर हो सकते हैं। वो ये इंपॉर्टेंट चीज वो एंटरप्रेन्योर को लाके देता है।
That's great.
Thank you.
I mean, I understood most of that. My Hindi's not great, but my wife talks to me in Hindi normally when she's telling me off. So I do understand some Hindi, and I think what you've done is amazing. By the way, that's like incredible. And this is like a real Indian investor investing in Indian businesses. You get a lot of people from the international scene, I imagine, coming into India, trying to invest. But you've grown up in this industry for 25 years. You've done this while people were still in their nappies, half the time. So look, thank you very much for coming to this session. And even on the pre-call yesterday, I was like amazed at what you've achieved and what you've done. So I think we're going to start by letting you introduce yourself. Just to give a little bit of background of how you started to come into the investment industry, and what the kind of businesses are that you invest in. Let's just start with that.
So 25 years back, so GVFL Limited was the first entry point of my experience, a real life experience.
of.
So what did you do before GVFL? What was your?
So it was more of academics education, and then landed up in GVFL, not knowing fully well what the venture capital is all about. And
back then, 25.
No, there was no idea about what.
Then no one knew what venture was.
Where am I getting into, right?
Yeah.
So 23 years old guy who is quite enthusiastic about everything, and so you land up in something wherein you are exposed to many different industries, different sectors and other things, right? And the enthusiasm level, because you are the youngest guy, right? So in office, everybody would be like your boss and will be putting some work to you, and it is up to your enthusiasm, how much you grab. And you start with all kind of kachra activity and other stuff. And then what I experienced early in venture capital, the point is, if you are excited about anything, the learning curve matures much faster. That is number one. You are expected to talk about any sector, understand any sector, value chain, everything. And then if there is more excitement, there is always a fulfilling part. Okay, these companies, and in those days it used to happen because there were not many venture capitalists around. So let's assume.
Some of the audience may know what venture capital is. Some may not.
No, I will.
So maybe you can just as well say, what is venture capital?
So venture capital is when somebody has a great idea or a great technology.
And you can switch into Hindi as well. That's fine.
So if somebody has a great idea or technology or product and feel that it can be a great business, one can create out of it. But of course, it requires capital. In our traditional sense in India, while we were younger, maybe 15 years back, and it was not uncommon, and many of you people would have heard of, if you have ancestral inherited properties, baap dada na paisa hoye to dhandho thai. You can't get into a business unless you are rich. So that was the perception. And why that perception was? Because any business guy, it was presumed that he need to put up the land, building, plant and machinery, good office, good car. If he does not have a car or nice office, even the vendor and customer will not like to deal the business with this, right? What has changed, and maybe in last 15 years, because the startup ecosystem has matured. Now there is a technology intervention. So technology has penetrated across the sector, that is number one. High computing power ability, the internet connectivity has solved many of the things. It has democratized everything. So there is hardly any difference between...
So, what I'm amazed at, with a question in my brain...
No, I'm coming to...
Now I'm thinking, okay, we invest in technology. But back 25 years ago, what kind of businesses did you invest in to get a venture type return?
So most of the time, it was like... GVFL, while it was created, first 10 years it was the World Bank money which has come to GVFL. So in fact, GVFL was created to absorb World Bank money. So it came with the mandate that what is a venture capital? Means anywhere you are investing in innovation, on-tried technology, which has a global potential, that money need to be invested in. So your first test was that, okay, does it meet or not? Then you evaluate the entrepreneur, his business strategy and other things, and you end up being like a solo investor because you will not have the second round investor, third round investor. So you have a product market fit. You did a pilot well in Ahmedabad or Gujarat, but how do you scale it up? You don't have the right kind of capital.
What kinds of businesses? Was it more like buying, was it like generic type stuff?
No. Not generic type. So it was always innovation. Like for example, in early days, some food technology we have invested in, some RO technology in India. Globally, if something first time found was in 1990 in Baroda, one Baroda-based company, we could not scale to a market, but those were early days because you were ahead of the market, wherein whether the RO technology is need of the market or not, because people were used to have a tap water, right? So you come up with that thing. Then there was one company in micronized mineral, a great technology, and then there was a company in color-ting. There was one telecom product. We invested in a company. A company was pre-revenue for 3 years. Then we struggled because the founder started fighting. You don't have money and second round, so naturally you will have all struggle around. But great telecom product, we ended up selling in 2007 to Flextronics. So
you've had an extraordinary number of exits when I look at your profile.
Correct.
Yeah, so we'll come back to the exits. But okay, so just because if anyone has a great there are different stages of investing. You're looking at the entrepreneur, you're looking at deal sourcing and other things. But the first question I've got for you, it's like when you look at an entrepreneur, what is it? Because you had a huge, you've invested in a huge number. I thought I'd invested in a lot of companies. When I look at That's 35. When I look at how many of you've invested in it, it's such a larger volume. So you get an idea of what it is you're looking for in an entrepreneur. So what is that X factor that you're looking for?
So anyway, it goes without saying, somebody should have a great idea, great product, and have demonstrated up to a level.
It's almost like you have to have that as a given.
Right.
Yeah, you have to have something there.
Unless, so of course.
Or would you invest in a business with not very much product, not a great fit, but a person you think this guy's going to do something amazing?
It's very difficult to measure, and even I will tell, and most of the VC says second-term founder we will invest in. So the success in one company does not lead to a success in a second company. So betting on a founder is something everybody tells globally, but that is not how the venture capital works, because unless you are clearly be focused on, okay, this is what the product or technology, why I be, and what could be a differentiated, what could be a business model, how would I scale it up, and what amount of money would it require. It's very difficult because, see, imagine a scenario for ourselves in day-to-day life. Unless we are focused and clear about okay, what next 12 months I will do, you can't really chart a path for a monthly basis or a weekly basis. So you can't really be trusting on a guy who will tell you, I will come up with a great idea or great something, I'm experimenting with maybe A, B, C, something will work. It does not work that way. And I have seen many of the investors who invest because you feel it's a great founder. Why is great founder? Because it's a great narrator or storyteller. And most of the startup investment, India or globally, it is a function of the great storytelling or narrative. The idea could be copycat. So you can have an idea, I can have a similar idea, you can have a great storytelling capability. Probably you have the first round, maybe a second round. And by the time you have a second round, there is a differentiation because the press or media would be talking about yourself. There will be a PR agency working. There may be a social media marketing because the moment the funding is in place, you have a better ability to hire the marketing. Rather, the digital marketing agencies try to be around like honeybees. Wherever they see is, okay, there is a money to scheme, right? So the point is, okay, the early money make a differentiation and make the story and narrative on a faster pedestal so that you can raise maybe a third round, fourth round, depending on what the market size is. And it goes without saying that venture capitalists invest wherever there is a large market. So if there is a large market and if you have experimented something, if you have a story to tell, people, early believer believes it. So as of now, you are having the storyteller, right? Now you have two investors. So three people are telling the story.
Let me just, I got this understanding great. So you will invest in someone, an entrepreneur, who can tell a good story. And that's good for the first and second rounds because you need to be able to raise money. And you need to be able to tell people about what you're doing in a way that they think, okay, I can get this. This guy can raise money. And I think he understands the commercial and the product market mix. But as you scale the business globally, you may need a different type of entrepreneur who then can scale and trade a business in a different way. So sometimes through the growth of the business, you might have to take out the founder and maybe put a professional CEO in there. Have you found you need to do that? And say, look, the founder was good for the first 2-3 rounds, but actually to take this global, we need a different kind of guy here. Correct. So do you often
that happens because...
we do that a lot because we invest in companies which are academics. Like you've got academic guy who's technically a great founder and is good at like some of the sciencey stuff, but as the business scales, you often have a very difficult conversation with the founder. Say, actually, you were good at then, but now we need someone else to scale it, and that's a hard conversation.
It's a hard conversation, but in my fund life, it will not happen because we are investing in the early stage. Believe me, whatever the people say, till the time the company achieves maturity level, professional CEO does not work. It does not fit into your organizational structure. It needs to be the founder and co-founder. If you chose to bet on a founder and co-founder, which you eventually, maybe a year or 2 years later, realize that these are not the competent guy, you need to live with that because it's very difficult to replace with. One, because they are holding some equity. Second thing is, you don't know whether the professional you will, and most of we don't have that kind of luxury to put more money. But let's assume you are a bigger fund, you have ability to put 20 crores first, but you have also ability to put 100 crores, right? You don't mind correcting your previous mistake by putting another 50 crores, hiring professional CEO at a salary of maybe 1 crore or 2 crores. What motivates that professional CEO? Is it a salary or achieving a scale is also a debatable. And so the clear-cut
it's
experience
complicated
so
to
far.
get dynamic between equity and growth versus salary and income, and trying to find someone who's really motivated. And the founder's obviously very motivated to make their company work. So it is a very difficult dynamic. So I'm just going to go back again. So you invested in these early companies 25 years ago, but you've seen the industry evolve and mature. So how have you seen, what kind of business do you think are getting funded now?
So I will tell you how the journey took place. So between 2000 and 2010, we were the only fund which were investing in technology companies. And again, in technology company, you have a certain different sector would have a different technology, not necessarily scalable. Only which can make money was more of IT services company. So we had early bet in maybe a 2 or 3 IT services company. It did very, very well. We could exit it, and that could make my fund returns well, right? So those were the time. Other private equity fund, many of them came into the market because RBI facilitated by some press note 2, 3. So that they can do the venture capital investment in the infrastructure space. All of them, because infrastructure by design are leverage assets, right?
Yeah.
These are not typically venture capital. From 2012-13 onwards, because the internet and everything started happening up, so the e-commerce and then disintermediation started happening up across the business model. So because when we talk about a startup, what startup does, it solves a pain point, right? Or market inefficiency. So it brings transparency. Now, pain point and inefficiencies. If anybody need to globally map where do the pain point exist, the India is the biggest market wherein all kind of pain point, every sector, you name any sector, you will have the opportunities. So, and the point is now the ecosystem is in place. So in last 10 years, you have incubators, accelerators, then many angel investors. And why many angel investors? Because if you look at last 3 seasons of Shark Tank. So what happens because of the Shark Tank, or maybe Kal Ke Karorpati.
So Shark Tank is like your cereal.
So in Shark Tank, what happens? Because
for the non-Indian people, i.e. me.
So
that's the series that comes on where investors, angels pitch. We have something similar in the UK. So you have people pitching for money to angels, and the panel.
Correct. No, but the point is Shark Tank. Most of the people would be viewing Shark Tank, and many of them will realize, okay, this person who is pitching, he does hardly 2 crores, 3 crores revenue. And the good part about Shark Tank is they present only the startup ideas which are easy to relate by the audience.
Yeah.
So it's relatable. If somebody is doing 2 crores revenue, asking for 50 crores valuation, this guy in maybe a rural area think, okay, I am also doing, and I can do. Why would I not do it, right?
So it's inspired in
So it inspires, maybe in good way, bad way, whatever. Yeah. That is how you start experimenting, right? So there is a euphoria in the youngster. Okay, why do I get into jobs? Because this is a better way, it's a shortcut to make the wealth generation. It's not essentially a shortcut, but anyway, you start with something and then you lead to somewhere, right? The second part is, because there are huge wealth available to many of the HNIs or family offices, right? Like, for example, you are a great real estate guy, made maybe 500 crores, or maybe you have sold your legacy business, created 1,000 crore, or maybe you are running a legacy business, but your kids came from USA after studying and they don't want to be part of it. They want, this startup is fashion, right?
Yeah.
Now, these people have money, but Shark Tank will not call them, right? So you, out of your imagination, you believe, okay, I am also a shark. And then there will be the incubation center, the other players, then the angel platform. We will appeal to this, your feeling which is unmet, right? Yeah, you are great. You can be a shark. So why don't you come? We will have a pitching, right?
So there's a difference. So angel investors are people who made their own money and invest directly into companies.
So they
it's part of a fund, so it's a much more professional approach to investing with larger pots. So how do you work with the angels in your ecosystem, or do you not? Do you say, like, if it's angel backed, we shouldn't be playing, or do you like try and work with the angels?
No, so we don't differentiate whether it's angel backed, it's a good startup or not. But one thing is clear, unlike in the past 5 years back, wherein the startup will come without any external equity, right? The problem with that, they would not have scaled to a level. I will tell, okay, you scale to a level, then come back to me. Then probably he will never come back to me, many of them, because they could not get the opportunity to demonstrate. Like, you have a great product, but how would you demonstrate unless you have money, right? Now, because of the angel investors, you have that ability to demonstrate. And once you cross that path, demonstration, there are around more than 1,000 funds in the market like us who will compete against each other, right? And so that is good for the entrepreneur. At the end of the day, they get two things. One is, if you are entrepreneur, if you think that every week I need to do at least one pitching, you will find the audience. Audience means essentially investor who will be hearing, and your pitch will get refined, right? By maybe 6 months, you would have made presentation to at least 50 different forum or investor, and by 51st pitch, so somebody could be good storyteller, story or narrator, right? Could be in his first or second pitch could have an investor, but otherwise also one can have.
So I'm going to quickly, because I can't believe how quickly the time's gone actually, and it's running down. But I wanted to get into some of your investments. And so I'm going to ask you, what's the most exciting investment that you've backed and that you think has a huge amount of potential moving forward?
So there are many stories.
Give us an example. Give us a nice case study.
I will make very generic so that I can connect with the audience. So we invested in one company called E-Infochips, which was ASIC embedded chip designing.
What's it called, sorry?
E-Infochips.
E-Infochips.
A local company. While we invested, it was a 50 engineers company. While we sold to one USA company, they had 2,000 engineering, great amount of profits.
So
and other things.
You've actually invested and you've sold exit.
Yeah, we made 50x. It could cover up some of the problem which we created for ourselves.
So he invested in a company and then it increased the value by 50 times and sold it to an American business. So that's the dream.
Maybe I can tell the second extreme, wherein it was not easy at any point of time. Like one boy came to me and he said, I have created a product. So while he is biomedical engineering study, he came across a biomaterial called chitosan, which has blood clotting properties. So he said, I made a product out of it. If you put to profuse bleeding, it can clot the blood in a natural way. So any bullet shift injury or accidental injury where the blood will not stop, even you can't really operate in the trauma center. There is no other solution to it, right? So he said, I can do with it. So I said, okay, the product is working. I checked up with this 108 and trauma center in the civil hospital. So he said, product is working. So then we said, okay, we will invest. But with a small investment, what do? You can't create your own facility. So I spoke to one pharma company. I said, we will put one machine into your company and one person. So allow us, we will have some contract agreement with you. He said, okay. We went to a drug licensing authority. We said, okay, give us a license. Then they said, okay, this product is not subject to any license. So I read Drug Cosmetic 1940. I went to those authorities. If I apply voluntarily, you need to license me because we are a responsible investor, right? So we got a license. Then we had all samples and everything. Then I spoke to the health secretaries and everybody that can you help us on the clinical trials. So the expert opinion came that you don't require, because it's just external things, you don't require clinical trials. I said, you are coming in contact with the blood, right? So there could be efficacy, toxicity, God knows what will happen. So it took 2 years in clinical trials, documentation, everything. And then we apply for CE certification. After this 3 years, that founder used to run around on a bike because with my money, he can only afford that kind of stuff. So after 3 years, Excel partner put in a big amount of money. Then IDG Venture, now known as Chiratra Venture, they put in more money. Ratan Tata Fund, we flipped the structure to USA. So raised more than 150 crores. Our fund life was over, so we got
so
an
exit. This is a company that you basically had to really step in to help and support from the beginning.
Correct.
So as a venture capitalist, it doesn't mean you put money in and you just sit back and relax. Most of us who invest into startups, half the time we have to take up the executive positions because, they maybe not have the right skills mix. And because you put your money in there, you're going to try and help and support those companies. And probably Meher's working, he's done so many investments. He's probably like in the morning he's doing blood clotting, in the evening he's doing silicon chips. So you're basically doing such a variety of things in the same day. Half the time you're helping them fundraise, half the time you're, being your BD guy. Second half is like, okay, let me make a connection into pharma. It sounds like you did that this time and try to structure some kind of deal there. So there's actually a lot of different things you're doing as an investor. You're really trying to help and support your companies, and I think that's what you're trying to describe. And he's trying to describe, if you do that and you do that very well, and you have to be persistently good at it, then you may get some good exits at the other end, in which I think you've gone. So I asked him what his hobbies are. He goes, I'm an investor. I get up in the morning and I'm on it. Basically you switch on. You've got so many portfolios, just and by the evening you're wiped out. So I think that's probably how you are in
So
terms of
we look at around 100 startup, we end up investing in 2 of them. But the point is...
So every 100 business plans that he gets on his desk, he only invests in 2.
So
that's a very,
So the point is...
so it's very selective.
Selective, but the point is over a period of time, learning curve also mature. And I will tell you how it works. Like for example, if you look at, let's assume EV space. So you will understand the cell technology, NMC, LFP, how does it work, what is power density, what could be globally a lithium pricing, how does it work, who are the major producer, and then entire, the product category. So if there would be a battery, what could be a value addition, and then battery management software, how does it work, then controller, how do they work, and then powertrain, and maybe a motor, and different technologies in motor. So once you have understood the piece of it, then you can just think about okay, what could be a business model out of it. So it could be a consumer facing some vehicle you create out of it, or you can have a different use case, or you can have a business model around. So the point is, once you have gone through entire thing, and globally what are the anomaly technology, and in fact,
so on that point though, just to bridge
so any proposal then comes, you tell maybe 2 lines, I will know where you are going, right? So the point is, it's always with experience, the learning curve matures.
So
and
moving forward, because I want to know, the question in my brain is burning, it's like next stage of innovation. I'm very focused on biotech, so I only really know biotech, and I don't really know much else. But where do you think the next stage of innovation in terms of, you've seen 25 years, what are the next things you're looking for that you think can have global appeal, especially in the new environment that we're in geographically?
So maybe have 5 minutes, maybe I can explain some...
Maybe we haven't got 5 minutes, maybe got 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes, Sajid, are we good? 2 minutes.
So he did not say 5 minutes, because 30 seconds.
But I've got a leeway there.
So biotechnology, we have experimented biotechnology. We ended up, 15 years back, we ended up investing in some novel drug discovery.
Like a novel therapeutic or anything?
Novel therapy. Like you can cure cancer out of it because there are preclinical results, right? Or HIV, or maybe allergy, asthma. Yeah. So we end up investing. And then globally we understood that is in-licensing and out-licensing always work. So the moment it leads to maybe a phase 1, you can out-license to anybody, right? And that is how we understood a business model. Yeah. But then we realized that sitting in India, it is not possible, right? We struggle around, and and you can't really find investors. Because the point is, in biotechnology in USA, you can reach to $1 billion company with the private equity money every time without revenue. In India, it's not possible.
Is that, do you think that India is not, is it because they haven't seen the exits in drug discovery and development?
No,
therefore they're not investing in innovation?
We then left, okay, biotechnology is something very difficult terrain we need to get into. I will tell you, 3 years back, I was reading the report of animal husbandry, Ministry of Animal Husbandry. What does it say? India has a population of 19 crores cattle, means cow and their male part, 11 crores buffalo, 8.5 crores poultry. So your protein requirement, 38.5 crores moving animals, they meet, right? So what could be alternative way? It talks about everything, that report. So there is a need of alternative protein, the alternative meat and everything. Meat-free. But in India, you can't find. So I searched around globally. In USA, there are multi-billion-dollar company, pre-revenue company. In this space, whether it's alternative protein, working on manufacturing out of factory, or maybe, believe me, I said to myself, okay, in India it's not possible. In 15 days time, 2 co-founders came to me, they said we made a casein protein.
Okay.
So how did they make? They took a ghee cow, milk, genes, and manipulated with microorganism, and then in bioreactor they synthesized and extracted protein out of it, and it's casein. So came with all reports and other stuff. I verified it with some Singapore expert connected to Spain. We invested within 1.5 months, the word spread, and the company was sitting with 150 crores term sheet. They were looking only 10 crore fundraise. We limited to 32 crores. But the point is, everybody told me, those experts, you have found something gem. Yeah. And globally, it's a global patent. Nobody has cracked. It's just in Surat, they have a facility. They are working on this. In next another 2 months, 2 co-founder, both PhD, one in biotechnology and biochemistry, came to me, said, do you know that these cows are subjected to multiple pregnancy? Then I said, yes, because of milking purpose. Okay, no, sir, it is not milking purpose only. in developed markets, the cows are made pregnant and they are killed. Just to take the fetus out, because in fetus, the blood has the maximum growth factor. So which is then with growth factor, you make fetal bovine serum, which goes into entire pharmaceutical, stem cell, wherein you require growth factor. You need to grow the culture very fast, right? So I said, what do you do? He said, I have developed an alternative of it. So I said, how do we validate it? So he said, this could be potential user, all pharmaceuticals and everybody, right? Then IIT Gandhinagar was one of the institution which was importing 85,000 rupees per milligram. So I spoke to IIT Gandhinagar. They were okay to check this product. They experimented and called me up. It is getting the same result. So they were importing at 85,000 rupees per milligram. I checked with this guy. Okay, what is the cost? He said, I'm manufacturing liters. I don't have a problem. So imagine a scenario, okay, you are replacing this fetus bovine serum killing cow with alternative, which has a multi-billion-dollar market globally and nobody's cracked it. He has a patent. So then IIT Gandhinagar, then I checked with IIT Mumbai, ki ye log kya kar rahe hain? So IIT Mumbai, I checked up with him. They said, we are also importing. So I said, okay, now with confidence, you use this product. So they used it, called me back, it is giving the perfect result. So now I was not required to check with them further. I said, kahan use kiya tum logon ne? So believe me, surprisingly, that 24 years old boy was experimenting alternative meat. So he was growing chicken in a laboratory.
Yeah.
तो मैंने कहा कि कब से कर रहे हो? तो बोलता है 2 साल से कर रहा हूँ, मैं ग्रोथ फैक्टर यूज़ करता हूँ, अभी इसका यूज़ किया. So I said, okay, it's working. So I took some of my non-vegetarian colleagues. मैंने कहा टेस्ट करो. So same texture, same taste.
Tasting.
You have a better nutritional content and it is antibiotic free, disease free and everything. So that boy now, then I said, okay, can we experiment in larger audience? Believe in front of me, in next 15 days, he gathered around 100 restaurant here and some celebrity that chefs, कि भाई इसको test करो. Everybody was so gung-ho about it. And believe me, it changes entire landscape because you can manufacture out of lab.
Yeah.
अब ये मैं करके बैठा था, उसके 2 महीने में one local entrepreneur came to me. He is a PhD in biotechnology and then PhD he did research in Johns Hopkins in USA. So he came to me. He said, sir, do you know that blood has a growth factor? मैंने कहा पता है growth factor होता है blood में. ठीक है सर. मैंने कहा what do you do with that? So he said, I am talking about human blood and its growth factor, right? मेरे दिमाग में तो fetus ही था. So he said that diabetic foot is a massive problem. It means there is no solution to it. If somebody has a diabetes and if there is a wound, the foot amputation will take. So with a diabetic foot, 50% of the people gets into foot amputation. There is no solution. In India, there is a 2 lakh people undergoes foot amputation every year. And government gives 50,000 rupees to hospital because how a patient will afford this amputation, right? So somebody need to pay it just to cut the leg, right? So, and USA also is the same problem because there is no alternative. So what did he do? He said, I take the patient's blood and I take out the cells, I re-engineer those cells, which is essentially growth factor, I convert into gel, which is transported back to hospital. Hospital just to need to put the gel on that wound, dressing kar lo. Within 3 weeks, you open dressing, 6 महीने में it will heal. So मैंने कहा कहाँ किया तुमने? He took me to civil hospital. Believe me, civil hospital, the doctor said that this guy came to me, I did not believe it. Then he showed me the mechanism part of it because the doctor need to be explained in the medical term. How the mechanism of action, how the cells, how regenerative ability, how your neuropathy will work. So then it's a neuropathy, right? The cells are dead. They can't have that ability to proliferate and have a communication to repair itself, right? So the point is, once the doctor understood, he said, okay, there is a case to it. So he said, okay, clinical trials, let us leave it aside. I conduct a investigative study. Investigative study उसने किया on 50 patients. On 50 patients which were admitted for amputation, all of them saved. All legs saved. So they are under formal clinical trial. So what I'm saying, we are running out of time. These are all great innovation. You talk about biotechnology, otherwise I would not have touched this.
I let you go, and I'm getting aggrieved. The reason why I let it go is I love the story. I think it's amazing. I think the businesses you're investing are amazing, and they're quite disparate and diverse, and you have to engage yourself in biotech, tech, and so many different areas. You're one of the most experienced investors in India that I've met, and I think you're still currently investing as well. You've got a new fund coming up as well. So I just want to, A, thank you for your time, B, it's a privilege to meet you, C, hopefully we can connect on things in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. That's an amazing story.
We're going to do a quick...
Thank you.
Can we get the chairs sorted? Well done, Sunil. That was a good one. That was good. Just as we get ready for the next panel, can I ask a few of you just to come to the front here? So if you're sitting in the sides, come to the middle, and if you're sitting in the back, come to the sides. So all of you, just move into the middle. Hello? Just move into the middle. And if you're sitting at the back, come forward. We want to bring the energy forward, nearer the stage. We can bring a few people from the back. If you're standing at the back, stand up, come back, move forward. We've got some space at the front. Thanks. We've got some people at the back. Just come down. Thank you. Come down to the front. That would be great. Thank you so much. So while we're getting these seats together, I just want to say, Mihir, where are you? Are you still there? Thank you. It was great meeting you in the private equity session in Bombay. It was full of energy, a lot of exciting investors there, not only from India investing in India now. What we saw at that conference was there's people from Singapore, America, the UK, the Middle East. There's people all coming into India. But what you have done in Gujarat is incredible. And we talk about innovation, and you've been at the forefront in Gujarat over these last many years, finding the best entrepreneurs and taking them out to the world. So, what you have done for collaborative innovation, you embody the spirit of what we're trying to do in this conference. So, please, everybody, give me here and Sunil, a huge round of applause for a fascinating conversation. And we're quite short of time there, but we look forward to inviting you back again and maybe going through some of the more of the case studies, some of the other ones that work, like e-info chips. I mean, these look like an incredible company, and some of these other great technologies, and maybe seeing and contrasting them to the ones that didn't work, and maybe what do you think the future for investment in Gujarat is? What is the thesis and strength for Gujarati investment and innovation? So I'd like to invite my panel onto the stage, which is Beating Obesity, What Are Our Chances? So please, Catherine, Kat, Chirag, Dr. Andy, Vrinda, and Shaylee, please. Please come to the stage. And please, you've all had a lot of biscuits, I know. I thought we consumed about 4,000 biscuits there, and we got 500 people in there. So that's 4 biscuits per person. So with that sugar and energy inside you, and given that we're talking about obesity, it's very relevant. Sugar gives energy. So please, with all that sugar and biscuit inside you and all that sugary masala chai, all right, please give another round of applause with some energy.
Obesity is one of the greatest health challenges of our time. But just how serious is the problem? Many assume obesity is simply the result of overeating, but the truth is far more complex. Sedentary lifestyles, ultra-processed foods, stress, and genetics all contribute to its rise. According to the World Obesity Federation, in 2024, more than 1 billion people worldwide were living with obesity, highlighting its urgency as a global health crisis. In fact, obesity rates have tripled since 1975, reflecting the alarming pace at which this issue has grown. Obesity isn't just about excess weight, it serves as a gateway to severe health risks, including diabetes, heart disease, and other life-threatening conditions. However, science and lifestyle changes offer hope. Medical advancements, personalized nutrition, and community-driven initiatives are reshaping the fight against obesity. Obesity is a challenge, but not an impossible one. Through awareness, scientific innovation, and collective action, we can make a difference. The real question is, are we ready?
I think this intro did my job for me. I'm going to come down and sit down in the audience and let them chat amongst themselves, I think. Great intro, Ajit. Thank you very much. The reason why we did this panel this year is that when you look at the therapeutics industry, it is alive and buzzing with research and investment in obesity. What was considered as something that was way down the list for biotech and big pharma is right at the top of this list. GLP-1. That is the target that everybody has been looking and is after. The drug Ozempic from Novo Nordisk has taken this pharma company from not being at the forefront to at the very forefront of the world pharmaceutical industry. It's turned the world upside down. And we asked Andy in our team day earlier this year to kind of educate us on some of the background research and some of the chemistry and the biology behind some of this research. I thought it was a good time to open this discussion out and the multi-factor elements that contribute to obesity. So firstly, I'd like to, I'd firstly like all of you to introduce yourselves very, very briefly, quickly.
I am Dr. Chirag Thakkar. I am heading Adroit Center for Digestive and Obesity Surgery. And for the past 15 years, now we are helping people change their lives by dealing their digestive and obesity-related problems. So that includes laparoscopic surgery for digestive problems, bariatric surgery, and of course, guide and motivate them for lifestyle change.
Thank you. Kat.
Hi. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Hello. I'm VP of Drug Discovery for the East Coast of America for 7th o2h Discovery, and that's how most people. That's how most people in this room will know me. But a few years ago, I worked for about 4 years as head of technology for an innovative health profiling company called endeavour. And in that, it spurns a personal interest in preventative healthcare and how we can track the early stages of non-communicable diseases. So generally speaking, I'm a chemist and cell biologist by training. I also have an MBA, and I've been in the drug discovery for 20 years. Having a period of time looking at it from the opposite angle, from prevention, was really eye-opening for me.
Thank you, Kat.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Shelly here. I'm a nutritionist and a triathlete. People who do not know triathlon, it includes 3 sports: swimming, cycling, and running. So I've just earned the title of Ironman, which is world's one-day toughest endurance race. Thank you. And bringing nutrition experience into the fitness and trying to help one and many, embracing the holistic wellness and not just diet. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. First of all, happy 20th birthday O2H group.
Thank you.
And so myself, Vrinda Shah. I'm a clinical dietitian by profession. I'm also a certified diabetic educator. So I've been into this industry more than a decade. And we are basically working with a holistic approach, whole solution under one roof. And my master is obesity and diabetes, of course.
Hi guys, so Andy Morley, I'm Chief Scientific Officer for O2H, and I've worked in the pharmaceutical industry for more years than I can remember, but I've worked on a number of projects that are in this space, and as Prashant said, I've got an interest in what's been going on over the last few years. Pleasure to be on the panel.
What an incredible panel we have, covering a really wide range of perspectives. Can't wait to get stuck into this. Dr. Chirag, how would you define obesity?
Obesity is, I would say, it's a metabolic disease which the primary defining factor is an abnormal deposition of fat in the body, which eventually affects almost every system of the body. The association of obesity to problems like diabetes, cardiac problems, hypertension, dyslipidemia is very well known. But something which is comparatively less known or people understand less is that obesity is a kind of a chronic inflammatory condition which again affects the whole of the body. Just imagine that you are carrying a virus 24/7, 365 days. That is what obesity causes to your body. We all know that oil or fat, when it is stale, it gets rancid. And the fat which is deposited in an abnormal amount in the body, when it is not destructed and renewed, it causes the same effect in your body. And that is how it leads to problems like atherosclerosis. Even the association of obesity to cancer has the same pathophysiology. And there are international guidelines to quantify the abnormal amount of fat that is deposited in the body. We measure it by weight or BMI, waist circumference or waist hip ratio and all that. But what now we are able to understand is that those guidelines are still not very updated. It needs new modifications because those are Western standards, and we now are able to understand that the Asians, especially the Indians, are having all these metabolic problems at a much lesser amount of obesity or much lesser amount of fat deposition compared to the Western community. And the same also applies to gender. Males are certainly having more problems with lesser amount of abnormal fat compared to the females.
Thank you. I just want to say you're in a very fine tradition of Indian doctors. It's one of India's greatest export is the Indian doctor. So it's great to come to the motherland and see that the Indian doctor tradition is in still wonderful hands and in good health. So thank you.
Certainly,
it's always a pleasure. What surgical options do you do, and are they effective?
See, so when we talk about bariatric surgeries or weight loss surgeries, they are essentially laparoscopic surgeries making changes in the stomach and intestines. So the common and the most standardized surgeries are gastric sleeve surgery, when we reduce the size of the stomach, and a couple of modifications of gastric bypass, where we make a pouch out of the stomach and attach a part of intestine so that a part of stomach and intestine is bypassed. So all these changes eventually causes a lot of changes in the gut-related hormones. Some of the hormones reduce and some hormones are increased. And the combination of that eventually helps us change our metabolism, where gradually the lipolysis, that is the fat, is destructed. And it also helps in the improvement of metabolic problems like diabetes, fatty liver, lipid abnormalities, and all that.
Has the new research on the new drugs, has it made the need for surgery redundant now?
I would not believe that. No doubt, there are a lot of updates which are very positive, very energizing, because there was a lot of need for that space. See, we need to understand that obesity is a much complex problem than we would like to understand or consider. And the treatment of obesity is always going to be multifocal. So there would be space of medicine, there would be space for surgery. And as all the panelists would agree that lifestyle, cultural change, social change, and diet change are certainly the requirement, whatever updates come in medicine and surgery.
Is India, or in particular Ahmedabad and Gujarat, a world leader in these bariatric surgeries?
Pardon?
Is Ahmedabad, India, a world leader in some of these bariatric surgeries?
See, I am not exactly aware about the numbers, but see, in terms of the facilities and the expertise, we are at least at par, if not ahead to the other parts of the world.
Thank you. All right, so I'm now going to kind of roll on to Andy. So we looked at kind of surgical options and the great kind of pivot or turning point in the fight against obesity are these new drugs and these GLP-1 receptor agonists like semaglutide. It's like a magic pill, isn't it, Andy? How does it work?
I wouldn't go as far as that, Prashant. These are mimics of hormones, which are kind of communication systems that you have in your body. So as you eat or you're fasting, these can be regulated up and down. And GLP-1 stands for glucagon-like peptide. So it's a peptide, an amino acid sequence that is released into the body, and it impacts a lot of the organs in your body. Its main focus, as Dr. Chirag has mentioned, is that it will tell your brain that you're full, so you don't eat. But it also has impact then on how quickly your stomach can empty. And these hormones, there are several of them that come under a family class called incretins, and they all have close interlink and talk. And subsequently then, GLP-1 can also influence insulin, which is a key regulator of glucose for sugar. And all of this together then is, as has been alluded to, it's all keeping everything in balance. But this is one part of a journey that the pharmaceutical industry is going on that is impacting people for the better, but it is at an early stage.
Who are the major players in this space in terms of the GLP-1s, and what are the different treatment options available, or medical options or pill options that are available at the moment?
Well, to start with, GLP-1, I think, was originally identified late 60s, early 70s, so it's taken 50 years from identifying it to get where we've got to now. The first products on the market are relatively similar to the natural peptide. It's just they've been refined to give them a longer period of duration so you feel fuller for longer. But this is the first journey, and they aren't pills at the moment, or the first generation aren't pills because you've got to inject them. And subsequently then there are some people who just have a phobia against that. They don't like taking injections. But there's been an awful lot of work going into the kind of CMC and formulation side, because peptides, again, do what they need to do, but if you want to make them into drugs, you want to change them in some way, they aren't the easiest things to handle. So this first wave of products are the first stepping stone. More recently, they have been reformulated such that you can now start taking them orally as a pill, but they're probably not the optimal kind of compounds. And the companies who are doing that are the ones who've been working on insulins for a long time. So as Prashant mentioned, Novo Nordisk was a relatively small company in terms of its focus, which was purely on insulins and things around that. Now they've moved into the GLP-1 space, and their prices shot up dramatically. Eli Lilly are another company who've done that, and now you've seen the kind of money that can be made, and every pharmaceutical company, an awful lot of biotechs and startups are now moving into this space such that it is transformed.
Are there any other novel approaches on the horizon that are perhaps complementary or different to the GLP-1 approach?
There's a lot going on. As I mentioned, GLP-1 is a family of hormones called incretins, and these have close interplay. So there's an awful lot of work now looking at how these things can all combine, what the impact is. And as we've talked about an awful lot, there is this push now to personalised medicines, which will be, for you as an individual, what is your specific needs and requirements? And the more drugs and options we've got available to us, the more impact it can make on each specific individual and their circumstances.
Thank you, Andy. Vrinda, shouldn't we just focus on lifestyle and fitness instead of surgery and pills?
So, of course, I personally in favor of holistic approach and the lifestyle changes. So, first of all, if we want a temporary solution, then definitely, then I would not say definitely, but we might go with the pills or surgeries. But lifestyle changes is all about improving your mental and physical health both, including your emotional health as well, and to prevent other lifestyle diseases as well. And obviously without any side effects, with lots of positive outcomes. And it's basically to boost up your immunity, to boost up your confidence as well. We need to go with the lifestyle approaches. So it's all about lifespan versus health span.
And that brings me neatly on to Shelley. Your advice in this area.
So I personally feel that first we need to see what a lot of obese people have made multiple attempts in trying to reduce weight with different dietary approaches also, but they have been receiving failures. So it is better you use the technology, do the genetic testing, find out which genes are impacting you to not lose weight. Like for example, in our clients, we try to see the genes. If we are giving them high carb diets and their genetic is such that they are not able to digest carbs, then in that state of individual, you have to work differently. Now they will get demotivated in the process where we keep on imposing them to do the lifestyle changes. So that is where you need to play a holistic approach where you use the technology, do different kind of advanced technological tests, get the holistic information about that individual, understand how their relationship with the food is, understand what kind of sensitivities they have, whether they are gluten sensitive, whether they are the caffeine metabolism in their body is not working well, the metabolic rate, why it is going slow, understanding their relationship with the food. Like a lot of people, as Vrinda mentioned, have body image issues. Now these are psychological issues. So when a client comes to me, I can't just act as a nutritionist. I need to give them a bundled solution where I am understanding their psychology, understanding their genes, understanding their dietary practices, and then giving them a solution, a holistic solution which is doable at their end. Like if to an obese person you will go and you'll tell, okay, you have to exercise daily. Now they will say, oh, I know this. I know I don't have to eat processed food. I know I don't have to eat packaged foods. But how are you going to act differently? So that is where you are trying to fill the gap, understand their psychology and work on their small behavioral changes, and then reach to a stage where they are ready to embrace the dietary changes. First, we need to focus on lifestyle changes.
Well, I've known you for 17 years, I think, and you haven't aged a bit in that time. And you've always been very passionate about lifestyle, diet, nutrition. I'm not surprised that your husband's an Iron Man on top of that. So whatever she says, take note. It's be good advice, and you're living proof that it works.
Thank you.
Kat, early diagnosis, can that help?
Yes, absolutely. So the good news is we're living in an age now, particularly in recent years post-COVID, where people are interested in getting involved in their own health and tracking their own health. You know, we have the rise of wearables and people are just more attentive to what's going on with their own bodies. So therein gives us the opportunity to look earlier at the signs of not just obesity, but the diseases that can lead on to that. So of course early diagnosis can help because it means we can intervene sooner. To go back to something that Dr. Chirag pointed out, this is not just about body mass index and weight. You know, obesity is an imbalance in your fat and muscle ratio. Essentially, it's over fat rather than overweight, and we can look at that early. We can look at that even if you're not overweight by things like bioimpedance analysis, where you can actually monitor the fat and muscle ratio. Sorry. So you can actually monitor the fat and muscle ratio quite easily with devices at home. Then we can look at, okay, well, if things aren't quite right, you know, is that due to eating patterns and and behavioural traits? So, and then there are things in your blood biochemistry that can help you with that. So looking at, for instance, HbA1c, so for prolonged elevated levels of glucose can indicate you're eating too many sugary things too often. We can look for early signs of leptin resistance, which is one of the things that happens upstream as, say, insulin resistance that leads on to type 2 diabetes. And then we can also help with those where we are seeing signs of obesity, where there are the warning signs that this could lead on to other issues. And those are the non-communicable diseases that stem from chronic low-grade inflammation. And you can track that quite easily by things like looking at a chronic, slightly elevated level of CRP. So there are lots of ways that we can look early to see not just is somebody obese, but what are what's happening in the body associated with that, and then intervene in the most appropriate way.
I just want to touch on what Shelley just touched on just now, which is genetic approaches. And we talked about there being a multifactorial approach. So can we not kind of understand the genetic makeup of somebody and perhaps even intervene? I mean, you talked about personalized diets according to the genetic profile. But then if we understand what's happening at the genetic level, there may be a whole bunch of other approaches we could leverage.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we mentioned earlier, obesity is a holistic issue. It's not just about the amount of fat or the amount of food you eat. It's also about lifestyle. It's also about what you eat. It's also about how well you look after yourself. How well you sleep, for instance, can have an impact on it. Stress levels have an impact on your eating patterns. And then we need to think about the more broader issues. So the societal factors. Quite often people just don't have the time or maybe the money to eat well. And that's a much broader issue. So, and yes, we can measure those things. So there are well-validated surveys and measures you can take of stress levels, of eating patterns, of stress, exercise patterns. And this is the sort of thing that I was looking at Zenavida by tying together about 100 different variables across about 7 different factors to paint an individual picture of that individual, where their health status is, not disease status, but health status is, to actually then intervene effectively with diet and lifestyle changes. So all of these things are measurable. As Shaylee pointed out in the pre-panel briefing, we've had significant advantages in the genetic testing as well, and of course that does have an impact. So all of these factors come into play, and then by generating that bigger picture of that individual, then we can work out how to not just treat, but enable and support that individual appropriately.
Thank you. I've got lots of other questions here, but I want to bring in the audience because obviously this subject matter touches all of us in many different ways, and it doesn't matter who you are or what you are, we're always conscious of what we eat. Well, most of us, apart from the people eating all those biscuits, didn't seem very conscious at all. However, on the whole, most of us are conscious about what we eat. Can we invite some questions from the audience? Yes, please. Can we get a microphone over there? And if there's one down here, yeah, a couple down here, and then we'll get a microphone out to the back. Keep a few questions ready. We want this to be a bit more interactive, this session.
Hello.
It's on.
So really it was wonderful discussion. My question directly to Dr. Chirag. So you have mentioned it that surgery for the obesity. So my question is what are the disadvantages for this surgery?
See, every modification, whether we say medication or surgery, they certainly have their disadvantages. But whenever we choose a modality of treatment, that is a balance between what benefits they bring and weighing it with the disadvantages. So bariatric surgery is an advanced surgery, and there are likely major complications which are comparatively rarer. And more common problems would be nutritional problems because of the weight loss, because of the changes in the digestive system that we create during the surgery. But with all these things, bariatric surgery in current time is not a new thing. It has been here for more than 20 years now, and the science has evolved to tackle with the problems that occurs with the bariatric surgery. And if we see the advantages that it brings, in the current time, I would say that we don't have any other better alternative to that. When what Shaili and Brunda told, I totally agree that diet and lifestyle changes, even I would say cultural and behavioral changes are a must. But when I'm talking about bariatric surgery, many of the people here would not be aware exactly what kind of patients I'm talking about. If I give an example, recently I operated a 31-year-old female whose weight was 116 or 117. Her height was 5 feet. So her BMI was around 53 or 54. So at that height, the ideal weight would be around 55. So we are talking about people who are weighing double than what their ideal weight should be. And if we want to give them any reasonable medical health benefit, they need to have at least 20-25 kgs of a sustained weight loss. And I don't think in current times, without a bariatric surgery, we have an other alternative.
Thank you. Next question, Nishay. And then is there a mic at the back ready? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, so my question is actually directed towards Brunda and Shaili. You just talked about a long list of things, like from sleep to stress to addictions to food to even access to cleaner food and convenience of cleaner food versus processed food. It's just such an overwhelming list of things to take care of from the morning to the time that you go to bed that it becomes extremely difficult to not just track but also get done by the end of the day with your working lifestyle and everything. So for my question to you directly is going to be, what are going to be 2 or 3 steps which have the highest impact and the most easily practicable for any particular working professional today? Because I think that's going to be one of the key takeaways that you're going to take away from the session. So yeah, thank you.
So I'm going to ask one of you to take this question because and let someone else come up with another question. Okay.
Sure. So first of all, very good question, and that's the most common concern for all the people, for our patients. So I completely agree with Shaili told initially that it's not, we cannot give the ideal diet or perfect exercise routine from the day one. I would say rather than going for the 2 or 3 approaches, I would say go for every approaches for the first step. Like it's all about the baby step. For example, if I take about the sleep, and if a person has tendency to go to sleep at 1 o'clock, I do not immediately say that sleep at 10 o'clock in the night, right? First of all, I need to understand the daily routine and his lifestyle and whatever the concern may be, whether with a spouse time or whatever it is. So first I'll, request them to, at least, prepone it to 12 a.m. if he can. Then gradually I can go up to. Then talking about the stress, I also advise meditation sessions initially, or I advise affirmations, either write or listen, or depending on their readiness and depending on their adaptability. And I sometimes, like most of the cases, especially in PCOS, it is because of the mental trauma. So sometimes I ask them to consult a psychologist, then only they are getting the results. And in terms of diet, again, we all nutritionists, we always go with the slow gradual changes, the baby steps. I always tell my patients, your diet should not be the perfect, but to give you a convenient diet, it's my responsibility. To follow it thoroughly, it's your responsibility. So if I change 5 to 10% of your existing diet, then for them, okay, this is possible for me. Then next week we are meeting again I'll change the 5%, and again I'll change 5%. So without their knowing, I'll give them the ideal diet at the end of the month or 2 or 3, depends. Right, so that's
Got it.
Can I add 2 more points?
Yeah, but one thing I've taken away from you is no drastic changes. That's what your key message here. It's small baby steps, change one thing at a time, embed it, win it, and then move to the next one. Is that right?
Because that's what the lifestyle changes is all about, and it has to be sustainable for the whole life.
Okay, no drastic changes. I got that.
And in addition to what she has said, 2 more things which you can do is don't jump directly on a bigger goals. Just make small habit changes. For example, if you just check in a span of a day, which is the time of the day when you are feeling most hungry. And that time, you know, if you're feeling hungry daily, 5 p.m. is the time where you can't control your hunger and you will eat anything and everything, even if you have eaten right from the start of the day. And it will ruin your 5 p.m. Snack which you have taken, all your efforts. So do the meal preps, take relevant, good, healthy snacks with you. Do all your meal preps in the weekend when you have time to cater to your busy lifestyle. And you keep it and feed your tummy before you get that craving. So what will happen is, instead of curbing the craving, you are trying to tackle the crave. And one thing you should understand is whether that is a hunger or it is a craving. Now, a lot of people do not hydrate well. When for most of the brain, 40% approximately is in the brain is your water. Now, if you do not hydrate well, your brain will keep inducing cravings. So the best way to handle a craving is hydrate well and then see whether you are able to curb your craving or not. A lot of people keep on suppressing these things, and that builds on at the night. When you are working till late, you will end up eating all junk. Everything is available on the tip of your finger button. You order chips and you will eat it at night and you will go off to sleep. So work on these small changes. I think that will serve
Shelley,
the purpose.
you've got me thinking now. Kitla biscuit khada tea time. We have a craving problem in O2H. At 10:30, we have a biscuit craving problem. Ekla આવતા વરસ બધા પાણી પીવાનું છે. Right, tea time. Okay?
And one more thing, as you said this. So even the type of the craving, like we ask the clients what type of craving you have, that will identify which nutritional deficiency you have. Someone will crave for salty food. Someone will crave for ice. Someone will crave for cheese. Someone will crave for deep fried foods. So understand which type of craving you are getting, that relevant nutrient deficiency is there.
Thank you. Kat, please come in.
Yeah, just very quickly, you touched on quite an important point there, that we see food as energy and nutrients, but it's more than that. Food is information for the body. The body's a very clever thing. We've evolved over, hundreds of thousands of years. And so you have cravings for a reason. And the food that you give your body also gives your body a message. So the type of food that you eat, how you eat, when you eat, not just what you eat, is telling your body something about the way that you're living, and your body will respond accordingly. So if you're eating rubbish foods at rubbish times, your body will say, this body is under stress, right? There's something not right. And it will put your body into a sort of a chronic level of anxiety, really, on a physiological level. So, think about not just the composition of what you eat, but your eating habits as well, because you're telling your body something about your environment.
Thank you. There was a question at the back which I didn't get around to. There it is. Have we got a microphone? We'll let Alice come in first, but please get a microphone to the gentleman at the back who hasn't had a chance to ask that question. Alice?
Whilst we're also seeing a worldwide increase in rates of obesity, we're also seeing distressing and significant and concerning increases in rates of eating disorders. So my question is, which I invite anyone to contribute answers to, is in these conversations, how can we be mindful of and protective towards those either at risk of or with restrictive eating disorders, and how we address these questions, who might be in these audiences hearing these completely well-evidenced pieces of advice and information, but unfortunately taking that from an unhelpful mindset to the detriment of their own health. So how can we be mindful of getting the right balance in these conversations?
I'm going to bring the doctor in here, please.
See, these are, I think, if I get it right, she's talking about the eating disorder kind of thing and being mindful of a healthy way of eating. Am I getting it right?
Yeah.
So, see, there are a lot of behavioral and social cultural aspects related to it. And see, people in today's times are under too much of stress, to be very fact. Before also, when we had a discussion with the our panel, and people said that we should have some regulations to reduce the work times. But we need to understand that a lot of people are on their own to decide exactly how much to work. What would you say to a student who is putting on weight and putting too much pressure on their studies? So the way to curb the eating disorders or the unhealthy eating habits would be to see health as a whole, tackling the stress factor, tackling the small big habits, improving sleep, having some physical activity, and
that's absolutely true, because if you just look at a behavior analysis, for instance, asking someone the question of, do you feel you eat too much? Do you feel guilty after eating? Do you find yourself craving particular things? You will get the same answer from someone who has an eating disorder to lose weight as you have someone who has essentially an eating disorder to eat too much. So those answers are the same. And so you do have to look at the broader picture to work out, is this somebody who's struggling with eating too much or someone who's struggling with eating not enough?
Shirley, I'd just like to ask you, social media, does that have a role to play on some of these eating disorders?
Yeah, definitely. A lot. So, as you mentioned about mindful eating, now how many of you are eating, when you're eating food, you're keeping your mobile aside and you're keeping yourself away from all the digital devices and TV? This generation, I see all the parents are feeding their kids when there is a television which is on. Now, that is where the mindful eating comes into play. You are not focusing on food when you are eating. Your mind is distracted. You are just eating mechanically. You are not activating all your 5 senses. You are not seeing the colors on your food plate. And earlier there was a time where everyone was just counting calories. But now it's beyond calories. You need to eat nutrient-dense food. You need to chew your every morsel multiple times. You need to understand the texture of the food. You need to smell the aroma of the food. When you will start focusing on eating food, then automatically you will be mindful. Second point, whenever you are shopping, how many people read the food labels? When you are picking any product from the shelf of a grocery market, how many people reverse the packet and read what exactly it is? If the ingredients are more than 2 or 3, or some ingredients which you cannot understand, please do not buy it. It is full of chemicals and preservatives. So that is where the mindfulness will come into play.
Dr. Chirag?
See, I would say that mindfulness and health are generic terms. We cannot be mindful of eating while we are not mindful throughout the day. See, if we see many a times we are driving and we are thinking something else. We are doing something and we are thinking something else. So, mindfulness is a generic thing. And stress, emotional problems and sleep are some of the very ignored things which affect health across the spectrum of all the systems and everything. So I think those 3 things are certainly too important.
Thank you. The question. We got a mic to you finally.
So I have 2 questions to Dr. Chirag. So a few months ago, I was doing a project in my MSc, which was on development of anti-adipogenic peptides. So during that research, I had read a few papers. So my first question is that as we are talking about GLP-1 or Ozempic, all of these drugs are not directly targeting the root cause of obesity, that is adipocytes. So the cells that are dividing continuously are the adipocytes. These are indirect targets. So it has a lot of side effects on the body. So how much there is a need to have a direct drug target that directly targets on the root cause. And the second is that I also read that in India particularly, the people are not generally looking over obese, but they are skinny fat. And these kind of people are also at a very high risk of becoming obese. So how much of Indians are at a risk, and how much attention it requires?
See, coming to your first question, I agree that GLP-1 is not the direct target. But I would also say that fat is not the direct target. The primary target are the body's metabolism and the way we eat and lead our lives. So the way forward is not to target on the fat cells. And to be factful, fat cell doesn't multiply and divide, they just enlarge and make us fat. So fat deposition to target obesity, in the current times, targeting these peptides and the hormones is the key thing. If you want to go to a more primary and deeper level, that would be something if we can hack the behavior pattern or we can hack the social and cultural thing, that would be the primary target things.
Please come in.
Another way to combat too much fat is to build up your muscle. Now, I don't mean go bodybuilding. Just means moving around, because at its heart, obesity is just that imbalance of fat and muscle. So if you get up and move around, you'll start to use your muscles more. Your muscles will release myokines, and that will naturally start to readjust your metabolism, start to readjust a lot of your hormones around eating patterns as well. So that adipokine, myokine balance is incredibly important, and you can adjust it by doing something simple like moving around more.
Andy, do you want to comment on that research approach and alternative approaches to the GLP-1?
Yeah, no, GLP-1s have got side effects. They are not the magic bullet, as you say. You've got to take them. The minute you stop it, the weight comes back on. So there's got to be fundamental changes, as everyone's been saying. The other thing is they don't just reduce fat, they reduce muscle as well in some of these cases. So there are positives, but there are downsides. And as we talked about on other things, all of this is things in moderation. And probably the biggest take-home message from it all is try and be happy.
Thank you. Good advice. Any other questions? Yeah, Claudio.
Yeah, no, can you hear me?
Yeah, quick questions and quick answers now. We're in the quick fire stage of our panel, okay?
It has been partially answered by Dr. Morley, yeah. But I wanted to know basically what would be the next generation of GLP-1 inhibitors. So something that would address the secondary effects of reducing the muscle.
Yeah, and understanding a little bit more. Like I say, this is the first wave, so the first time the drugs have been into patients, there's a huge amount of hype on them, but they haven't been on the market for a long period of time. So the longer-term consequences are only now starting to come to light. The trials can be put into specific subsets of patients. You get that data back. But as more and more research comes along, more and more drugs become available, then you're going to have that better opportunity to see you've got a toolbox, as we've used for other things, how those different components can be put together and what outcomes they provide are going to be key moving forward. There's a load of scope, there's a load of opportunity for innovation. What that end product's going to be, we don't know yet.
I'm going to now head into closing comments. But there's a few areas which we haven't touched upon, and feel free to kind of jump into it. Child obesity, regulatory, and predictions for the future. So feel free to kind of pick up on any of these or any other bits of the obesity landscape which we haven't touched on yet. So I'm going to go in closing comments and thoughts on any of those topics as well, Dr. Chirag.
See, coming to the future trends, I am very certain that there are a lot of new medications going to come, which are quite welcome. And even with those innovations, I'm sure that we are going to struggle in tackling obesity, because as much as we develop the surgical techniques and the medications, these problems are also going to increase. Certainly, with the improvement in treatment, the outcomes are good, but then we will find some new problems and we'll have to tackle them. And in terms of medication, see, when we do a surgery, there are a host of changes in the gut hormones. So I probably suspect that there would be medication addressing the other gut hormones, which in combination with GLP-1 would probably make a difference.
Thank you. Kat.
Okay, my closing thought from what we've discussed is there's a place for all of these, and like any toolbox, you need to use the right tool for the job. So you need to deploy the right thing in the right circumstances. So, there's a place for surgery, right? There's a place for drugs, and there's also a place for diet and lifestyle. There's also a place for us as individuals to actually pay more attention to this. So that's my closing thought, that they all form our suite of ways in which we can address obesity at different stages in its progression. With regards to on those topics, both regulatory, societal and child obesity, beware how we message obesity and what we do about it. So in particular, beware the oversimplified messages. Oh, all you got to do is cut out sugar. All you got to do is drink cabbage water. Things like this. No, obesity is a complex problem. And so, we need to make sure that we message it properly to parents and to children.
Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, so I think everyone thinks about carbs, protein and fat when it comes to nutrition. But the most important element, fiber, is forgotten, which is a part of macros. And all the micronutrients are also not talked about. So I think you should focus not on calories, but focus more on nutrient-dense foods. Secondly, make healthy food accessible to you and respect your body, treat your body as a temple. Whatever you're putting inside your mouth, eat for your tummy, not for your taste. You can do one exercise which Milan Soman had done once upon a time, that whatever you are eating in your mouth, start putting that same thing in a transparent poly bag. And at the end of the day, you will get a visual image that what all you have put into your digestive tract. And that will be an eye-opener for your own self. That, okay, you need to be mindful what you're putting inside.
See, you reminded me of a story now in O2H, when it's our 20th birthday, and when we started O2H, I was horrified by the eating patterns in our team. So instead of giving like biscuits and fafda and gatia, crisps and all this stuff at 4 o'clock chai time, all right, I put salad on the table every day, and we had a team of people cutting and chopping salad, cucumbers, tomatoes, and nobody would eat any of it. There was revolt for around a year, but bit by bit, people started eating healthier salad foods. But it was, I was never going to win this battle, but I did put up a good fight on this.
So, the thing is that ultra-processed foods are so conveniently available, but healthy foods are not accessible so easily. So that is where the environmental factors also play a role. Where if environment is not supporting you, you yourself support yourself. Do your meal preps and take nuts and seeds or fresh fruits or roasted snacks along with you to cater to your hunger cues. And the last is move more. Then you will automatically feel great. As Andy said, you need to be happy. Manage your sleep and stress, and automatically all this will take care of your wellness. Thanks.
Shelley, thank you. Vrinda?
So I would address on childhood obesity. That's the main concern, and that's the future of India. So first of all, being a parent, we got to change ourselves first. Kids do what we do. They cannot do what we say to them. So first, ask yourself, being a parent, how fitness conscious you are, how regularly exercise you are doing, and how whatever the healthy habits. It's not about the hereditary, it's about the lifestyle duplication in the next generation. First. Second, in the school cafeterias, there has to be healthy options available in the school cafeterias, and stop giving rewards to your kids for, stop, I would say, making relation with the food with the celebration, especially for your kids. Like, if you get good marks, I'll, buy you a French fries or something like that. And that's the main habit, we got to change. Next, as Shaili mentioned, screen time. Very, very dangerous in terms of childhood obesity, in terms of mental and emotional health, in terms of your behavioral changes, or in terms of their speech delaying. Screen time is most hazardous.
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest issues that we face as a world at the moment, along with several other things. Please, you guys, a lot of you are an awful lot younger than me, but think about what happens to you when you get to my age and what's going to happen. Everything that the ladies and Dr. Chirag have said, yeah, be more mindful and understanding about yourself and implications. But I go back to what I said before, just try and be happy. And that'll sort 99% of your problems out if possible.
So if you're going to meet Andy over lunch, this is what he's going to tell you. You can be sure of that. Please be happy. Now, talking about childhood obesity, you remind me, I've got a 3-year-old, and trying to get him to eat healthy isn't very easy. And I've been trying to educate him that this has chemicals in, this is that, and eventually he won't eat it at first, and then he's got the craving for chips and crisps. He goes, I want chemicals, Daddy, I want chemicals. So that's his response. So I've got a lot of work to do. I'm going to come back to you at the very end, Shelley, for our last question, but Dr. Chirag wants to come in. You had a comment on something. You didn't? Okay, no, you didn't. All right, I thought you were catching my eye. Now, Shelley, last word. Now, in India and Gujarat, we love our fried food, bhajia, jalebi, and even when I try to feed salad to the team, it's like, Prashant, koi na taru salad nathi khao. All right? So and gulab jam, jalebi, ladus, we love all this food. Isn't it easier just to say, be happy, relax, eat, khai peene, maja karo, all right? And eat and take one of Andy's pills?
So yeah, this is the most common thing कि कल किसने देखा है? आज खाओ, कल आज मौज करो, कल किसने देखा है? But the thing is, you make today's day a happy day. If you are healthy, you automatically will be happy. If you will depend on gathia, fafda and all these things, you will yourself, your brain will also function like gathia and fafda only. If you want to be, want your brain to be activated, you want to activate your cells, you want to be sharp in your work, you have to put the right ingredients into your system to work that ways.
Well, on that note, we've now got lunch. I hope I haven't put you off your lunch. I doubt I will. I know that's impossible in Gujarat.
Today in the lunch, everyone will have salads.
yeah. We've got salad. That's it. All right. Look, please enjoy your lunch. And please be back here for 2 o'clock. But before I send you off on your lunch, hold on a second. Hold on. I know you're hungry. Hey, Bessie Joe. Hey. All right. Let's firstly congratulate and appreciate this incredible panel, and what a conversation, right? And we're going to have a panel photo, but while we're having a photo, you can all head off to lunch. I know you're hungry. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Please be back for 2 o'clock. Please. Thank you. Is this on correctly? Did I put this on correctly? Where is she gone? I know. There she is. All right, you ready? I'll call you one in a sec. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. And thank you. Some energy. So I always ask this every year. Did we have ice cream today? Bada ice cream baraba khadu? Pet barine? Ah, sorry. Okay. And on the last subject of people have been coming to me and talking to me about the lunch and food over the last hour or so. And I forgot to mention, there's one person who has ladu cravings in here like no other person you will ever meet. And that's my mother. Hold up your hand. She can polish off a dabba of ladus in about 10 seconds, one after another. Khaya rakse ladu. And a ladu bo maja hai ladu. All right? So we have her ladu cravings of my mother. All right. We have a really exciting afternoon session ahead of us. Really eclectic mix of speakers and some fascinating panels and some really pioneering and interesting change makers. But before we do that, I want to introduce to you someone who I met last week at BioAsia. She's from BCG. She's got some really interesting ideas on innovation. So this is the first time we're doing a double keynote. You heard from Reno in the morning, and we've got Smruti here from BCG, who'll be talking and taking you through some of her thoughts on innovation. And from her perspective. So I just want to welcome you to the stage. Please give her a really warm welcome, please. Well done.
Thank you. very excited to be here, and what I want to do is share two big thoughts. Why is innovation important, especially when we talk about biopharma, and what do good companies that innovate do? And I want to take those two thoughts for you today. Yes. Cool. Yes. So why should you innovate? So this is a survey that BCG runs almost every year, where we try to rank companies that innovate. And you can see that consistently over the past 20 years, companies that innovate always do much better when we look at total shareholder return. Doesn't matter if it's a time of downturn like COVID, doesn't matter if it's a normal time. Every single year, companies that innovate do exceptionally well. So if that's the truth, what is really, sorry. Can we move to the next slide? If that's true, what is really starking is only 3% of companies are actually ready to innovate. And that's very scary, especially when we talk about biopharma, where billions of dollars are at stake, billions of lives are at stake. And this is very surprising because it is two dichotomies. On the one end, biopharma is the industry where innovation is happening at the fastest pace. I can talk through some of it. Either is it AI and drug discovery, new modalities, the pace of innovation. But on the other hand, what we see is only 3% of companies are actually ready to innovate. And this means that companies that do innovate will be able to get a lion's share of the market. And we already saw that in obesity, that companies that do innovate and persist will always win in this market. And so why is innovation important when we think about biopharma? It's a little complicated slide, but what I want to say is in biopharma, as we go over the past few years, the competitive advantage is very short-lived. On the right-hand side is basically the time between the first and the second new molecular entity that was launched. As you can see, in the 1990s, this took about 15 years, 15 to 20 years. And now it's less than a year, and probably even lower if you think about all the innovation that's coming out of China. And on the left, it's not just about new molecules that are being generated, but it's also about the clinical utility of these. And so what this shows is for each of the indication, how do you actually improve the outcome as new molecules get discovered? And you'll see the sharp trend. Every new molecule that is getting discovered for that indication moves up the outcome. And so what this means is innovation is not going to be a one-time thing. Companies that succeed will have to innovate continuously because that's the pace of innovation that's happening in biopharma. And if you look at the next decade, you'll also see that it's going to be an unprecedented amount of new technologies that's going to come up. You know, we're all used to small molecules. We've moved to biologics where there's less toxicity, but as we move forward, we're already in the personalized curative therapy with CAR-T, gene therapy, ADCs. And this is not where this industry is stopping. There's a large arsenal of new technologies, gene editing, PROTACs, microbiome, that are all going to come up very soon. And so what this does is today, this is only 5% of the pipeline. In the next decade, or actually by 2030, this is going to be 20% of the pipeline. And while traditionally, all of these, sorry, can we go back? Well, traditionally, all of these have been in like small, rare diseases. As we look into the next decade, it's already moving into larger patient population. And if you're stuck in the old ways of simple, small molecules, the innovation is going to go ahead. And I want to give one example of one of these innovations. If you take antibody-drug conjugates, which all of you are probably already working on, the thing that's very interesting about antibody-drug conjugates, you know, it's a very toxic payload, antibody that's connected to it, and it's a Trojan horse. And the first antibody-drug conjugate was actually launched in 2000. And already we have about 14 drugs in the market, with majority of them more than $1 billion. And if you look at the axes of innovation in ADCs, it's not one. The axes of innovation in ADCs are around 5 different axes. People are innovating around the targets that were never achievable without using ADCs. They're innovating around the mechanism of action through the payloads that were never accessible to you because they're so toxic are now accessible to you. They're innovating around the carriers. It's not a simple antibody, but it's bispecifics, it's biotropic. And all of these innovations is what is fueling this industry. And that's what makes it really exciting. And innovation cannot, and the other axes of innovation, right, cannot go without talking about AI. And this is a study that BCG did, where if you look at AI-discovered drugs, you'll see that in the left is basically all of the preclinical assets from the top 20 pharma companies. And they are in a declining trend. What you do see is on the right is AI players. And they today contribute already to 50% of the top 20 pharma preclinical assets. The pace of innovation is much rapid when we bring in AI to the picture. And it's very simple. It's because AI-discovered drugs are just today faster and actually reduces the cost of development. And there are a lot of number of proof points that are already in play. And of course, the next 5 years, we'll see the most important proof point is AI-discovered drugs actually improve the probability of success. But what is really exciting is this is not in the paper, right? This is not in somebody's head. This is not a concept. We have worked with companies to actually reduce the cycle time by 25% by embedding AI in the drug discovery workflow, either through changing into structure-based virtual screening or multi-parameter optimization. And this has significant impact on the value chain. Your molecular design time can reduce by 25%. If you expand the impact on the portfolio of a pharma company, this can save them about $100 million. And more importantly, actually open up the aperture to the number of molecules that you can actually be targeting. And so AI and drug discovery is the other innovation that's really going to change the landscape of biopharma. But why are not all companies innovating? Innovation is hard, right? It is not easy, and that is why only 3% of companies today innovate. And there are a lot of issues that companies today face on why they don't innovate. You know, ivory tower, all of the innovation is happening in a small R&D lab. People are not talking to each other. They're not cross-collaborating, and so that innovation remains in that one particular person's head or one particular lab. Or grassroots anarchy, you know, a lot of companies try to push you to do innovation from the ground up. But unless you have a top-down strategy that gets people in the same direction, innovation is not going to go anywhere. And the third one is pretty interesting, you know, killing me softly. If you look at innovation, if you look at the biopharma's pipeline, like I think today 40 to 50% of their innovation is from biotechs. And what they do very poorly, actually, is to tap onto that external innovation. You know, we worked with companies where an internal employee would intentionally sabotage an external innovation because they are only rewarded for internal innovation. So really thinking about how can you tap into that external innovation. And none of this will actually be realistic or achievable unless there's a top-down strategy and persistence in driving that innovation. And I want to leave you with one story of a company that has innovated, and this ties back to our panel on obesity. I think when we think about innovation, none other than Eli Lilly or Novo Nordisk is the company that comes to mind about innovation. They persisted, they had a strategy, and they focused. And we talk about obesity today in 2025, right? But that journey started in almost 100 years back. In 1923, they actually introduced their first diabetes drug, and they committed to innovation in diabetes. And they didn't stop there. You know, in 1990, I think as we discussed, they started exploring GLP-1. In 1990, when it was not even clear that there was a correlation or any sort of connection between diabetes and innovation, you know, that's when they started. And it was not even clear if patients would take a drug that would solve obesity, payers would pay for it, but they persisted. You know, they started in 1990. In 2005, almost a decade later, they introduced the first GLP-1 drug. And it was not until another decade, in 2014, that they actually got their first drug approved for weight loss. And now you see obesity, Wegovy, and Ozempic, but that's a journey that started almost 100 years back with a strong strategy, focus, persistence in the face of failure to drive innovation. So thank you so much. It's very exciting to share a few thoughts on innovation and hope it was helpful.
Thank you. That was incredible, wasn't it? And the one insight that kind of embodies what we're trying to do here, which was on your last slide. We want to get innovation, collaboration out of the ivory tower and embed them into ecosystems.
Yes.
Look, thank you so much. That was incredible insights, and I'll be asking for those slides and poring over every little detail in there. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Please give a watch. She came all the way from Bombay to share that with us. What fantastic insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I now want whatever you've been doing for the rest of the day, wherever your attention has been for the rest of the morning and over lunch, now, I don't think I need to work too hard to get your attention for this next session. I would like to, firstly, before I invite Tina onto the stage, do we have a little bit of background?
Thank you.
नहीं टपका, no आंसू, no आंसू.
I get it, Kunal. मैं समझती हूँ. It's okay. People drift apart.
तुझसे मिलके चैन आए और कब तक मुझे तड़पाएगी तू मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू आई हो तू मस्तानी कब आएगी तू
Hidden injuries?
No.
ऑल के तभी देना जब सब कुछ चेक कर लिया.
ईशान, she's fine. तुम जाके सोनिका मार.
अरे स्पायरोमेट्री तो कर लेती, just to be sure.
ईशान, नित्या मेरी पेशेंट है and I'm sure.
अरे ऑक्सीजन के बगैर.
ईशान, stop. Nitya's fine.
Thank you. This is the innovation conference, but this is India, so there has to be a little bit of masala in our collaborative innovation conference, right? And as we said, it's business, it's science, technology, but it's also society and culture. And innovation should encompass all of those different facets. So without further ado, I would expect a hearty, warm, generous, boisterous welcome for Tina. Please, all welcome Tina Singh. Comfortable?
Yes, it's good.
Kem cho?
Is the mic on?
Is on. Kem cho? Saru che?
Majama.
There you go. Thank you. Where did we first bump into each other? It was about 10, 12 years ago. You remember?
At some music
It
festival.
was a jazz festival.
Yeah.
At Mehboob Studios.
Yes.
With Anand and Ketki.
Yes.
And before you were famous.
Yes.
So you have an early love of music?
Yeah.
And which music zones or areas or genres do you like the most?
I like all music. I like all music as long as it's good music, all genres. I like techno, I like qawwali, I like ghazals, I like satsang, kirtan. I like every form of music.
But then what happened next was, after we met, or before we met, you worked in a bar. Now, it's not the standard journey of people who go into modeling and then acting to start in a bar in Goa. So tell us about how you got there and then how you then transitioned from the bar into the modeling world.
So I did not grow up watching Hindi films like most people who want to be actors. I have barely seen any Hindi films. I grew up like a tomboy. I was not interested in makeup. I used to play cricket with my father and my brothers every Sunday. And all of my life, I think it's been a series of events that's happened. I didn't plan for it. But what I did was, I'm very good at grabbing opportunities. So whenever an opportunity came, I was brave enough to say, hey, why not? You know, let me try this out. What's the worst that can happen? You'll fail. So what? So,
and in that, actually, is the essence of innovation. You've got to be ready to fail. You've got to be ready to take a risk. You've got to be able to try something.
Yeah.
It takes a certain kind of bravery. So that's something you've always had?
Yeah, I don't know where I get it, but I've always had it. Like, I'm just brave. I left home. I'm from Punjab, Ludhiana. My family did not, obviously, like any good Indian family, they didn't want me to get into the big bad world of Bollywood. And when I said I wanted to go to Bombay, you know, they were like, have you lost your mind? No boy in our family has ever left Ludhiana. Like, this is not going to happen. So my father eventually, he said, okay, you can go to Delhi, maybe, but Bombay is not happening. So I took that. I was like, okay, Delhi is, you know, one step closer. So, yeah, I went to Delhi and then, you know, came to Bombay, but my family still didn't agree. But, yeah, I've been brave. I kind of said, okay, I don't want your help. I will figure it out on my own. So, yeah.
So, but how did you end up working in a bar?
Oh, yes. So, I also believe that, you know, there's so much more to me than just being an actor or a model or like to any of us. So this is many years back. This is about 15 years back. I went to Goa to do a yoga retreat. And
as you do, as we all do.
Yeah, as we all do. And then post yoga every day, I would go to this bar in the evening and I would just hang out there. It's called Thalassa. It's not the Thalassa it is now. It used to be very, very different. It was, you know, people had not discovered it yet. It was a very quiet place on the cliff. And I used to go there every day, and the owner there one day, she said, you know, what are you doing here? I see you come here every day. What are you doing in Goa? I said, I'm doing this yoga retreat, and then I'm going to go back to Delhi. So she said, I would like a pretty face like you behind my bar. And I was like, what do you mean? She said, I'll pay you. Will you bartend for me while you're here already? So I said, I mean, okay.
No one ever asked me questions, by the way.
So yeah, she said, I'll pay you, I'll give you a place to stay, your meals and your drinks are on the house, and somebody else will make the drinks, you just have to serve them. I was like, great. So that's how it happened. Mariketti, the owner of Thalassa, who's now my godmother.
Right, see, when I went to Thalassa, everybody was dancing on the tables. It wasn't a quiet place. It's become a very different place now.
Yeah, that's the Thalassa now.
Right.
Yeah.
So, the cocktails, what cocktails were you really good at making, and what, if you made it, should I avoid?
So, I think I make very good cocktails, but my cocktails are without sugar. I think a lot of people here may not like the idea of a no sugar cocktail, but I'm saying this, I know this is not popular opinion. considering I'm in Ahmedabad, but sugar is not really good for you guys. Try and avoid it as much as you can.
Nobody cares here, okay?
I know.
I've
I
been,
know.
I've been
just,
down that road.
Just putting it out there. You can take it or leave it. But so yeah, I make great cocktails, but without sugar. But they taste really, really good. I make a great Negroni. I make margaritas.
Is it as good as my margarita?
No. No. His margaritas, you have to be invited to Prashant's Christmas parties to try his homemade margaritas. He makes the best ones.
I do blow people's head off with my margaritas. I have
You're
to
all
say.
invited next Christmas.
I don't know if I can do it in Gujarat now without being arrested.
Oh.
That's a bit of a problem.
Yes.
So, how did you get from Goa then into your first modeling assignment?
So I was bartending in Goa, and then I fell in love with a Bombay boy. And then we were dating for a bit, and then he said, why don't you move to Bombay? And, you know, let's give this a real shot, because honestly, long-distance relationships suck. So I said, okay. So I moved to Bombay to be with this guy, and then, somebody called me. I'd gone to a friend's birthday party, and then somebody called me the next day saying, you know, I'm an ad film producer and I make ads, so would you like to work in this ad? And I was like, shit, I've never done this before. I don't even know how to say a line. Like, I can't even deliver a dialogue without, like, I was so nervous. And this person said, there's no line. You just have to, like, press the toaster and you have to place the plate so that the toast pops into it. I was like, yeah, that's easy. I can do that. And she's like, I'll pay you 15,000 rupees for it.
That's good money.
And that's when I was like, okay, yeah, let's try this.
I had, and I take every opportunity to show you this. Do you want to see my acting career? Have you seen it?
Let's see
I'm going to show you. It'll hopefully come out.
In life, when you make it big, the world sees you differently. Welcome to the world of big. Introducing the all-new Honda Amaze, the big move.
Thank you. Now I got paid 20,000 rupees for my first assignment.
A lot more than I did.
But that was the beginning and end of my acting career. And you can see why. Where did I go wrong?
Do you know how to do the tumka?
I think that's what it is, right? I need to do the Bollywood shuffle.
Yeah.
Can you be...
Oh, God.
Yeah. I think, can you teach me? I think I can't do the dance, probably, right? So I think maybe you can teach me a dancing move.
Oh, God.
Which song did you choose?
Tenu.
Now whatever
you choose this one. All right, come on.
You can make the whole room stare, but you know that my favorite is when you're rocking that this is way.
Oh tenu suit karda, oh tenu suit karda, suit karda.
Do what I'm
doing. Suit karda. ਉਹ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਪੰਜਾਬਣ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਪਟੋਲਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਖ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸੂਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਹ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਪੰਜਾਬਣ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਪਟੋਲਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਖ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸੂਟ
I can't act. I can't sing.
You can dance.
Just about, but not as good. So you can see where I went wrong and where your career took off. So tell us, it started with modeling.
Yeah.
And you suddenly became the face of India. I don't know what happened. Me and all our Bombay friends were like, Tina's everywhere. She's the face of India. It's like, what happened? What an acceleration, what an explosion of attention that you had. Tell us how that happened.
It happened. When I got this first opportunity, and then I think my first 2-3 opportunities were just presented to me on a platter. And then I kind of got interested, and I said, okay, random people are walking up to me and offering me stuff. Why don't I go to auditions and give this a real shot? So I started going to auditions every day. I was doing like 3 auditions every day for ad films. And yeah, I was auditioning and I was getting selected. And, it was universe, the grace of God. I think my father's blessings, who's sitting up there. Yeah.
And you were, what was and it's, you became the Nescafe girl. That was a big moment.
Yeah.
For you in your career.
Yeah.
And how did that feel? Prominent, and I'm just walking around the streets of India and seeing your face on all the billboards everywhere. How did you feel? Did you feel on top of the world? Did you feel scared, excited?
No, I felt very good, but I remember it was a big defining moment for me because, my mother called me, and my mother has never supported this journey or dream, like no one back home supported this. So she called me and she said, nobody in our family has even gotten this far. Nobody in our extended family has ever gotten to be the face of a brand. So I'm proud of you. Well done. And now you come back to Ludhiana.
And get married.
And get married to some rich Punjabi guy, And I was like, okay, great. Finally, my mother acknowledges something, So I think that was the defining point for me.
Did it look like it was ever going to end, or was there a change in attention?
From
the doing so many ads, and then there was a bit of a lull after that. So what happened? What was the attention that the advertisers gave you, and then did they take it away? What changed?
No. So I'll tell you, I'm what you call, by definition, a neophiliac. I'm not defined by one thing. I don't like to define my life as, I'm an actor, I'm a model. I like to do different things in life. So there was a time I was in every 5th commercial, And then I got so bored of it because eventually it's like, you're doing the same thing. You're looking at a screen, you're pouting, you're smiling, you're waving. Eventually, it's the same 5 things that you're doing, And I must have done 150 commercials, and then I said, what now? This is great money, but I don't like to live in my comfort zone. I hate being in my comfort zone. I need to be challenged. So I just quit advertising. So that was the lull. I said, I don't want the ad world anymore. And then I started going out to, I said, let's try long format. Then I started auditioning for films and web series and, bigger parts, more challenging stuff.
And can you explain some of the roles that you got and how that made you feel? Because you've acted alongside from the Bollywood superstars.
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Honestly, for me, acting opposite anybody is really exciting. A lot of people have asked me this, how was it like to act with Shahid Kapoor? Or, yeah, it feels great. You feel validated. You feel happy that I'm, cast opposite a superstar. But I think for me, even if you put me in front of like a not so famous actor, I just love the craft so much that it's all the same.
So how did you learn the craft?
By doing it. I learned it on the job. I literally learned on the job. Like when I see my first few ads, I cringe because I'm like, oh my God, I was I could have done this so much better, you know, but that's every artist's, every time you look back at your previous work, you're like, oh God, I could have done this better. This is so, my expression is so off. But you learn, you grow.
So it was your sister that was actually theatrically trained, is that
yes.
right? Did she give you some advice?
How did you know that?
I done my homework.
Yeah, so basically my mother is a theatre teacher in Punjab, and my sister is the kid my sister grew up doing theatre, and I was the rebel. So whenever my mom said, do something, I would do the opposite. So when my mom told me, you know, as a child, she would be like, why don't you train? Why don't you do theatre? Since my mother is a very active part of the Punjabi theatre culture. And I was like, no, my mother's saying this. I'm not going to do it. So every time, like if you said right, I would go left. I was such a rebel throughout childhood. So I never took up theatre. And my sister is the one who grew up doing theatre. And then, but she was doing it, you know, as like a hobby. And then nobody really wanted to be in the movies. And then once I started acting, suddenly everybody in the family wanted to act. My sister is also acting now. My mother's acting now. My mother never did anything beyond theatre, but now she's acting in films.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
So you're in Bollywood, and you're being cast alongside these superstars, and your world is really taking off in a whole new direction. Did you feel like an outsider? Because you're one of us, in a way. You're not part of the Bollywood royalty. So did you feel like an outsider? Were you welcomed?
They make it a point to make you feel like an outsider.
Right.
But I think all of us are equally, you know, to blame. Because, you know, I'm sure all of you here, whenever there's a Sara Ali Khan film or all these Janvis and whatever, whenever their film is releasing, all of you have so much excitement, and even if it's a bad film, you guys go and watch. Luckily it's changing. So yeah, guys, please support good talent, whether it's an outsider, insider, whatever. Just go watch good films, support good talent, and don't get caught up with like the surname or the last name, because a lot of them are honestly not talented. So all of us have to take it on ourselves to promote good cinema.
Which brings me onto the point, if you're an outsider, the way the world operates and the industry operate and the way you think, there's going to be a collision.
Yeah.
So were your thoughts welcomed when you spoke up? Because you're not a shrinking violet. You're not, well, you're Punjabi for starters, so you're not going to not speak your mind.
Yeah.
But were you, when you confronted those collision of values and attitudes, did you keep quiet or did you speak up?
It's a mix of both. You have to learn when to shut up, but also I'm very free-spirited, and I'm also, there's very few filters. Yeah, and you know, you upset people. A lot of people will not like you for being honest, but I mean, you know.
It didn't stop you?
It didn't, yeah. Like for example, when you go to see a film, like if you're invited to a premiere, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, it was a great film. If it's a terrible film, I'm not going to maybe say it's a terrible film, but I'll be like, yeah, it was okay. But like a lot of people in the industry will come out of a screening and be like, oh my God, this was the best film I've ever seen. I don't see myself doing
You
that.
don't do inauthenticity.
Yeah, I can't.
Inauthenticity,
I can't.
You've always been very authentic, and I think that's what our friends group and all the people that know you love about you, which is why you're here today. Now, some of the films that you did were quite, not controversial, but the reaction to it, some of the films...
They were controversial.
was controversial.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're in the public eye and you come from that industry, you're kind of taught to be immune to what people say about you. Now, if you're normal, it's hard to be immune and be desensitized to what people think about you in the street. If somebody comes up to me and says not nice things, I find it not hard to not react, frankly. And you had that same instinct. So do you just want to narrate, you know what I'm getting onto here, right? Some of the scenes that happened where people were trolling you and would write awful things to you on the messaging, the DMs that you see were frankly disgusting and awful. Was while the rest of the industry turned a blind eye to this, and many of the actors, you confronted this head on with incredible courage. Please educate our audience about what happened here.
So I think I have been brought up with, like, I think my mom's a very, very strong woman. So I think I've been brought up with a lot of strength. I have been told always that you never have to feel like you're not as strong as the men. So, yeah, I've just always been taught not to take bullshit from anyone. Like, be nice to people, be kind, but don't take shit. I remember there was this phase when, Kabir Singh had just released. And, I'm sure you've all seen the film. It's a sort of like a flirtatious scene between the guy and the girl. And just soon after, COVID hit. And, I think there were too many jobless guys in India that started sending me, like I was getting dick pics every day. I was getting really cheap, vulgar messages saying, and most of them said stuff like, I mean, I don't understand how men think, but like it's really bizarre because a lot of men message me saying, I would like to hold you on the kitchen counter like Shahid Kapoor did, like Kabir Singh did.
It's random and offensive.
I would like to grab you and push you on the kitchen counter.
How did you react to these messages when they started? And it wasn't a lot of these messages came in. How did you react to it?
I reacted like I have been taught, like the daughter of my father. First I took screenshots. Girls, all the girls here, please take screenshots. They are your best friends, okay? Whenever a guy sends you nasty shit, take screenshots. Because I promise you, eventually they're going to delete the message and when you show it to someone, they'll be like, no, she's lying. I never sent it. But guess what? I've got the screenshot. So that happened with me a lot, because they would write nasty shit and then you can delete it on Instagram. I was like, hey, asshole, I've got the screenshot. You can delete your nonsense.
But you replied to these.
No, I didn't reply. Some of them have the audacity, some of them have open profiles, and they're sending me these messages. I mean, I'm smart. I was a topper in school, so I've gone to their open profile. I've stalked who their wife, father, mother, whatever is, and I've sent a picture of their dick pic to their wife, to their father, to their mother, and said, this is what your son's thing looks like. I don't want to see it. Why am I seeing your son's thing? I don't want to see it. Please control him, So that's what happened. And then soon enough, no man was ever sending me a dick pic or a nasty message again. So,
what courage to take on this kind of attitude up front in a way that the industry didn't do it at all. Were you supported by the industry for confronting this kind of behavior, or did they say, Tina, just be quiet, this is...
I was supported by a few, but most people, not just in the industry, most people in the world will tell you things like, chorna, jane dena, ignore kar. Most women are told, ignore kar. Anything, ignore na, chhod rehne de. Why? Why should the girl ignore? Why shouldn't the men learn to behave themselves? Why should the girls keep ignoring, and for how long? So a lot of people didn't support, but I mean, I'm not the kind of girl who needs support. I am a one-man army.
Well, you've got a, I mean, frankly, I would never mess with any Punjabi woman, and least of all, Tina Singh. And of Sunil, I'm sure you're aware, Sunil, I'm sure he's married to a Punjabi, so he understands exactly the attitude.
Yes.
So, I want to go in early, because I'm sure we've got a lot of questions from the audience. Does anybody want to ask Tina Singh some questions? She's got an incredible life story, and she's only just beginning, obviously. Can we get a mic around to some questions? Hands up, please. Yeah, anybody got some questions?
No one has any questions.
Yeah, here first. The mic here, please, so everybody can hear.
I liked your story and the way you were bold to take steps. But if I may understand, everyone has a motivator or a role model. For you, who is your role model?
I think so many people, my mother to begin with. My mother, you know, the kind of thing she was doing in Punjab, in Ludhiana, 30, 40 years back, she was a trailblazer. My mother is a theatre teacher. She teaches theatre. She is an MBA teacher. She's studying, now she's 58, she's studying law. So, and she's always been really brave. And my father in certain ways, and I would also say, over the years, I think some of the, I would have to say 1 or 2 men that I've dated, I think there's so much to learn from everyone. So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? All right, while you're thinking about some questions, now me and Tina both went to the Kumbh Mela. And you spent a few days there, right?
We did.
I managed to go in there for 2 days, and I did their dipki thing as well. So I'm going to show you what Tina looks like at the Kumbh, and then you'll see what a mere mortal does at the Kumbh. Please show.
How many of you went to the Kumbh?
One second before that question.
That's it?
I did my dipki in a proper Gujarati ganji and chadi laina. All right? Chadi laina dipki kari. Chadi perina. I did it like a proper Indian. I didn't wear any swimming costume. All right? You look so much more glamorous than me in the Kumbh even. So. Anyway, next question. Any more questions? How did you find the Kumbh experience, by the way? How was that for you?
It was intense.
Yeah.
It was overwhelming. I have never seen so many people in one place at one time, but quite magical.
Yeah?
Yeah, quite magical.
I found it a hard experience.
Yeah, it is hard. It's not Bandra.
It's not Bandra. It's like beer like you've never felt or seen before in your life. You think Ahmedabad traffic has beer, you wait to go to... Who went to the Mahakumbh Mela? Put your hand up. Who did the dipki? A few people, not so many people anyway, all right.
But you know, can I tell you?
Yeah.
I don't like Bombay traffic at all. And I remember coming back from the Kumbh.
Yeah.
And I was on my way back from the airport to home. And Bombay seemed so shant and silent and peaceful because the Kumbh was so crazy. Bombay sounded so peaceful. I was like, wow, Bombay was so peaceful.
Yeah, I think that's why the government must promote sending all of us to Kumbh, 400 million of us. So when we go back to our cities and villages, we think, hey, this is such a nice place to live in comparison.
Yeah. You learn to appreciate it.
Questions? Any more questions for Tina?
It's right here.
Yeah.
Tina, what's that one advice that you would like to give to young people who are entering this field, this entertainment sector?
I would say if your mother did not marry Boni Kapoor or Mahesh Bhatt, don't do it. Honest truth. Or if you still want to do it, make sure you you need to be really resilient, you need to be really thick-skinned, because it's not an easy place for an outsider. You will go through a million heartbreaks, you will get rejected, you will get replaced, you will get thrown out from projects overnight. So if you're not thick-skinned, if you don't have a really solid, strong heart, don't do it. Or wait for the next lifetime and make sure your mom marries Boni Kapoor. Honest advice.
Buggy, you had a question? Yeah, we're giving the mic. Please, we want to have some quick-fire questions for Tina, please. Girls, boys, everybody. Please,
Okay, so
please come in.
My colleague has asked that what is the chances for a youngster and what is your advice? What is your advice for me, like what do you think? What is the opportunity of career?
To be an actor?
He's an
Yes?
But he works
Sure.
he works in accounts, by the way. So
Works in
he's got a
accounts.
background in accounts.
Are you willing to go and stand in queues and give auditions?
No, actually I hate queues.
No.
It's only called the glamour world. It's not really glamorous. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hustle. It's a lot of hard work when you're on set, but it's double the hard work to get the work. So if you're not willing to hustle, don't do it.
Thank you. It seems that you had a lot of hard work.
All of us. Unless, like, my mom tells me, why aren't you doing 5 more films? I'm like, why didn't you marry Boni Kapoor, mother?
I wish you will be, superstar.
Thank you.
See, when I did that one advert, the person came up to me and said, "You have a very interesting face." Right? So I didn't actually audition, and that's what somebody said to you. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Is that how it all starts? You have a very interesting face.
Because in ads, they're always looking for interesting faces.
See, I think Buggy has a very interesting face.
Yes.
Don't you think, Tina?
Yeah. You do.
You have potential.
But you have to start liking cues a little bit.
All right. Who else have we got? Let's have a few hands coming up. Yeah, Claudio, please.
Hi, Tina. It's here.
Hi.
I have to be honest, I don't know much about Bollywood, the Bollywood world. But,
Neither do I.
but you have done advertisements, you have done series, movies. So what is going to be your next challenge? Because you want always to move forward, if I understood.
I think I've already taken on my next challenge. I think you are aware. So I was shooting for multiple projects, and then I got really burnt out because I was shooting back to back, and then I wanted to take like a 3-4 month just like an off because I wanted to recover. So I said, what can I do next with my life? And there was one other thing that really was calling out to me. So now, as of December 2024, I'm also a certified yoga teacher. So that's the new journey.
Fantastic. You're going back to the origins.
Yeah, because I feel like it's one life, no? You cannot define yourself with just one role. There's one life, try as many new things, see what really sets your soul on fire.
Thank you.
I'm sure your yoga class will be very popular.
Come, do a class.
I won't say no. All right, over here. Please stand up and give her a mic as well.
So how was your experience with male-dominant society or the male-dominant industry in which you were working as an actress?
Great question.
It is, it's a male-dominated world. We can choose to acknowledge it or not, but it is, right? You just have to learn to navigate it and maneuver it, and especially people in the industry. I feel like people have really solid egos, so it's a very you have to manage egos really well. Like if I remember when I was new, if somebody gave me a script to read, and if I didn't like the script, when I was new, I would say something like, "Oh, I've seen so many movies that have the same script or something like that, but people here get so offended because their egos are so fragile. So you have to find innovative ways to say no. Now when I don't want to do a project, I say something like, oh, I don't have dates. My dates are busy. Because you can't tell them, oh, no, I don't like your script. So you have to learn how to maneuver it. Yeah, be tactful, which is a very hard thing for me to do.
A question at the back here. Please stand up. Thank you. Get us to get a mic, rush a mic back out. We still got time for a couple of more questions after this. So if you please take the chance.
Hello. So Tina, my question is to you, like you got the opportunity, like whatever the job offer, whatever the advertisement offer was there. So if you are in future going to offer something to someone, anyone, so what qualities are you looking in that particular any job offer or anything, whatever you will be employed?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay, so
I have to give a job offer to someone.
As in future, if you are able to provide something like a job in an industry or roles or something, so what are what qualities you see in that person?
Okay, if I want to hire someone, yeah, correct?
Yes.
See, I think the number one quality that I look for when I'm hiring people to work with is to be a problem solver. I've seen most people, when you give them a problem, when you give them a situation, they will say things like, "Arey, ye to nahi ho sakta." I really value and like people who say, "Okay, this is a problem. I will figure it out." I think that takes you very far in life, because I think I have gotten wherever I have by saying, okay, I don't know this, but I can figure it out. I will learn, I will grow, I will innovate, and I will figure it out. I think that.
We have a word for that in Gujarati. Where's Mitesh? Please stand up. Where's Mitesh? Kya hai Mitesh? Mitesh? Gayo? Mitesh kya hai? There's a word for this in Gujarati.
What's it called?
Tejas hai.
Tejas hai.
Tejas hai. They'll figure it out. They'll sort it out.
Correct.
All right. Now you also have as well as doing yoga, you're kind of working on interior design, sofa design. How's your sofa design coming along? It was driving you mad when I spoke to you last year.
It was.
You're now in a different phase of looking from going from Bollywood. You're looking at very simple, homely things like yoga and lifestyle and your home life. Tell us about your home life and creating your nest, creating your home.
So I feel like there are different phases of your life, and each phase demands a different version of you. I think, I had this rebellious phase when growing up, I was rebellious. Then when I left home, I was rebellious. Then when I came to Bombay, I was, really ambitious and hungry and, chasing a dream. But I told myself, once I have this amount of money in my bank account, I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to, get into yoga. I'm going to do a lot of soul searching and spiritual work, which I believe is very, very, very important. And I think 2.5, 3 years back is when I hit that number in my bank account. I don't believe in I think it's very important to take breaks. It's very important to do things that nourish your soul, because I don't think we were put on this planet to just pay your bills every day. You're not meant to just go to work, come back, pay your bills every month and die. There's got to be more to life than that. So, I hit that amount 2-3 years back, and that's when I said, okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a journey. So that's the homely side.
Have you finished designing your sofa?
I have. So I've been in this little bit of a spiritual phase the last 2 years, I'm also designing, I'm also interior designing my new home. It's almost ready. And
Almost.
yeah, almost. Like I think another month.
Another month,
Yeah, yeah. So that's the sofa design bit he's talking about.
Right, because we had a good conversation on sofa design.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're nearly there. Any more questions, or is our last question to you? All right.
As an actress, you have very good communication and storytelling skills. How can we develop in ourselves?
Live life, experience more and more life. That's all I would say. You know, again, don't limit yourself to just going to work every day and coming home, watching Netflix. There has to be more to life. Travel, meet people, explore, experience life. Because that makes you a it makes you a full rounded person.
Okay.
Thank you. Great question. So, was I right in understanding you received a Women Achiever Award?
Yes.
Please tell us about this Women Achiever Award of the Year that you received.
So this was in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I got this award for the Women Achievers, but it was not just any Women Achievers Awards. It was the environmentalist. So also again, I'm going to say this, guys, please take care of the environment. Try and limit single-use plastic. You know, these Bisleri bottles that we drink from. I know it's really convenient, but try and get your own. All of you have a water bottle at home. Try and carry your own water and your own bottle. So, you know, try and limit using this, because honestly, I know it doesn't look like it, but the planet is going to go through a very, very bad time because of this that we are doing. So just please be mindful and conscious and try and do your small little bit for the planet.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah.
I'm just going to round up here. Is there anything else you wanted to share with the audience in terms of wisdom? Okay. So I just wanted to kind of round up and say Tina's a very courageous lady, and she always kind of refers to her roots, her heritage, where she comes from, and makes a contrast. You certainly can take a girl out of Punjab, but you never let the Punjabiness come out of the girl, that's for sure, in terms of your very candid, forthright, polite, but firm kind of activism, I would say, in what you've done. And you're a real inspiration and a hero to many people from all over the country. So congratulations to you for building your own world in the world of modeling and acting, but doing it your own way and not following anybody else's path. So look, a huge round of applause for Tina Singh. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
Appreciate it so much.
Thank you for having me, Prashant. This
Thank
was
you.
so lovely. Thank you.
There we go, a picture. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'd like to, this innovation conference is like no other. We go from like hard biotech science to innovation and pioneering stories from Bollywood, and now we're going back to change-making ideas in the world of tech. So please, we're going to switch over to this panel, and then after this, we're going for a tea break. So we're going to talk about multi-agent large language models, because this is going to change how everything works. You all use ChatGPT, but this is just the beginning. And there's a tsunami of new ideas, new apps heading in your direction. So we're going to explore with Akshay, who's our head of tech, and he's been with us for 8 years now. And we've got a really amazing panel. So we'll just finish up getting the stage together. But would you like to come onto stage? Akshay, Arjit, Parthiv, Pooja, Ritesh, Gopi, and Ashwani, please. Can you all come onto stage? Is okay? All right. So over to you, Akshay. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you. It's my brother.
More questions for the premium seat folks.
I'm sure. The burning ones.
Launch our first agent. AI agents are AI systems that can do work for you independently. You give them a task, and they go off and do it. We think this is going to be a big trend in AI and really impact the work people can do, how productive they can be, how creative they can be, what they can accomplish. We're starting today with Operator. Operator is a system that can use a web browser, in this case a web browser in the cloud, to accomplish tasks that you give it. And we'll show you a demo in just a second, but it's really quite cool what it can do. Just like you would use a web browser, you can get pixels in, you can look at a screen and control, an Operator can do that and then control the keyboard and the mouse and do all sorts of things. This is going to go live today in the United States for pro users, and it'll be other countries soon. Europe will unfortunately take a while, and we'll also in the coming months make it available to Plus users. This is an early research preview. We've got a lot of improvements to do. We'll make it better, we'll make it cheaper, we'll make it more widely available, but we really want to put it in people's hands. We'll also have more agents to launch in the coming weeks and months, but that said, we'll talk more later. So excited, just want to show you a demo. I'll hand it over to Yash.
Right, thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
We're going to launch our first agent.
Yeah. Am I audible? Awesome. Firstly, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for your time today. I hope you're having a good day with some insightful and masala conversation that we had so far. Let me set some expectations. We probably not good in dancing as Prashant and Tina, so please bear with us, but I think we are interesting enough to discuss generative AI. So, all right, for all of those who don't probably follow generative AI or artificial intelligence in general, let me tell you something, that it is not future, it is present, and we use in tech, I'm sure some of them you already using in science as well. But to know more, please stick with me for next 45 minutes straight, and I, along with my fellow panelists, will discuss about it and we'll get to know different perspectives from them. So with that, we'd like to start. If each one of you could kindly introduce yourself and let us know your basic fundamental understanding of large language models and vertical AI agents in most fundamental and basic ways so that our audience can relate with that. We'll start with you, Gopi, if we can. Here's the mic.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Such a pleasure to be amongst all of you, the house full. Thank you, Prashant. I'm Gopi Trivedi. I'm senior partner and IP lawyer at YG Trivedi & Company, where we discuss intellectual property rights, patent, trademark, copyright, and design. So these are our core pillars. Now, hailing from a technical background, I'm a computer engineer who chose to be a lawyer. And then when this, the introduction of artificial intelligence and their tools and their intervention all around, we are feeling quite exciting. I will look at from the point of view of law and the legal framework, the two ways which, I would feel it or I would kind of, depict it. One, as a user. So as a user of legal framework, AI tools are helping us enormously. LLMs are helping us enormously in patent searches, in technical analysis. So yes, we are those users at one end, not only attorneys like us, even the offices, the government offices, nationally and internationally are deploying all these tools with full hearts. But then when it comes to its protection, again, intellectual property right protection, that is patent, copyright, trademark, design, and few other elements, there comes a challenge or a poise. The poise is who is the author, who is the owner, who is the inventor. So when all these questions are clearly answered, then only it's filing and protection can take its place. This is something from my side.
Thank you, Gopi.
Thank you.
Parthiv, over to you.
Sure. Yeah, I am Parthiv, co-founder and CEO of Paid Puja. We are the largest SMB SaaS play currently in India. When I say largest, and I'll give you the brief, we handle almost 57 to 58 lakhs orders a day, right? That's how large we are. And this is probably after, GST portal or IRCTC, right? So we are probably the third largest platform who is handling so many orders currently in India, right? So that's where we are. To give you a brief understanding of LLM agent framework actually, and we have been dabbling with a lot of this, before LLM there was supposed to be a CNN architecture which is like convoluted neural networks and stuff like that. So we have been spending a lot of time on those things, almost 6-7 years now actually. See, so brief history, LLM typically started with the chat prompts, right? Typically so it has a basic understanding of, contextually understanding those chat prompts, answering to you actually. That's how it started. Then came in multiple inputs, right? Which means you can actually give images also as an input or voice as an input actually. And it gives you same contextual understanding out of those inputs too, right? That became a second component, which I think it started, that multimodal LLMs started from September 2023 or somewhere, right? That became a major turning point. Essentially, you are now saying that it started understanding every form of input, right? And the third one, when it reached a certain level of understanding, which meant now it will be able to do your work typically which you were doing, right? So that became an agent framework. This is actually how the whole journey is of LLM to agent, right? And this is how every part of the automation is actually working out, right? Even if you look at the self-driving cars, it is similar. Somebody is going to drive car for you, right? So that's actually how the whole journey is here, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Parthiv. Pooja, over to you.
So I'm Pooja Khemka. I'm CEO and co-founder of TrackNow. I'm mother of 2 lovely kids. So for me, my journey was the pain point which me and my husband faced of not picking up our son from the bus stop. So that's where we started our first product back in 2016, My School Bus, which is currently running in 600 plus schools pan India. And then during COVID, we pivoted our solution to top logistic company. So it's entirely a SaaS-based solution, which we are providing to top logistic providers and top corporates. I'm a chartered accountant, and this journey was a journey from the problem statement that we faced. And we have been funded by the Poonawalla group. So the journey is solid. I mean, a lot of ups and downs, but then finally we are scaling a lot. And talking about AI, we are also incubated and accelerated by Google. So to rightly understand, I think AI is used when you have data. Unless and until you have data, you cannot work on the analytics. Say if you are working on 1 lakh vehicle, we should have numerous data to collect that analysis and give the AI tool. As Parthiv rightly said, that data which you are running through years can be automated through AI. So we have to decide at what time we have to convert that data and analytics into the AI tool. Thank you.
Thanks, Pooja. Arjit, over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arjit. I run a fund called Marshort Ventures, which is a fund set up by the Razorpay founders to invest in early stage companies. Out of the 110 companies, we have a significant portfolio in generative AI. Proud to say that we've invested in generative AI even before the term was coined, and one of our companies were acquired by Adobe, but we've gone and invested in a bunch of companies with applications in software engineering, legal tech, media and entertainment, enterprise automation. I think Parthiv Bhai covered a lot of what generative AI is, but just for the benefit of the panel, can I know a little bit about the audience? So I'm going to ask 3 or 4 questions. Please raise your hand if you've used ChatGPT ever. Okay. Please raise your hand if you've used ChatGPT or any other generative AI platform for professional work. Wow, that's a good audience.
So you are with right audience.
Yeah?
You are with right audience.
Yeah, and please raise your hand if you've used any generative AI tool for personal advice. Oh, very cool, very cool. So we are in good hands, yeah, in terms of audience.
Thanks, Arjit. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashwani Rawat. I'm the co-founder of Productive.ai. It's a fairly new company, but before that, I was a co-founder of a company called Transurf Technology. I ran that company for almost 10 years before it got acquired by an American giant in the space of location intelligence in 2023. I've been working in AI from last 7-8 years now. My background is I'm an engineer by degree, and I've been developing AI, fundamental technologies in AI since quite long now. When it comes to LLM, it's an exciting piece of technology. I mean, the way I define it is slightly different from the bookish knowledge. I call them knowledge reservoirs. It has a lot of knowledge in it, and sometimes, you know, you ask question, it'll answer you from whatever it has seen in the past. But it does have its own challenges. It can hallucinate as well because it is forced to give you answer. Even if it doesn't know, it'll try to produce you some answer. So you can say it's like a stochastic parrot. Like, tota hai, sab kuch rat liya hai, right? But the only problem is each answer is probabilistic in nature. It is not deterministic. Means it will predict a word with certain probability and then going to predict the next word till it reaches the end of the sentence. So it does not guarantee you the right output, but most of the time the output is correct, right? Now, with this kind of a sort of a functionality available with us, people are trying to create agentic frameworks or agents to automate various tasks, because one thing which LLM have proved is that they could break down a task very, very nicely. Or most of the generic tasks can be broken down by LLMs in a small steps, and then you can create a computer program to execute those tasks by calling, let's say, certain APIs or certain functions to automate a workflow in any organization. Now people are also experimenting with multi-agent LLMs. Means there'll be a program which would have a collaboration with a specialized LLM, and this entire workflow of one agent could interact with other agent and can reason with each other, can negotiate also with each other, can also basically take advice from each other and do some sort of a verification as well to complete a complex task. So I guess we are in an era where probably this is not going to happen in our lifetime again, and we are just right at the beginning of that era where we would see the birth of true AI probably in time to come.
Thanks, Ashwini. Ritesh?
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. I'm Ritesh, and I have over 20 years of experience developing product. I first dabbled with AI in 2001, when I think the most commercially viable AI was the Clippy on Microsoft Word or Excel. In fact, that's the time when I got really excited how it is able to understand what we are doing and how it is able to try to help us. So over the years, at that time, the AI was only available mostly through research and through military operations. So eventually, I ended up working for Cisco developing their iOS. Then I eventually moved to Microsoft making games across their platforms. And then I co-founded 2 companies. The most recent one was Pedagogy, which was acquired by Vedantu. And there's Eventage, which is still live, and a lot of Fortune 100 companies still use our platform to manage their events. For me, LLM, in fact, even before LLM, we have used native models to solve a lot of problems. So if I take a very quick example in Pedagogy, the challenge we tried to solve was there are question papers available throughout, different exams. How do we pick those question papers and make it usable to end students? We had a row of 4 different models that we natively made. One which would identify the question from using OCRs and other technologies. Another which would segregate it based on whether it's an 11th grade or a 12th grade. The third one would segregating it across whether it's a physics, chemistry, maths, so on and so forth, and the last one doing how difficult the question would be for an average student. Now it took us almost 18 months. With LLM and now with multi-agent LLMs available, I would say if I have to do it again, I would give my team 2 months. So that's an impact, or that's an advantage we are having right now with LLM. Most recently, I'm working with HFN, which is an agri-tech, and we are trying to solve some of the toughest problems that farmers in India face. Our aim is to increase the income for farmers as well as go towards the sustainability of farming and towards food security. Happy to answer any questions on LLM.
Thank you, Ritesh. And I can relate to your point regarding the efficiency, but I'll come on to that in a minute. But thank you so much all for coming in and joining. So I'll start with Arjit. As you are managing the venture fund and investment, are you seeing any inclination towards startup founders going towards vertical AI agents compared to SaaS traditional softwares? And if so, if there is any particular sector?
Sure. So generative AI is relatively new in terms of popularity.
True.
And when you talk about what's happened, I'll talk about two things. One is companies in our portfolio that started adopting generative AI, and maybe talk about how the companies that we evaluate, how have they changed their approach. So we've had a few companies in our portfolio, and maybe I can take names and give you examples as well. So there used to be a company called Mugafi, which used to help people like us understand how can we become better story writers, how can we become better music composers, and then meet like-minded people and create a script together, create a song together, and then they would help you monetize it, etc. With generative AI, what they've done is they've actually created a platform that helps script writers in creating not just scripts, but scenarios, as well as character development, which is like in, let's say somebody who created Pokemon had to go through a lot of effort to create all the Pokemon characters and their specifications. This particular platform can do it in minutes instead of years, right? So you can have an equivalent of a Marvel universe just like that. And they've been able to work with some of the top, let's say, production houses in the Bollywood, Tollywood, as well as global space as well, to help them crash down this time of character development. Yes, the character development or the story writing is something which where you have a little bit of advantage with generative AI, because you're able to do at least that 0 to 1 journey very quickly, but going down into those characters specifically and giving them a little bit of that human nuance is something that only somebody who's very good at story writing can do. So that's one company that did it. The other company was a company called Contlo. They used to help, they still help a lot of D2C founders figuring out their marketing stack. What they used to do before generative AI is helping you understand which customer to catch on what platform and what is the message that you should give. And they created a little bit of a generative AI tool internally, which was interfaced by customers through their platform. Once generative AI happened, they actually launched this as Super AGI, as a platform that companies can use to sort of create autonomous agents to take care of a lot of tasks. And because of that, they went on to raise massive money, shifted their base to the US, and now are sort of disrupting, or probably one of the front runners from India in the generative AI space. So that's what has happened in my portfolio. Now, talking about what are the companies that are coming to us looking like, they've actually figured out specific niches within a particular sector. So while I have a company which is helping lawyers create their first drafts very quickly, to the extent that they just have to review and taking a lot of load away from the paralegals who actually spend countless number of hours just creating the first or the second draft. In the software development realm, we now have companies that are not just enabling software engineers to create their first versions of the code, but you also have another company that helps you test or debug the code. And then there's a third company that helps you figure out security aspects before that code gets deployed. So essentially what's happening is that a lot of tasks that took a lot of time and was monotonous can be automated through generative AI and agents. And I'm not even getting started on the entire agent ability of the agents to automate a lot of things within the company. I'm just talking about just creation. All this while I'm just talking about creation from grounds up. And how do you find faults in that creation so that once this creation is deployed, be it a movie story, be it a software that is going to scale to all of India, etc., so that it is a little bit more robust and it becomes cost effective. So if you don't have to fix a particular series of code after deployment, it saves a lot of cost as well, right? So this is like just very cursory examples of what has happened in the startup realm within India. These are all Indian startups that I'm talking about.
Understood. So in short, marketing team and tech team needs to be on their toes to save their job. We understood. Thanks, Harjeet. We'll go to Parthiv now. I see a lot of use case this being applied in, let's say, optimizing workflows in general, vertical AI agents. But according to you, you being co-founder of a product-based company, what is the use case, how you can leverage vertical AI agents or combination of LLMs in your workflow, so to speak?
So fundamentally, one major thing actually, right? Why do you need multiple agents? I mean, ideally, one large model should be able to help you out, right? Typically, if you actually look at, and we are deploying a lot of these tools, including training, fine-tuning, LoRa fine-tuning, almost every technique we have kind of gone through it actually. We have kind of, so one thing when somebody says we are doing generative AI or AI, actually, first thing we ask is how large is your ops team, right? Somebody has to tag the data. Which is really, really massive requirement here. So coming to the question now, any large model you pick up, right, their accuracy, the first problem is accuracy. You want to actually take away task from somebody, you need to actually beat that human accuracy. Even if my accuracy as a human level, probably 90% or 85%, right, I still need to beat that. So what happens is when you actually take a generalized models, they would do a decently good job, but they are not still the best accurate model, right?
Correct.
So you need to create, based on your application actually, you need to train or feed the data to make it more accurate, make sure that it works out really well.
Fine-tune them.
Yeah, I mean, so we have, and the way, let's say I would take an example of accounting, which is the easiest thing. You want to do inwarding in accounting, right? You use, and we use Quen, by the way, open source model, right? So we actually, we trained it correctly. Now it takes the photo, it converts it into complete digital this thing. Then you use one more model, typical basic LLM, to actually do a tagging between, this data and your accounting data. And then also you use DeepSeek, probably V3, to create build an agent, accounting agent, right? So this is like complete stuff, right? Because every model has a specialty. Every model, and most of these models are not at the same level of accuracy, right? Which means you want to actually figure out a use case, then they would do their task. You would then plug in another model, which is how these agents are going to be, right? Nobody, at least not in near future, we don't see single model generating or probably, reaching to an accuracy level of probably 95% plus in every of the task. That's not going to happen. I don't think it is that easy also, at least at this stage. You would actually see pace of innovation probably slightly slowing down in next 2 years, but pace of application is going to go up because now actually you will see real usage coming in, right? So that's actually how it is going to play out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Parthiv. And for those who don't know, DeepSeek, it's a Chinese competitor of OpenAI. It's very cheap compared to the OpenAI pricing, so people have started adopting it. The accuracy is still under consideration, but anyway, this is a good use case. Thanks, Parthiv.
Yeah, one more thing, actually, there are a lot of Chinese open source model, by the way. Right? It is not just US guys who are building those models. Chinese are actually doing much better job.
Thanks, Parthiv. I'll come to Kopi, and so whenever I build software or work with collaborators, or we build our own products with generative AI, or let's say large language models, I often get asked this question, or I myself also have this question, that can fine-tuned generative AI model patented? Can we patent it? Because just to give you the context, we work in life science domain, right? It's very IP-driven thing. And let's say we build something of our own, where we feed our own novel data of drugs, let's say. can we patent that?
Okay. So I'll break down your question that fine-tune AI applications.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can fine-tuned AI application be patented? This is the question. So from the viewpoint of Indian Patent Act, fine-tuning means upgrading, either upgrading or optimizing, right? So if it is upgrading or innovating, yes, it becomes a patentable subject matter. But if you are optimizing, that means you have a range, but you are coming to the right value. Optimization is not patentable.
Okay.
So we'll now just focus on to innovating or upgrading. And it is often referred to as incremental patent. And yes, incremental innovations are patented. So one question I think is answered. Coming to life sciences and at the same time the tech side. You know, now, even in my last 5+ years, I've seen more interdisciplinary patents than ever. So every problem is now being tried to be solved by the tech, right? So there is a combination. And there is a major role by the tech side, no matter what the application is. So I met an orthopedic doctor who tried to solve a knee surgery as a pre-operative solution through AI. It wasn't ever imagined, right? So the problem was the physical human body with the knee as the core part, but the solution is from the AI. Is it patentable, or this can be patented? Answer is yes. Why and how? The Indian Patent Act sees everything as what is the problem, what is the solution, and how have you reached there.
Understood.
Okay, so here the problem is something which is tangible, you can feel it. How you are trying to solve? Are you trying to solve it through computer program application? Then there are guidelines and there are exclusions also which says no, it can't be patentable. But not going much into technicalities, if you can provide enhanced efficacy, that means whatever you have been doing in a particular way and you have a bigger delta, I mean visible delta that this solution, the current solution is really working well, yes, it can be patentable. And with this note, I'm very glad to share that even from my desk or my office, we have been filing multiple number of AI or software or AI-driven patent application till its grant, not only in India and elsewhere in the world. And Indian Patent Office has been granting. So last data is 1,000+ patents have been granted. So it's a positive sign, but every case has to be, kind of discussed and decided.
Validated.
Yes, so I hope I've answered the question.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we know who's the go-to person if we need to patent something. Yeah. All right, so we'll go to Pooja with that. You work in logistics department, right? So your venture is in that domain, and that requires a lot of trust and efficiency to operate. How do you see vertical AI agents or large language models reducing those gaps and inefficiencies in your domain?
So I really love this word trust, because that is what that builds a big business and an ongoing business. So for us, there are two verticals to our business. One is the school bus domain, wherein parents rely on us that their kids are safe moving on to the school bus. So being run by 400,000 parents using our system daily, managing the control room wherein even parents can call on our phone numbers early morning at 5. So the day we started and now the numbers are huge. So we have tried to use the AI tool as much as possible to, as Parthiv rightly said, that how much less you can rely on the people or the agent and how well you can automate. So here we have tried to automate it entirely through the tools. The second thing is about the recent development which we have made in the face recognition and the camera, which could predict whether a child is fighting. So that's the scenario which proved to be a biggest challenge for the school admin and the transport managers. So we are able to build up that AI tools also to ensure that the kids inside the bus are also safe. So now talking about the other vertical, which is more into the daily movement of oil, atta, anything through the biggest logistic owners, we have tried to reduce the turnaround time using this analytics. Now you might be wondering how. So what we have done here, basically, we have used some sort of a tools to provide them route optimization. Say running 5,000 to 10,000 trucks daily by one fleet owner and defining the routes on which the trucks are moving was the biggest trouble. So we were able to optimize the route for them and help them to save the cost, right, and ensure that the vehicle goes on the right track. So this are all the use cases. The problem statement is still huge for the logistic owner, and there should be new startups who should come up and see how well we can utilize the data to the best and solve the problem, which is large enough. Also, to ensure that the deliveries are on time. Running big or working with Fortune 500 companies, we have now realized that they have system in place, but then they want to ensure that how they can save on first to their cost, second, how they can save the time, how soon they can deliver the goods. Looking into Swiggy, Zomato, which is into last mile, the B2B channel or the other delivery options also have to be very quick nowadays. That can also be done through using the latest technology which we have implemented in our system already. The third best part is the customer success. I mean, we have 98% of our client retained from the day we started. So how this is done is through automating the WhatsApp, which we have tried to the fullest. We were also avoided by WhatsApp small businesses for using this technology. So I think even for the young generation, there's lot many things which we can do to ensure that we are able to solve the problem through this analysis. Thank you.
Thanks, Pooja. Makes sense. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, but due to interest of time, we'll probably have that off the stage. But yeah, I will go to Ritesh, as you're also leading a department, and I'm also leading a tech company with Prashant and Sanal. So although we're a tech company, there's always a slight hiccup or a bit of resistance when you want to adopt some new technology tools or anything per se. So what challenges do you see in the adoption of those tools, technologies, especially AI tools, LLM models, vertical agents, in workforce, and how we can equip that, how we can equip them with the latest tools so that they are efficient in the workflows?
So LLM and now the agent LLM, we are at a crossroad where obviously there is a huge opportunity, as all the panelists are mentioning. They become your dream team, a team which can go ahead and work 24/7, is always accurate, in most cases, I would say, not always. But there is a huge paradigm shift. What I feel is over the next year or two, a normal job or a normal knowledge-based job, there is going to be a significant reduction in the opportunities there. So what it does bring up for startups, for bigger corporations, is how do we make sure that the workforce is re-energized to re-trained so that they are ready for the world. So what I have seen is, obviously at my company, we have kind of made it mandatory for everyone to start using the tools. Whether it's a developer, they have to go through Copilot or any other preferred way to do it, and we have seen significant improvements. Obviously, this does bring in the cost aspect to it. One aspect that that challenges me is the ethical part. I think, like, we are using LLMs, we are using knowledge which is created by somebody else. As a content creator, we are not compensating them. So one challenge which I also see that is going to go through the industry is the IP laws, which should be kicking in. The infrastructure requirement, whether it is DeepSeek, whether it is O1, any other model that you use, they are very infrastructure intensive. We need electricity, we need so much more of computing power. So there is an opportunity on that sector, but again there is a challenge where a lot of investment needs to go through. The last but the most important part is, while these tools bring in a lot of power in our hands, to my team, to everybody's team, there are people with malicious intent also has similar access, and they are more motivated than probably all of us sitting here, how to go ahead and use that. There is a bigger surface area where they can attack, because now there is no human intervention in most cases, maybe except for some principal sitting inside the room and directing what needs to be done. So those are all challenges which we should address, but what I feel is, moving forward, one of the key skills that all of us should learn is ability to define the problem correctly.
Makes sense. Thanks, Ritesh. As a techie, I can talk about this for hours, but in the interest of time, I'll give last question to Ashwini, and we'll end this with a holistic question that I would like you to address, and then probably if we have time, we'll open it for audience question. So in general, in holistic approach, what do you see, what are the advantages of using or leveraging these tools, irrespective of the sectors and departments, companies, and what are the disadvantages of it?
Well, there are a lot of advantages, and disadvantages comes from the limitation that we still face as far as AI is concerned. So I'll start with advantages first. The good part is there is direct impact on productivity.
Correct.
If you are using the technology in the right way, and if you could automate your workflow with the multi-agent LLMs or with any single LLM agent, it itself would give you a lot of comfort, especially with tasks which are repetitive in nature. Right? You could code faster now.
Correct.
Because most of the code can be generated by LLM. Only thing you have to be careful is providing the prompt to the system. Right? Prompt engineering itself is I would say is a skilled job. I mean, if you give LLM to a knife, LLM itself is knife. A knife person operating a knife AI would give you,
knife
can imagine what all. Right. So there is definitely a lot of advantages in terms of productivity, but the disadvantages are basically come from the malicious use of the technology. We still do not have enough guardrails and shield to protect this naive technology. So the worst part about LLM is it does not understand the semantic level security yet. Semantic level security means so our head is like LLM. It has a lot of knowledge and a lot of observation that we have stored in our brain. But when we talk, when we converse, we only pass on the relevant information to a person. Sometimes when we meet friends, we use certain words, but we don't use those words in front of our kids, right? Because we have a semantic level security in our brain. Right? That security has to be coded in form of another model or another software to protect these naive nature of the LLMs. Right? Until unless we have that, we could not completely rely on this technology. Right? This would take some time to get there to build this semantic level security. And also, apart from that, we have to have some level of data governance included in the model itself. Data governance means that if you want to basically stop an LLM providing a particular sort of a knowledge to a person, then LLM should understand that context and the intent of the user as well, right? So right now we are still struggling with the intent and the context about the user who is interacting with the system. So we have to build that capability in our LLM in the AI system, so that LLM can only give the safe, unbiased, and answers which are explainable in nature.
Well described. Thanks, Ashwini. We'll probably take one question from audience. If anyone have question, otherwise we can conclude. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. That was an absolutely fascinating discussion. I have a question, and I think it may relate a little bit to Ashwani's last point. With all the potential for generative AI and its prevalence out there, are there any applications where you think we could not or should not apply generative AI, either for practical reasons, where perhaps we should always rely on standard computational tools and human creativity, or maybe for ethical reasons?
very brief answer, if you can answer that question in very brief, in few lines, that'll be good.
Sorry, if you could repeat that question.
Yeah, are there any areas where it would not be appropriate to use generative AI?
Oh, it would not be appropriate to use. I saw a circular I think it was in Ministry of Finance, and they said, government has said that, okay, you are not supposed to use LLMs for drafting, let's say, a budget or financials for the government. I think that's clearly a valid argument. There are certain, I usually discourage students specifically to use LLMs because it's easier to get answer from LLM while applying your own, reasoning capabilities. So if you use it to learn something, probably you'll not be able to develop your own reasoning capabilities so well. So we have to be a little careful while using it in education or in maybe by government.
Cool. Last question.
Hello?
Yeah.
Great. So I work in the entertainment industry and I'm a producer. So a lot of my artists are extremely worried about the fact that the creative side of their job is... So they're extremely worried that the creative is slowly slipping away from their hands. So how we as AI industry, as a collective group, can ensure that some ethical practices are put in place. For example, like hacking as well. We have ethical and unethical hacking. So for AI as well, do you see that in the future we'll have some type of regulation in place?
Yep.
Yeah, I think for sure that should happen. While I'm slightly of a contrarian opinion that creativity or creative folks should be scared of generative AI, because even if you take the best of the tools, they are more like adding to your resource pool to create something really awesome. But I think that creative spark is something that is very, very human in nature. Just outside, I was having a chat with him that, one of the folks that all of us know is a guy called Tanmay Bhatt. He does really good creative copy for a lot of brands in India. Can you create a generative AI that can write like Tanmay Bhatt? Maybe based on historical data, yes. But can you come up with new ideas that are like Tanmay Bhatt? I think that may be a little bit difficult to say at the moment. But having said that, definitely there needs to be some bit of regulation around how do you use applications, and drawing some boundaries between, just the creative aspects, etc. So closing with, AI is a tool that all of us should use to make ourselves better at work. Nobody's gonna get fired. You just have to maybe upskill yourself and be a little bit better, use this tool to your advantage.
All right, we'll take last comment from Gopi and then we'll
come. I'll add here, I'll look at it again in two parts. As a user of an artistic product or artistic expression. So I think the audience would agree with me, the originality we always enjoy. For example, hearing a Coldplay song or attending a concert, right? It's always the humans are all about experience. So we like the originals and the real. But as my panelist just rightly mentioned, that it adds on your efficiency. Now, when we look at, certain, again, law point of view, that we have a Geographical Indication Act in India to promote the original artisan products. For example, if I talk about Rajkot na Patora, that's a sari. Then the Patan na Patora, there's another sari. Or then can be, other food products like Darjeeling tea, etc. So these are all original products, maybe artisan products or the agriculture product from that region. And we still appreciate. So I think human wouldn't stop appreciating the original and the fresh ideas as well as products. So I think the artisan should not be, or the art industry should not be afraid of. That's my viewpoint.
I hope that addresses your question. All right, with that, we'll conclude this panel, and thank you so much to be here and being part of this panel. Huge round of applause for our panel. And thank you so much. Yes, please. All right, thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you for that, Akshay, and all of the panelists. That was really amazing insight into this whole new world that's going to change all of our lives. But there's one fundamental point I picked up from that was ask the right question. Always ask the right question. Thank you very much. So we've got a short tea break now of 20 minutes. Please take your tea and do come back. We've got a really fascinating closing session about war and reconciliation piece. So please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Back. I'd like to invite the final panel of the day, or the penultimate panel. We have a short O2H panel at the end. I'd like to welcome, can we put up the people on who were invited for this panel? Priya first. Priya, if you'd like to come on stage, please welcome Priya. Thank you. And this is a bit of an experiment, global war. The timing of this is very apt. There's a lot of tragedy, anxiety in the world. How are we going to get out of this? How do we heal? How do we reconcile? It's a very relevant question for today. So please, I'll hand over to you, Priya, and I'll let you introduce your panelists as well. Thank you.
So after all the glamour and all the discussions on the technology, we are going to discuss about global wars, which is a very pressing issue right now. And we have some amazing group of people here who are going to give their views about it. With all the background of the Ukraine wars and even the territory-related wars around Asia, that being the center. So I would like each one of you to please introduce yourselves and how have you been working in this area.
Good evening to all of you. I'm Pranav Pandya. I'm co-founder and chairman of information technology company Dev IT since 1997, and we are end-to-end IT service provider, not only for the various states in the country, predominantly into e-governance as far as India is concerned, but we also provide solutions to the overseas entities, mainly in North America, Middle East, a bit of it in UK and Australia. So that's about it, about the company. We also have another company known as Devix. I think one of my colleagues spoke in the first panel today. So that's it. That's about Dev IT. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Abigail, and I am a trauma-informed therapist. I am a psychotherapist working with several individuals. My lens of working is trauma-informed. I am a director at Men Disorders Foundation. And what we have been doing is also working with individuals, and I consult for organizations working towards social and community level interventions, where we focus on, that is why I think I'm also kind of looking at that perspective, how we can kind of look at community restoration and reconciliation. And my focus is how trauma influences our behavior, right? How we individuals have a baggage that we carry with us, and our behavior and our way of relationality and our connection and community is somehow has an impact which is trauma-based, and that is my focus. And I work with individuals and schools and corporates. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charu Mishra, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Dholakya Foundation. So in the foundation, we majorly work upon ecosystem restoration, and that is why I think this is very important for me to talk about that, how war has impacted environment over the period of time, and what we are doing in the terms of when we say ecosystem restoration in specific to Gujarat, and also how the lessons can be taken forward to other states and then country also. So today my focus will be more on environment, life above water, life underwater, and how all of us together can make a bigger change, and how youth has been a major role in tackling all of these issues at their own level, and how they have to be more upfront in tackling such issues more often. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I am Wing Commander Sangeet Sharma. I am a security risk management consultant and a success strategist. I am the founder of a company called Solve and Train Consultancy. But much before that, I was serving with the Indian Air Force as a logistics officer. I took a premature retirement from the Indian Air Force in 2011, and after that, I got an opportunity to work with Tata Group, Indigo Airlines, and TVS Supply Chain Solutions Limited. Having witnessed the Kargil war and as a student of geopolitics, thank you very much. As a student of geopolitics, I shall be sharing my insights into the military life and the wars and what are the consequences of wars and various facets attached with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are going to see a small video and then we'll start the conversation.
This is war. Not a movie. Not a game. This is real. In the last century alone, over 108 million lives were lost to wars. In the past decade, over 2 million civilians have died, children, families, innocent lives wiped away. 40% of all casualties in modern wars are children. 70 million people, more than ever before, have been forced to flee their homes. More than the entire population of the UK. Even after the last bullet is fired, war never truly ends. 1 in 5 veterans suffer from lifelong PTSD. Some never recover. In Syria, 80% of children now live with toxic stress. A generation lost before it had a chance to live. The world spends 100 times more on war than on peace. But it doesn't have to be this way. We have rebuilt before. We have chosen peace before. Will we learn from the past? Or will we repeat it? The future is in our hands. What will you choose?
So as we saw in the video, wars are not just about, armed conflicts. It's far more than that. It disrupts the entire society. It disrupts the landscapes. It disrupts economies and entire nations. And from each one of you, with your diverse experience, we would like to know what is the impact of war in different areas.
Impact of war. So that's a very interesting question. And I think in the age of social media, you all are aware that there is a war going on in Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine in 2022, and in 2023, Hamas attacked Israel from Gaza Strip, and then Israel retaliated. So since there is so much to be read and seen on social media and on newspapers and various other streams of media, you all know what the consequences are. Russia has not won the war. Israel has not won the war. But without winning the war and being associated with the war for so many months, 3 years in fact for Russia-Ukraine war, the impact is that economic collapse in Gaza Strip, economic collapse in Ukraine, if not millions, then thousands dead. Children, they don't know what is to be done. Their lives are ruined, because even if they pick up their lives in some other country or somewhere, somehow, the trauma which they have borne for this war will never separate with them throughout their lives. So that is the impact of war. And the sad part is that none of the objectives by the adversaries have been met. Israel is intact, Gaza Strip is intact, Ukraine is there, and Russia is also there. The only silver lining is that nuclear arms have not been used in these wars till now. That's about from my side.
I see it from an environment perspective more like people and planet. So when we say how it has impacted environment, so it's very clear. Maybe all of us know that how war has impacted the environment. I don't have to tell it because social media, books, we read a lot, so we know that land degradation is there, deforestation is there, Yet then you say air pollution is there, water contamination is there, toxic waste. During COVID, we say that, wow, environment was very good because no people were traveling, this and that. But then it has another sort of, impact on climate, which is bio-waste and toxic waste that was there. So wars can be of different type, and the impacts of war can also be a different type. Every time environment may not be impacted, but in different way it could. And then if you talk about economy and governance, then of course, during war you have trade that has been lost, your agriculture will be destroyed, your, economy, that means your daily earning or your employment will be lost. So all of these play a major role in, bringing down the economy of certain countries. Maybe there are countries that might face, who are not involved in the wars, but also they are indirectly impacted by the wars that is happening. That sir has mentioned right now, Russia, Ukraine, India felt it in different way, but we were not involved in any which way manner, but we felt the problem of that war on us. So it has those sort of impacts that we have to understand. It's not between two countries only. It has many, if you say maybe 10, 12, 13 countries are impacted with one war which is there. So we have to think on those lines also.
As Wing Commander and Charu mentioned, I agree and reckon with them. Most times we don't realize the cost of war, right? That we look at war as a financial thing, but it impacts generations. And my study and my work with people have also revealed that it is not, sir mentioned that, there is trauma that is left with people. And I want to talk a little bit about what displacement does when a war is happening, is a particular district is bombarded. We experience, and people are displaced. And that displacement, we don't even know, people who have been displaced internally might not know when they can go back, right? And India has experienced such displacements. We experience that, and we know the trauma that comes with it, be it with the Sindhi community, which had to migrate after partition, be it the Kashmiri Pandits who had to migrate. That displacement leaves with them a significant trauma, which we know even now, after 60 years, after 50 years, continues to impact, which becomes intergenerational trauma, which is also evident with Holocaust survivors, the Jewish Holocaust survivors. It lingers. And if I talk from a psychological perspective, and the video mentioned that PTSD is a very common symptom. Irritation, irritability, feeling lost, having dissociative spells where you have no idea where you are, where you might, those who are living in refugee camps, their children would experience regression, where they go back to the infant state. So things like bedwetting, things like we won't have any sense of control over their bowels or over their urinary bladder, because their trauma is so deep. Women experience a lot of sexual abuse, sexual violence by the perpetrators, be it on both sides, which stories I might get into as the session progresses. But this is a very long-lasting, and as Charu mentioned, economic loss. And the feeling of alienation, that we are alone, right? And suffering is on both sides. Like Sir mentioned, neither Israel has won, neither Palestine has won. They're both where they are. But lives have been lost. People's lives have been destroyed. So yeah, thank you.
I'm agreeing with all the panelists, but being the voice of industry, I need to speak on that count too. All points noted. War, in any case, is not at all a good thing to have. But what I have in particular realized from the being a company owner, we are seeing a distinct slowdown in the spends that we get to see in the economy per se. Even Russia, Ukraine directly might not be, we as country might not be affected physically, but being just like India, all the other nations are also part of the global ecosystem now, as we call it, the digitally flat world. So one area is kind of in a turmoil, and the effects it actually affects in a cascading manner. We talk about those countries, then the sheer physical infrastructure gets damaged, the factories and the bridges and the roads, leading to the productivity loss out there, and therefore both the countries, whatever the loss they are getting affected with, also gets kind of, in a way, trickle down to the economy of the globe. So not at all something which augurs well for the entire world, globe, or to that matter, humanity overall, as my colleague here have mentioned. I think that is from my side.
Anybody from the audience who has experienced war in some form or has any questions related to further impact of war? Yes, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Vandan. It was an insightful conversation. My question is to Sangeet. Sangeet sir, is war an inevitable thing to happen?
Vandan, I am very sorry to say this. I'm not saying this as a military man, ex-military man, but as a very responsible citizen of the world. Wars cannot be avoided. They will not be avoided because, you see, if you look at the recorded history of human history of maybe 3,000, 4,000 years, you will find people waging wars, people trying to expand their territories, people trying to capture the resources, and this will keep happening. Only thing is that if at a global level, we start realizing, and I must admit that this starts from the younger generation who are currently in their 20s and 30s, and who will be the leaders of tomorrow. You all have to understand, and this is what I have covered in one of the later questions of the panel, which was planned to be asked. But you see, wars cannot be avoided till such time we all realize that the impact of war is tremendous for soldiers as well as for civilians, for everybody. It just results in devastation. Yes, some territories will be captured, but those territories will still remain part of the world. So who rules that territory really doesn't matter. What happens to the people there, that matters. I hope I have answered my question, Vandan.
So my question is to, again, Sangeet, sir. So there are a lot of innovation going on for science and tech, right? But I don't have knowledge that. Are there any innovation going on? Are there any research going on for that? Why this war happened? How we can stop this war? How we can protect this world? Are there going on? I'm just want to know that.
Well, I would, being from the tech point, and I was discussing with her, do we want to take it now or do we want to?
Yes, please go ahead, please.
Okay. So, I think the panel before us were discussing the nuances of AI. Yes, I wouldn't say that a well-established platform or a system is there, but definitely work is being done wherein, based on the past historical data, if the conflicts between two nations are not being resolved, and looking at their cultural differences or their past conflict differences and the past history, and the current scenario that they are passing through, probably a trend analysis can be worked out. The predictive aspect of the system can actually tell that if we do not bring them onto table or we do not go for even digital diplomacies, I would like to put it this way, then things can go bad. And so having such a scenario, yes, it would help us to at least curb the situation in the initial stage itself as far as possible. But as the wing commander rightly said, ultimately the intrinsic nature of a human being, the Stone Age era DNA kicks in sometimes, and my right to have my territory and probably the difference of opinion settled in a Stone Age style prevails. So, but all said and done, technology and systems can be helpful. Too much reliance on that also is a question mark, but yes, they are there as a tool to help us.
So, if we want to, yeah, please go.
Yeah, thanks. So as a part, I'm just going to add an anecdote here. As a part of my higher education and research, I had the opportunity to live in Israel for a significant amount of time for 6 years. And I have very closely witnessed the stories of Holocaust survivors. I had the opportunity to visit Jerusalem, West Bank, and everywhere you can see those footprints of the tragedies that are associated with the recurrent wars, as well as the stories of those Holocaust survivors. So definitely there is a very long-standing impact of all these, human casualties as well as cultural differences in particular. So yeah, I mean, that's just to add on to the discussion, yeah.
Right, right. So thank you for sharing that. And, I was, as we're discussing about how to heal, how to do reconciliation between individuals as well as between communities, like you were talking about the Sindhi community. What kind of a perspective shift can happen, or as we were talking about the youth also, that what kind of mindset shift can happen for the youth, which can help avoid or reduce the intensity of wars, or create new channels of engaging nation to nation? What kind of perspective shift or mindset shift can happen?
Yeah, so I'll just begin. Thank you for asking that question. Thank you for sharing your story. I just want to begin with a little bit about, because you mentioned how can we heal. So first look at what is the disease or what is the illness, right? Or what are we struggling with? And I just want to share that more often than not, as a community and community-based, if you look at interventions or if you look at what are the challenges, and the struggle is that as human beings, we have a parasympathetic and a sympathetic nervous system. And when we are under stress, right, our sympathetic nervous system kicks in. The sympathetic nervous system is basically fight or flight. We are continuously very hyper-vigilant, right? We are hyper-vigilant about everything. So if you would tell me, I am not, say right now, I'm not in a war, right? But if I've experienced war, or if I have experienced war or displacement as a community, I am going to be hyper-vigilant. My focus only will be survival. And when I am focused only on survival, I will only look at mera kya hai, mere ko kya mil raha hai isse, right? What am I getting out of this? So we tend to then discriminate. We tend to then isolate, alienate. Whatever othering happens, I think it's it's a term that young people would be aware of. Othering happens a lot, where this is me, this is our community, this is us, and this is the other. And everything which is other or we don't understand is not good, right? So how can reconciliation happen in a place where everybody is in ghettos, where everybody is, if not physical ghettos, some cities also have physical ghettos like ours, and otherwise social ghettos. We only interact with people who we are comfortable with, our community, concept of samaj. Then where is the space? Where is the platform for reconciliation? Where do we have that space where we can actually connect, find that connection? So I feel as a community, we need to go from a survival mode to a mode where we want to thrive, where we want to create a global village, where we want to create a larger community. And that is where dialogues can take place, where community-based dialogues can actually heal. And it is an experiment in Rwanda, where Rwanda was very war-stricken, very conflict-stricken. And how did you bring, tribal connectivity is through community-based dialogues, is through restorative justice, where closure can take place. So I was just sharing with her, in Kashmir today, the concept of half widows exist, where they do not know where their husband is. If the husband is alive or dead, was taken for questioning, don't know. So now they are living in that constant space of being a half widow. They are not married because they don't have their spouse. They haven't heard about their spouse for years. They're not widows also because they don't know. So closure, providing closure. Human beings need closure, right? And closure helps us move on. So restorative justice, finding closure for individuals. If we look at, child soldiers, if we look at from an African perspective, child soldiers are big phenomena there, where children are, brainwashed and asked to become soldiers. They don't understand. And then how do we come back from that? As a combatant also, there's a lot of moral injury, where we feel, okay, we did something so wrong. How do we reconcile with that, right? And so there is a lot of trauma which needs dialogues, connection, creating platforms. So we as a community, as a society, can create those platforms for inter-community dialogues, for just understanding that they are not the other. Like Sangeet sir said, that till we do not understand that it is going to affect a part of this world, till we do not truly become global citizens, till we do not truly become, and that is the tragedy of war. We become very isolated. We become very individualistic. And I want to also take a moment to talk about war not just being very international, right? It's also being internal, be it insurgency, be it militancy. It creates a sense of isolation, which kind of isolates you because you don't understand. If I can see you, if I can see your struggles, if I can see your pain, then I can maybe empathize with it. But if I am so cut off, so isolated from this world, how do I understand that my othering is actually hurting you, right? And that is why radicalization also takes place. Because we are so isolated from each other that we tend to radicalize more, because that is the identity I have. So I may as well just hold on to it. As human beings, we need to make meaning, right? We need purpose. And then our tragedy then only becomes our purpose. And I think everybody would have seen Gangs of Wasipur. है ना? उसमें ना बदला ही मेरा मकसद है जीवन का. That the protagonist says that. उसका जीवन का मकसद. He had 2 children. He had a wife. He had 2 wives. But none of them were important. His main goal was the badla. And that is what happens to us as human beings. We focus so much on that identity of trauma that everything else doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
So adding a little bit to what you said, safe space, I think we all had experienced that during the pandemic of corona, which was virtually like a war, it was waged on the globe per se. All of us faced it. And that's where the technology helped us. We were able to see each other, talk to each other without being physically in the same room or being near to each other, as that was the required norm. So in a war-torn country where 2 communities or the people on the either side have been fed with such misconception and misthoughts, as the lady just explained, to counteract that, probably the digital safe space or a digital diplomacy, as I keep on saying, is an ideal way out to resolve at least discuss about the conflicts, and they can share what they are facing on the either side, so then they would realize the problem is same that they are facing. The empathy would be created between them, and that would help in resolving the scenario. At least before bringing them physically in one room and they start blowing fists against each other, it's better to bring them on the digital mode. Same thing is the humanitarian aid. Probably during the war-torn days, the technology again helps. In the right time, thanks to the help of surveillance via satellite or drones, if you bring in the humanitarian aid to the required set of people in the fastest possible way, I'm sure the tensions on either side can be kind of diluted, And again, chance of bringing people on the same table or same room increases. There are quite a few other points also, but I think that kind of adds it. We are very inching towards the closer.
Yes.
Before, I think this should be my last question, and there are others to talk. So just like to say thanks to O2H for the 7th conclave, and congratulations to you. Thank you all.
I can think of few steps that we can take. From my experience, I'm saying this because I have been to very, high-profile global platforms where, COP29, COI, and all of this happening, and I see very few youth from India, being a part of such global platforms wherein all of these pointers are being discussed. So I feel like people from other countries are there, youth from other countries are there, they are putting up their points, they know what they are facing. We also know what's happening within the country and what is the impact that we have from other countries. But I do not see much people or much voices on those platforms from our country. So I think on country level, when I say this, that means more youth should be involved in such dialogues, because they know that what's happening, what's wrong, what's right. They do not follow everything which is there on social media. They can figure out, no, this is something which is false and this is something which is right. So I think as a country, we should give them a more chance to be a voice for our country and speak about what's happening, which is true, which can be tackled immediately or maybe discussed upon. So, and secondly, community engagement, as ma'am rightly said. So she mentioned about Rwanda, where women-led initiatives were taken during the time of genocide that happened in 1994. So all of these are the good examples that we have. We just have to go back and read that what happened in different countries and how they have tackled it. So there are examples that we can see in different platforms available. We just have to Google. Of course, we can watch movies, okay, but we can also give some time in reading so that we get to know the good examples that can be, taken as a steps that we can also do as a country. And no, if not, then of course we have some learnings from those examples that are available. Thank you.
Please, Prashant has a question.
I got two questions. One to Commander Sangeet. We're always in a state of war readiness in India with Pakistan and China. What can we do to kind of ensure a long-term peace? And then a second question to any of you, really. If you were face-to-face with Putin, what would you tell him? And what would you guide him in terms of, he's got a very fixed view of the world. How would you change somebody's like that? How do you evolve and change their mentality for one of peace rather than making war?
So I actually got only the first part of your question. I'll answer that first. What can be done to avoid wars with Pakistan and China? So I'm a trained combatant. So my job has been, and it has been, now not anymore, but to be part of the tool which wages the war or part of the tool which defends the country. So for me to comment upon it in a very different way would be very difficult. Frankly speaking, with Pakistan, all they have to do is just give back our piece of Kashmir to us, which is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Simple. That's as simple as that. They have not gained anything by occupying that piece of land which they call Azad Kashmir. We call it Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And if you go through the history, then maybe some amount of assertive leadership, had it been there in 47, 48 when this entire thing happened, then 1949 UN resolution passed, then this piece of land was lost by us. Some assertive leadership would have happened, we wouldn't have lost it. Now I, as a citizen, see a ray of hope. Maybe, yes, this will happen. But for Pakistan, first thing they have to do is that they have to simply surrender POK. Second thing which they have to do is spend all their resources on their development. Not to spread terrorism in this country. yes, I mean, Pakistan is now called a nursery of terrorists. I mean, world over, they are identified as people, as a country where terrorists are born, they are bred, they are, saved and all, and they are given shelters and all. So that is something which they have to change. That entire mindset, that entire outlook has to change. And I am actually amazed that Pakistan is not getting the signals which are loud and clear from all over the world. With the exception of China, nobody is their ally anymore. And Chinese people, they are allies for a reason. They want to expand their influence. They want to expand their influence not to wage wars, but to gain economic dominance. And the CPAC, which you all aware of, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which runs from part of our country, because I consider POK as part of my country, that is for economic dominance of China. The Gwadar port, which China has developed in near Karachi, that is part of the Chinese plan, larger plan in next 50 years to dominate the trade routes through sea. So that is something which Pakistan has to realize, that India is ultimately a more prosperous country. We are better placed. We have got better education system, better healthcare system. We have progressed much, much faster and much, much better than they have. So a sane Pakistani, I am talking of the leadership, should ally with us. Simple. That is as far as Pakistan is concerned. China will have to also understand that waging a war with India will not give them a single inch of piece of land anymore. Aksai Chin happened because that time the army was not prepared, frankly speaking. 1962, the army was not prepared. The Air Force couldn't have been pressed into service because in that altitude, our Air Force planes couldn't have flown. So, and there was no engagement with the Indian Navy. So that piece we have lost. They should ideally also give it back. That is also part of our country. But for China, they will have to realize that irrespective of the fact that they can build up their military resources from Arunachal to Ladakh and then to northern part of Ladakh, they can never in fact enter into India again and retain any piece of territory. It's not possible. Indian Army is now very well prepared. We have a mountain division and we are getting stronger by day. Our soldiers are much better trained than Chinese soldiers in mountain warfare. Our continuous presence in Siachen Glacier has trained thousands of soldiers for fighting a war in those kind of heights. So with China, the major thing is that we have to fight a war with them at a very high altitude. And high altitude warfare is a very different type of warfare. India is better prepared for that matter. As far as their 5th generation and 6th generation fighter weapon platforms development is concerned, none of these systems have been tested ever in war. Whether it is J-20 or whether it is J-31, none of them ever. What we have the best as of now, Rafale, is a 4.5 generation aircraft. This has been pressed into service. It has seen action in Middle East. So we are, I will not say Indian Air Force is as prepared as we should be because we are shot by 11 squadrons. But here also, our Rafale can take off from a lower altitude because Leh and Thois are the two Air Force stations from where they have to take off. They can carry higher payload into Russia. And Russian Air Force, despite being larger in number, has to take off from a higher altitude. When a higher altitude is used for an aircraft to take off, it can not carry more than a specified number of bombs and missiles, which is called a payload. So the advantage is clearly with India. That is why Chinese army, they retreated. There was a face-off, I think 3 years back. There was a face-off in which we inflicted more damage than they did. And then through dialogue, they retreated. But China is an adversary which we cannot trust. That is for sure. So for them, for Chinese people, the best thing is that they should realize that India is a wonderful market for them. And that is where the communities, that is where the trade, that is where so the economic forums should conversate with each other and try to convince their respective governments that fighting Arunachal Pradesh or Ladakh is not the way forward, is not the future. The future is development and progression of both the countries, all the communities which stay in these countries. So that's how it is.
So I'll quickly post, please. Another question by Prashant about Putin, or any world leader, how do we tell them that we need peace? Right?
So as far as Putin is concerned, to tell him something, you have to first learn Russian. So jokes apart, Putin, I really don't understand. See, he annexed Crimea, which is South Ukraine, it's part of South Ukraine, South Ukraine. And Crimea is a place where Crimean War was fought about 100 years back. So that is an area which is full of minerals, rich minerals, and that is also a trade route, the sea around it. So that was won by Russia, and Ukraine had made noise that time, but nobody heard him. And now he is not allowed to speak also. We all know that. So how do you tell Putin is simply that, NATO. US is still part of NATO, fair enough, but even if US de-aligns with him, US is already taking a stance which is pro-Putin. NATO also has to take a stance which is pro-Putin, and NATO has to tell Putin that, see, whatever part of Ukraine you have taken, you can consider giving it back, or you can have, some kind of dialogue with Ukraine and set up some kind of team which discusses this through dialogue, but definitely take away your forces and give assurance that Ukraine will never become part of NATO. Putin, I don't think, will do anything after that, because they have also in 3 years spent a lot of money and they have consumed a lot of stockpiles during last 3 years. Their factories will have to work for next 10 years to bring up that inventory level. So that is the only way Putin can be controlled as of now. And Putin is an old man. So we don't know how long he will live. So that is another aspect which has to be taken into consideration. But this is an ongoing affair, Mr. Prashant. This is something which will continue forever. So there is a North Korean dictator sitting. He will do something tomorrow. China is going to annex the Taiwan region, for which US might retaliate. So this is an ongoing process. But yes, as very rightly said by my co-panelists, dialogues and something which is there in common for development of humanity across the borders will reduce the impact of war, will reduce the possibilities of future wars.
If I can just add to what Sir said, I think the intentionality is the key, right? Intentionality is what will change or bring any kind of difference. If I'm intentional about having peace, if I'm intentional about actually, so there is no point of having endless dialogues. We keep on having dialogues, but if there is no intent of actually wanting to work on it, there is no point. I mean, we can go and sit in a room and just have small talk and come back. And that's what happens with so many of these talks, right? So intent behind actually reducing terrorism, reducing war, reducing the cost and the impact, the human impact that it has. So if there is intent, I feel a lot can happen. That is what us as human beings are, right? We work with our intent. If we don't have an intrinsic interest in actually having peace, we will not. Like Sir said, we will not. We will endless be at unrest and war because we have no intent. So yeah, just want to add that. Thank you.
Categorically what put it, I thoroughly agree with Devi Commander. NATO is the way out. Once NATO assures that Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO, I'm sure he's going to stop.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for the great discussion. And for me, the takeaway of this, like we say, there is a quote that what we actualize is what we focus on. Wherever the intention flows, that is what you manifest. And if the intention is peace, then that's what we are going to create at all the levels in life, be it in ourselves, be it in our homes, our country, everywhere. So thank you so much, everybody, for the wonderful conversation. Thank you, audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You should be in the middle. You should be in the middle.
Thank you. We'll take a picture with Prashant also. No? Thank you.
Just, hello. We've got a short panel today, as always, where we invite a cross-section of people from O2H, just kind of look at the past, the present, and the future. It'll be a short 20-minute panel, so we get an opportunity to hear from different pieces of O2H. So I'd like to call up on stage, firstly, Dipshika. Where's Dipshika? Dipshika. Come. She's getting mic'd up, so we'll call up Shweta, Mrugank, Rahul, Kat, and Sherin. She's not officially or has been a employee of O2H, but her husband Shabu is embedded in the ethos, values, culture, and history of O2H in a way that nobody else has ever been. He's an incredible human being. Look, so please all come up on the stage. Thank you. Give a big welcome, please. Are you ready, Dipshika? Almost. I don't need it.
Hello everyone, Kim Cho. It's a moment of great pride and joy as we come together to celebrate 20 years of O2H. First of all, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for being part of this incredible journey. With strong vision and strategic planning, O2H has set ambitious goals and growing rapidly to be a global leader in drug discovery, biotech investing, tech, and AI. But what truly sets O2H apart is its unique culture, a key differentiator which fosters innovation, collaboration, and excellence. I'm truly honored to be moderating a wonderful panel today on such a special milestone. And our panel will share their experiences, insights, and visions for future of O2H. So let's have a big round of applause for our panel on the stage. To begin, I would like to request our panel to introduce themselves, starting with Sharon.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Shabu, and I have been associated with O2H since 2006 through my husband, Shabu. Currently, I am heading the organization effectiveness team in Pratham Education Foundation since last 19 years, basically focusing on the process, system, culture, and how can I make the workplace a happy and joyful place. So that's my role in my organization. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Good evening, everyone. So I'm Shweta Rajput. I have completed my master's in pharmaceutical chemistry from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University. I have overall 6 years of experience. I have joined O2H as a research chemist before transitioning into BD operation and project management department. My current role involves supporting BD team as well as rest of the O2H team in their operational tasks. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Kat Stace. I'm VP of Business Development, and I look after O2H Discovery's clients on the East Coast of America. I joined O2H 11 months ago, so just shy of a year ago. Prior to that, I actually worked for another CRO on their executive leadership team, and that was the latter part of a 20-year career to date in drug discovery, where I've held both technical and commercial roles.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mrugang Dave, and I have joined O2H in 2013 as a MSc fresher, and currently I am working as a senior scientific manager at O2H. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rahul Rayani, and I have, by training, I am PhD organic chemist, and I have started my career with O2H in 2007, and the journey of 2007 to sitting over here is tremendous, and thank you.
Thank you all for the wonderful introductions. Now, as we know a bit more about you, let's jump to our first question. Sharon, as in O2H, we believe that we are not only a workforce, but a family. So what do you think that, how our culture creates a bond like family between our team member?
Thank you for this question. Though I've been outside O2H, but I'm more as an insider. I've seen O2H grow in scale and in their work, but one thing that hasn't changed about O2H is people has always been the core of O2H, and I've seen it in the inception years. I have gone in many celebrations, small achievements, festivals. I think I've seen the unity, the collaborations that happens, and the family. I always used to look forward to the celebrations, especially the Garba nights, where families used to come together, enjoy, and though today Shabu is not part of the organization, I'm still associated with it so strongly. So this completely shows that it's a very people-powered organization, and that's what makes it more family-like rather than being a workplace. It's like a second home for everyone, I guess. And I think everybody in the audience who is associated with O2H will completely agree with me. So yeah, thank you.
That's very beautifully put, Sharon. Shweta, I would like to ask you that now, as you part of the BD operation and project management team, what you enjoy the most about your work at O2H?
Thank you for this question, Deepshika. It is a little bit tricky to answer this question because I love my job, whatever I'm doing in BD operation and project management department. Basically, I'm feeling blessed to work with this team as well as with O2H family because O2H is my family and I'm spending so many time here with my friends as well as with my colleagues. So basically, my work involves working with multiple departments like BD operation, all the technical departments like chemistry, biology, DMPK, finance. So I'm learning so many things to ensure smooth execution of all the projects, operational activities, as well as to ensure nothing falls through the cracks. So this is my role, and which is more exciting and rewarding. And also I'm getting more and more support to BD team, and I'm also supporting in client coordination, internal coordination. So this makes me happy. And I can say that being the part of this team which drives innovation as well as growth to O2H makes my work more meaningful. So I enjoyed my work here.
That's a great perspective, Shweta. Moving on to Kat. As a part of the newest member of our BD team, what do you like about O2H? What attracts towards O2H? And what you're most excited about its future?
Yeah, so what attracted me to O2H was this sense of it's not just about selling services and science, it's about all-round support for innovation and up-and-coming innovative companies. That's a subject which is very, very close to my heart, as I've only ever worked with or for startups. And so things like having the different verticals in discovery, in ventures, in tech, and of course the co-work and incubation space really meant a lot, along with this philosophy around integrating into the ecosystem and bringing people together, connecting people through things like the Cambridge Wide Open Day and of course this event here. The second thing that attracted me to O2H is I could see from the outside looking in this sense of fun and adventure that O2H represented. It seemed like a very a place with great ambitions and a sense of an excitement around it, and I wanted to be part of that. What am I most excited about for the future?
Yes.
I enjoy nothing more than being part of building something. And what I can see here is that we're already big, but we're building something bigger. We've got all the right ingredients for success. And so I'm very excited about where we take this next and being part of that growth journey.
Yeah. Thank you, Kat. We are excited to grow with you at O2H and being part of this family. So first of all, I would like to congratulate for being here for the first time in India.
Thank you. Can I just add the exciting things that I think are on the horizon that are going to really promote that are things like the biology that we're bringing on board, the technology, where we're blending technology and life sciences. So that's what I mean about building things and all the right ingredients that we have.
Okay. Rugang, I would like to ask you that in O2H, how we nurture new talent and innovation in R&D in initial stage.
So we have started our company with small medchem projects, and then we have started the collaborative projects across the globe with different companies, and we added along with that we added our expertise in terms of the different collaborations. We recently introduced Kickstarter programs for the companies who are engaged in medchem as well as the tech research. So this is how we are growing in terms of this area. We also enhance our expertise in terms of different areas like we can say that it is protect chemistry. We can involve in this peptide chemistry as well as we OLN chemistry and process research. We also involved in the ADC, antibody drug conjugates, and this is the innovations that we have started up, and we enhance our expertise in this area. And if we talk about the nurturing of the talent, that it is the nurturing of the talent, that learning is continuous process, and we are always go with the different types of training sessions in O2H. So we have all the different training sessions for all the level of the employees, and it is always helpful to that. We also have some, we can say that it is mentor-mentee sessions. We monitor the progress of our team into twice in a year, like once in half of the year and one in annual review processes. So this is how we monitor the progress of our employees. Whenever they required any trainings, any guidance, we always there for their help to them, and this is helpful for their personal and professional growth. So this is how we move forward with as a team. Not only few people are growing up, entire company is going with the different types of training sessions, and this is directly helpful to the company. We are also involved in, we believe in the science, fusion of science and technology, and we have dedicated tech team to support this vision, and we have launched the CITC module, and we are working with our routine practices. We are also involving in we are developing our own ELN modules. So this is also this will also add the values in our company. So this is how we are growing up. This is how we are nurturing our peoples, and this is how we are grow up as a team, as a family. Thank you.
Building on that, Rahul, my question to you is, where do you see O2H in terms of scientific advancements in next 5 years?
So in the next 5 years, we can see that the O2H is expand in our scientific capacity in the different area like ADC, oligonucleotide, the peptide, proteins, lipid, and all the things. And also we can say this growth is the next 5 year growth is also depend upon our expansion of the infrastructure. So in the next year also we are expanding our 15 new R&D lab in the next coming year. So this will also having the opportunity for the new job opportunity. And for that we are also collaborating with the university also in the coming year to hire the talented chemists and talented the people from the university. So this growth is also directly correlate with the scientific advancement, and also we can say that this growth of the next 5 years is also for the equivalent to all the chemists who are working have the good opportunity for their career growth for our personal development, and the new service line like the scale up service line is also helpful in the next future to bring up the discovery to the process development program. And the Kickstarter program is also help in the future for the small early bio stage company to the big pharma company. And also this, as Nugang has also said, that the CITC and the ELN is also helpful in the next future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for sharing your thoughts. So as we wrap up, I would like to ask all of you that what one wish you have for O2H for its next decade. Sharon?
I feel that for me, how can we make our teams and upcoming leaders future ready is what I wish for O2H. Because till now, I think under the leadership of Prashant, Shunil, and other leaders, it has been very inspirational, and they have maintained the vision, the values of O2H. And I think with the changing ecosystem and the things that we have discussed from the morning, we have to inculcate more a leadership that is more adaptive. That's what I feel. That means that if we can create more accountability, ownership among our leaders to keep on inspiring our teams and keeping up the zeal and the energy and keeping up the O2H values, because values of the organization plays a very important role. And again, congratulations to O2H for 20 years. And I wish another 20 years will see the same O2H, which is today. So I think this is my wish. Yeah, thank you.
I think this deserves a big round of applause, guys. Please, don't be miser in your applauses. Shweta?
Hello? Yeah. So my wish for O2H is O2H keep expanding its global footprint. We are currently in India as well as UK and USA. So we keep expanding our global footprint and also strengthen our position as a top Indian CRO while maintaining the amazing culture which we have. As mentioned by Rahul, we have built lot of capabilities like lipids, proteins, ADC linkers, peptides, etc. So I love to see O2H keep expanding in terms of scientific capabilities as well as maintain and achieve all the future milestones which we have set up. And my goal is to help O2H and support O2H to achieve this. So thank you.
Well, we've got a decade to do this in, but the thing that I wish that O2H can achieve in the next 10 years is to put CROs on the landscape in the innovation ecosystem. So we tend to, or the world tends to think about innovation as being powered by academia, pharma, and biotech, and CROs, service providers, we play an auxiliary role. We're the supporting act. That's not true, right? So we're already demonstrating that now with the innovations that we're doing in all the different developments that we have, from peptides, lipids, ADCs, numerous other assays, and also innovations in our business model as well. And so I wish for O2H to actually change that world perception of CROs and Indian CROs and say, hey, we are part of the innovation ecosystem. And not only that, but O2H is at the forefront and the center of that, as such that companies aspire to work with us. They see us as the key to their success, given that we understand this landscape and we are innovative, and they aspire to work with us.
Very well said, Kat. Please appreciate our team here. Please don't, I know that you have lost all your energy, but it's the last panel. Please give a big round of applause for all our team members here. Yeah, show me some energy, guys. Mrugang?
So I wish that O2H become an innovation-led company in the world, where we provide services including medchem, process chemistry, GMP manufacturing, even novel tech products under the one roof and with the state-of-the-art facilities. I also wish that O2H, the entire scientific community in the globe knows O2H as a quality service provider. And I assure you that we all work more than 100% to become the best in the world. Thank you.
So, as we know that we have started the construction of the Zaveri building, and I wish in the next decade there are thousands of FT or chemists and researchers are working in these two buildings and for the different biotech company. So I wish the O2H will become the center of specialty and the one-stop solution of the many different service line that we have recently started. So I wish O2H become the center of one-point solution for all the therapeutic area.
Thank you, Rahul, and I would like to thank all the panel members for being here and sharing your thought. It means a lot to us. And happy birthday to O2H once again.
You can come off the stage. Oh, she's going to sing it. All right. You got Kala Chasma ready. So, okay, Chair? All right. Firstly, Dipshika, how good were you there moderating that? Well done to you. And how articulate were all the people there. Sometimes we get motivation and inspiration from the team back to us, and that was one of those moments. Thank you so much. You were all absolutely awesome. Before we kind of go to the roundup bit, I'd just like Sunil to welcome Sunil back to the stage and just give his closing feelings and closing thoughts on the day, on what he's seen and what he's experienced and what he felt, or on anything. Sunil.
Just want to, basically it's been a great day. I want to thank Ajit and the team and everyone involved in making such a great success. So mainly I want to thank that group of people. So can we have a massive round of applause for Ajit and the team that have helped organize this. I've already seen it's one of the best organized events that we've had in the history of O2H, so well done Ajit. And he does a great job for the event we have in Cambridge as well, the Cambridge Wide Open Day. He comes over for that, puts a lot of energy, effort and time into that. So yeah, thank you for that. I don't want to keep you guys any longer. I'm not going to give you any long speeches. I just appreciate all your hard work within O2H. I'm looking forward to this year. Thank you very much. Let's get on with the next. Kala Chasma, I presume, is the standard closing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sunil. Always to the point. But we have a special surprise this year. Firstly, where's Gayatri? Because you don't want to hear me sing, that's for sure. Gayatri. No, I got a sore throat. It'll be even worse than normal. Huh?
Thanking all the teammates.
Yeah, I'll do that, yeah. But before Gayatri comes on stage, to be honest, I've done very, very little, almost nothing, to put this innovation conference on. But Ajit has been working day and night for weeks, if not months, to put this event together. And I don't know who behind has been helping Ajit. So we're bring Ajit on stage to make sure that we don't miss the cast of people that have been involved in putting this incredible day together. Over to Ajit, thank you. Firstly, Ajit, thank you on behalf of all of us.
So I'll cover everything quickly. I'm not going to take too much time, as Sunil already mentioned. But it would be highly unfair if I take all the credits for organizing and managing this event. So I would like to highlight a few names who have been instrumental in making all of this happen and making sure that everything goes smoothly throughout the day. I'll begin with Pragnesh for all the help with venue management. Yes, please keep clapping. Hetagna for his brilliant work on sponsorships. The whole marketing and BD Ops team, including Vinayak, Rushi, and Drashti, for their incredible work. Honestly, they have put in as much work as I have into making all of this happen again. So very well done, everyone. So proud of you. Khushi and Nishchay for being on top of panelist coordination and management, as well as the communications. We also received really good feedback that Kat has shared in the group, so well done to you guys. John Bai and team for their admin work. IT team for the tech support. All the young volunteers that we had today who were kind of helping all the panelists navigate throughout the day and through this event and schedule. So well done, all of you. All the senior group leaders and members, including Anil Bhai, Dharmesh Bhai, and Ashish Bhai and everyone else in helping us, ensuring that we kind of maintain a good decorum throughout the day. Bhargavi and Neetu for always being there. Last but not the least, Prashant and Sunil for moderating all the panels and for all the fireside chats and for all their contributions. I mean, they make the event really, really exciting. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to be that exciting, honestly. And yeah, so clap for yourself as well for being an amazing, amazing audience, for keeping up energy throughout the day. That's pretty much it. But if I have forgotten anyone, mentioning anyone, please let me know after this event. Yep, panelists. Yeah, obviously.
Hello.
I mean, a huge thanks to all the panelists and moderators for taking out their time and contributing to this event. And couldn't be, honestly, it's not possible without you contributing in this manner. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Introduce.
Over to Gayatri.
Prashant, I think you should join me. I don't know. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. ओ साथी रे तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, ओ साथी रे तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना। फूलों में कलियों में सपनों की गलियों में, फूलों की कलियों में सपनों की गलियों में, तेरे बिना कुछ नहीं ना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, ओ साथी रे तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना।
Wow! That was incredible, and